ain't something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. So hard. Give me, Can't run away, baby. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking, don't nobody see all this time. Ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this up a line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level. You got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move,
Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between this wall. Glass rose colored lips, thousand candles glowing fist. Music play, wind is blowing, light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fist begin.
Hello, Rocket League community! It is a pleasure to welcome you to the Star Chasers Showdown number 3, presented by Ally. We have 15 teams across 2 regions looking to cement themselves in a place amongst the stars. Hosting your day-to-day, myself, Tiny Shiny, of course, Lemon Kiwi, and Bass, casting our way through the EU region. We got so much competition. Looking forward to, over the next 2 days, of course, starting our day with the European group stage. Lemon, how does it feel to be back up here for the Star Chasers stage?
I'm so excited. I mean, Bass and I had such a great time at the last event, and the competition was tough. I mean, I think we casted North America last time, so we get to come over to the EU pond and see, to really settle, is EU better than NA or whatever, but mostly just to have fun.
I mean, look, all I'm gonna say is it's been a little while since we had a LAN for the women's scene, so the results may be a bit dated, but last I checked, North America was the current champion. So yes, we do have some I'd say correcting to do. I'm hoping we get that land very soon and we get to have the competition in person again. But look, EU might be able to claim it's a little bit better. It might have, you know, a current RLCS pro, but we have the defending world championship, so really, what can you take from us?
You got this is today, Bass. You got to be proven wrong. Can Europe beat out NA? Well, we can't cross compare them, but we can certainly showcase the talent that we have to come. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that schedule, get an idea of what today has in store. Of course, it will be on the left side for you. We'll be starting with our group stage, all best of 5 matches until tomorrow. That's when we'll start heading in to that elimination bracket. We have 7 teams total that are competing within the EU region, but only 4 total, 2 from the group of 4 and 2 from our group of 3. We'll move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough day of competition, but hey, it is groups, so, you know, losing some matches here and there is okay. You don't get that many lives, though, Bass, in how many teams get to move out of groups.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, for the way that these groups work, I mean, it's such small groups that you literally have to make sure you are taking wins. We were looking at this one today. We've got a couple of squads here that have come into prior competitions and been able to either just squeak on by through the playoffs or have barely missed out on playoffs due to there's a couple of games being off. You can't really afford that here today. With this being the final competition for these 3 events that have been scheduled, this is really make or break. And for a lot of these women, they're going to have to leave it all out on the pitch. They're going to have to make sure that every single matchup is incredibly poignant and crucial. And I mean, look, we've already put the stakes up as high as we can. At this point, the only thing that they need to know about is how much they're playing for.
Exactly. Well, we're all here for fun. It is pretty fun to play Rocket League. We also got some good old cash money on the line here for our teams. About $10,000 in prizing per region today. That first place, 3K, looking pretty dang good. But every team will get a hand in on that action. No one will be walking home empty-handed. And with all that in mind, it ups the stakes. It ups what you have to play for and pressure for the performance that you have to put on today. If you want a chance at moving on to our top 4 bracket tomorrow, it's all going to start here within that group stage. Like I said, 7 teams here in the EU division. So the groups are different sizes, of course, odd number. Can't really divide that one in 2, but some major heavy hitters seen across the board. I know, Bass, we were talking a little bit before we get started that it almost doesn't seem fair that Group B has the 3 teams that we have there.
It's just such a rough one here because you've got 2 teams that had prior made it through the playoffs in BS Plus competition and Puyo Puyo, and then you look over and go, okay, well, theoretically then they're going to get put up against a team that has no shot of making it out. Right? Well, that's where this gets a little bit weird here because we've got former champions on this team. This seemingly diving team is going to be Crimson, Ravina, and Jota. Multiple players with accolades, multiple players, one of which just won our prior competition. So it's one of these things where pay attention to Group B today. Literally any 3 of those teams could make it out. Literally any of those 3 teams could miss.
Yeah, and there's a really good there isn't a team that doesn't look stacked, and of course there's some teams that feature a lot of new players, but it's hard to point out a single favorite. Like you pointed out, BS Plus competition, we got seemingly diving, we got Quack Quack. Like, there is no obvious number 1 in my opinion. So, and you know, Roster Mania just makes events like this that much more exciting.
There's always this shuffle of teams that goes on once we move through event to event. Showdown 3, no different nonetheless, but we have to acknowledge there is a bit of room at the top that we do have to acknowledge. A new team can cement themselves, find that place amongst the stars, and that's really what we're going to be looking forward to today. We will have to eventually say goodbye to half of our teams. We got plenty of games before we get there. Do not worry in the slightest. We do have our first matchup in, from what I hear. It is going to be Quack Quack taking on Pink Lemonade in Group A. The bigger of the 2 groups, and 2 of them can make it out on top. We were talking about Quack Quack and really their accolades, specifically of Alems, who has made it into RLCS, the only one that is currently playing across both regions to do so this split.
It has been fascinating to see not only the growth out of Alem just as a player individually, but really all 3 of these players, mainly because this is a new roster, and for many of the rosters we're going to be seeing here today, it is going to be a brand new amalgamation of maybe previous rosters that have both won these and done well within them. In particular, when you're looking at this one, it's Steven you have to pay attention to. I know we're talking all about Alems and the accolades that she has and has been able to prove herself with, but it's Steven that's actually the reigning champion here, and in that, I really do believe they're going to continue to be an incredible competition or an incredible competitor even on this team as well. I don't want to say this is necessarily an upgrade for Steven from the prior roster that they had been on, but this is definitely another roster capable of taking this entire competition.
Yeah, Alems is the absolute GOAT. First woman to qualify into the RLCS and Open Era. Like, you gotta be insane to achieve something like that. And just the most stacked roster, of course, including Arena, a new third. Pasta La Vista was their previous team, and this is just one of the most solid, like, supportive member you could add to this duo. And Quack Quack is one of those big favorites, I think, to go all the way. But they're facing a pretty tough team in itself with Pink Lemonade.
As we'll get to take a look at Pink Lemonade's roster coming up here momentarily. Got Nines as the captain, Violet and Jade as their 2 other players that we get to see. Jade actually typically plays on the North American side. First time competing in the European end, so also a little bit of jump across the pond, like for the both of you today. Lemon, what do we really expect from Pink Lemonade as they're taking in what we think will be a top hitter in Quack Quack?
This is gonna shake up the trees and the branches a bit. I'm looking towards Jade to be that foundation for Pink Lemonade. She's bounced between North American and EU, and after that top 8 that she got with Torchics and NA, she wants to rise even higher in EU with this new team. And Bass, I look at Jade as like an American, hopefully that is gonna have okay ping on the EU side, but Violet and Nines, this is a solid squad to join her.
I mean, it's a great squad to join, but it is also unfortunately a squad that I think, with many of the other teams in this competition, kind of have a lot to prove here. This is a Nines and Violet that have done well in competitions prior, but unfortunately for them, through the 3 that we've done so, or excuse me, 2 prior, this 3rd one now, they've yet to make it into playoffs. And I expect this team to be capable of that. I think that today, though, is not necessarily going to get any easier. Like we said, final event means that all the teams are pulling out all the stops. We have got rosters that are going to leave it out all on the pitch, and unfortunately for this squad, I think they're going to be fighting an uphill battle from the moment that they set foot on the pitch.
It's a challenge that's not to be underestimated from Pink Lemonade. Quack Quack has these massive players of experience and talent, especially as of recent. And as we've learned with Rocket League, there's a lot of recency bias for those bigger numbers that you can put up. You could be good way back in the day, but it's very easy for these new up-and-comers to pass you up. So Pink Lemonade have to show us that they still got it in them as they prepare to go in to Quack Quack. It does sound like, though, that we're getting ready to head into our game today. So I'm going to go ahead, step out for now. Lemon Kiwi and Bass, take us in game number 1.
Oh, you know it's going to be a good game when me and Bass start rubbing our hands like ants.
Like that being the descriptor. Why is that the first? I feel like there are multiple animals that rub their hands together. Any reason
You
for
do
the
the
ants to be
same
one?
thing every time we start a match. You go ant mode.
I
like it,
mean, but, that's a bit odd considering my namesake. I feel like fish mode might be more appropriate. Let's see if these players can go beast mode, though, as we've got game number 1 here in our best of 5. Like we mentioned before, this is going to be best of 5s for today while we are going through the group stage. Things tomorrow, things will be changing up, but for at least the moment here, it is going to be best of 5s, which means these players don't have a ton of time to warm up, Lemon. They got to make sure they are hitting the ground running.
And they are doing exactly that. We got early pressure from Quack Quack. Alem's low boost tries to get it out to Raina, gets a shot on, and Pink Lemonade had a hand up but just didn't stand tall enough.
And unfortunately, this is more what we've come to expect here. Like we said, Pink Lemonade, no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. This is a very capable team. They're just going up against what might be the number 1 seed in this entire event. Quack Quack really are not going to hold back whatsoever. There will be no mercy whatsoever. So get ready, Pink Lemonade. It is do or die time. You need to adapt very quick.
Yeah, do or die, and now you have to be just on top of the game if you're Pink Lemonade, because that was off the first offense for Quack Quack. No contest in the corner for Alems, and hey, at least Pink Lemonade, they'll have the wall in the box. They'll make it sort of a scrap, but here's a counterattack from Pink Lemonade. Quack Quack thought they had him trapped.
And this is why, like we said, this is maybe a team that come into this the underdogs, but they're definitely not a bad team by any stretch. And if you underestimate them and all of a sudden start trying to play too much into offense, they'll go, you sure about that one? Quick cross-court counter, and we've got Pink Lemonade tying up the game.
We wanted to see how competitive this match will be, and after Quack Quack committed all 3 to the offensive half, Pink Lemonade broke out once, and it was an open net, so I think Quack Quack have to adjust that 3rd woman and kind of how much space they want to give up in as a result. But 1-1, here's a Lems potential double, comes out again to her supportive duo Raina, but now loses track.
Right now, it just kind of feels like both teams recognized that the first minute was going to maybe be a bit more tumultuous, and then afterwards, they were going to need to settle down if they wanted to get anything through. For Pink Lemonade that are probably hoping for more mistakes out of Quack Quack in a counterattack, you're going to need to find another way to start generating offense. For Quack Quack right now that consistently are generating offense, they need to start getting shots on target. Things like this, while very fancy, I appreciate the attempt there, Lems. I don't think it's exactly going to help your team out, and neither were the 50s here. They need to find a way to start getting some actual shots, maybe on that play, but Violet to pop it out.
This has been a lot more calm now that both teams have kind of seen what they can get away with, and Quack has had to adjust as a process. Now back on offense. Raina doesn't go for corner boost here. Alems maybe accidentally grabs it. Now Raina has to go across the way, giving some free time for Pink Lemonade on the ball, and they put on the press. We enter the second half with a bit of defense from Quack Quack, now just trying to collect some boost. I like that Jade is trying to shake them up a bit and see what windows of opportunity she can create for her team, but it's Quack Quack that seemingly could get more time on the ball, but now with this demo, it's really going to reset things for Quack Quack.
I will say, Chad, I don't want to acknowledge you too much because I know it'll turn into nonsense very quickly, but the amount of you that are also, just like me, astonished by how many times we've said the words quack quack through this first 3 minutes or so.
Sounds a bit crazy, right?
Yeah, get ready. It's not exactly going anywhere anytime soon, and neither is this game. With 2 minutes to go and an even scoreline, wouldn't be surprised if we find an overtime, especially considering Quack Quack still struggling with their offense. So much good generation and doing a great job of building up these plays, but finishes like this are actually missing. It's Pink Lemonade the first to get the lead back.
Nice little short pass. Violet seeing her opponent, Lems, come from the corner boost, slots it nicely to the left before Lems could get back in time. And there we have Pink Lemonade taking a lead with less than 2 minutes left against one of our big tournament favorites. And this is a big tournament for someone like Jade to come into EU. Try to prove that she's one of the best. Now Steven kind of bullying Nines there, manages to clear it out for Pink Lemonade, and look at Violet even setting things up for Jade again.
At this point, it kind of just feels like the two teams are understanding that they might have come into this one with one expectation, but they very quickly have had to throw that out the window. We are seeing a Pink Lemonade that are extremely quick on the counterattack, and if you give them an opportunity, shots like this will be commonplace. When are you going to learn your lesson? 3 shots from Violet, 3 on target.
Oh, it's just an unfortunate touch from Reyna, just kind of teeing up the opponent for a home run. And I like that Pink Lemonade have really known how to transition into these very strong and quick counterattacks that have made Quack look awkward, or have at least made them feel awkward. But Steve and Sophie trying to collide now, pinch this into the net. And this offense has had issues connecting on the initial parts of game 1. And with these demos coming out of Pink Lemonade, it is kind of forcing some chaos until Sophie puts the cape on and just does it all by herself.
All right, Steven, I see you. Every stretch of the imagination, you knew this was a goal the minute that Nines decided to rotate off the backboard rather than going for the immediate challenge. You just can't give that amount of time on the ceiling to a player like Steven, and that's why Violet, despite getting a little bit dunked on, even throws in chat, Steven, you're goated. They know shots like that are commonplace. If you start giving time to Quack Quack, your lead's going to disappear very quickly.
Yeah, a Lems off the ceiling, showing up some mechs. Wanted to drop this down to Steven. Now the defense will be tested. You have Quack Quack, who can't afford any other goals, so Alems needs to take this up the wall. Violet will disengage as a result. Now a lot of boosts for Alems to work with. Wanted to flick this past the double commit, but nonetheless Pink Lemonade try to steal possession away, and it's Quack Quack that want to puncture this net to find the equalizer, but it has to start with taking this ball away from Jade as Pink Lemonade break out of their half.
They're trying right now just to get any sort of offense generated here, as it just kind of feels like over and over again interruptions are the name of the game for everybody on Pink Lemonade. It doesn't matter about generating offense, although they are generating offense at that. It's preventing chances like this, and unfortunately they have left the door open. That's a bump. Where's the follow? Not there in time, and Quack Quack probably going to see the end of this game if not for a miracle. Keeping this one up is Alems. The shot is there. Steven denied again, and as this bounces out to midfield, nobody's around. Pink Lemonade with what I would say is an upset here in our first match.
A lot of respect given to from Pink Lemonade over to the Quack Quack side. What an exciting game 1, 3-2. Cannot ask for anything closer than this. And it started off with Quack Quack having the chemistry, the passes right off the gate, really testing that Pink Lemonade needed to be awake and needed to react quickly. And then they did. They counterattacked, and then Pink Lemonade, every time they counterattacked, they seemingly caused a lot of panic on the Quack Quack defense, making them look awkward, making them have these weak touches that Pink Lemonade was able to capitalize on. So, hat trick for Violet. Shout out to Violet. She's putting in the work.
Violet did more than just get the hat trick at this point. 3 goals on 3 shots, shooting 100%, 4 saves, and the most demos of any player on the pitch, all while also having the most touches while on the pitch. Violet, I don't know what you woke up and ate for breakfast or dinner, or I'm not exactly sure what time it is in EU right now, but whatever you did, it's working out. This is a generational performance here in game number 1, and if they continue to play like this throughout the rest of the series, she's going to definitely take the upset here in our first matchup of the day.
And Quack Quack are RE Duo that has integrated now a new third, and that you're going to see those kind of structure adjustments happen. Where you stay in the midfield really matters. If you're Quack, you don't want these open nets to happen, and you want to have a semblance of being able to slow down these counterattacks from Pink Lemonade, because that's what's really hurt them. But we go now into game 2 with Pink Lemonade up a game in this best of 5. We'll see how groups will start off for them.
So far, so good here for both teams. We're not seeing the same sort of volatility to, immediately start the game. Almost extremely wrong is Quack. Apparently, you're starting to go for more on-target shots. No more of these fancy touches off the ceiling. It's a 1-2 passing play and a banger on target. Unfortunate, that's not the first one to penetrate the net quite yet, though. We go 30 seconds scoreless to start the second.
And that's what we needed. Everyone to just calm down. Maybe even slow this ball down, as Nines kind of had to awkward jump to stop that. Even Violet doesn't get a good touch to grab possession. So this is where Quack can look for that first goal. And look at Reina and Alems just both dive for it. Pink Lemonade a bit asleep at the wheel.
This is so clever from Alems, though. You can see this. Initially, she's going for the bump here. She's trying to intimidate Violet. As soon as she realizes this is water falling down and there isn't going to be a touch, she turns in, goes for the shot. It's extremely well coordinated, and that's kind of what you need to see from a team like this. If you know that you are the team with more intimidation, the factor here just coming into this one with exactly that, you need to use it to your advantage, and Alems is doing exactly that. She has yet to shy away from a challenge through our first minutes.
Yeah, just off the kickoff, Nines just couldn't get behind the ball enough, and I think Quack are starting to sense Pink Lemonade in the small moments where they don't have full control of the situation, and that's when Quack pounce. And you don't tend to think of ducks, Quack ducks, as animals that are gonna jump at you and be aggressive like that, but that's exactly what this team has done so far to start off 2-0. And seemingly giving a lot of time on the ball to Pink Lemonade. And it's Quack kind of bunkering down.
I'd like to say, speak for yourself. I've met a lot of violent ducks in my day, all right? I've met many a fowl that has tried to attack me at the park or at the pond. This one, seemingly trying to do the exact same thing. My goodness, Quack have just been on offense for what feels like the entirety of the first 2 minutes, and although we've seen a couple of breakout plays from Pink Lemonade, something you pointed out very accurately in between games was that the midfield presence was lacking for this Quack team. All of a sudden, it's starting to show. They are really struggling to just even get a touch out at midfield with 2 committing. That's still not enough, and here comes the breakaway. Steven, open lane, open net, just needs to put it on target, but unfortunately goes a bit high. But again, it's more shots here out of Quack. That is now their 7th in comparison to not even the singular one that Pink Lemonade has yet to find.
I like that Pink Lemonade are trying to open things up with these demos in the midfield. Maybe that's what's causing disorganization on the Quack side, but these demos are nice, but when you don't have the ball, not so nice. And I'm liking the more valuable, almost the double from Alems, the fake baby for Sophie, and Jade makes the save. I cannot believe that, but there's a lot more work ahead of a team like Pink Lemonade when they're still down without scoring a single goal in this first half after winning game 1.
You can really tell how much the struggle is starting to hit them. Look at the boost totals here. Occasionally they'll pick up a 100 pad in the corner, but it's only if given by this Quack team. For the most part, they have dominated the boost here, and you can see the desperation start to set in to this side as just over and over again they are desperate to break out. These challenges on very low boost or no boost at all lead into double commits, lead into awkward spaces. Finally, Violet, the star player here for this Pink Lemonade team, gets a touch, and look how quickly it is silenced into almost a double touch out of Steven. Really kind of feels like game 1 was Quack trying to find a way to play against this team. Now that they have figured it out, they look almost unstoppable.
Yeah, the 50 game for Quack is so strong. As soon as anyone from Pink Lemonade even thinks of having the ball, you just have all 3 members of Quack just flocking you. So, and that's why we're stuck on this orange half with Sophie given the chance for Alems, but she gets demoed, and the physicality is tough. And somehow Pink Lemonade are still putting up saves, but you need a clear, and now Pink Lemonade barely have control of their own boost. They may be able to grab this corner and get things going offensively, but there's just not enough time.
There's not enough time, and there's just not enough shots. I'd like to mention again, we talked about it before, where it was, I think, 7 shots to the 0 that Pink Lemonade had put up. That has only increased. We are now at 14 15 total shots here for Quack Quack versus not even a single one registered yet for this Pink Lemonade team. And like you mentioned, they won game 1. This is a stark contrast here in game 2 where they're not even not shooting 100% anymore. They're not shooting any percent. Now they're shooting 0 as that is the first registered shot all game.
Yeah, and it was unfortunately just placed low right into the defender, but hey, maybe trying to draw out a counterattack. No, Pink Lemonade gets sent packing, and this almost floats in as Violet has been forced to make these no boost kind of flips just to keep the ball out, but barely. Now it's just a lot of freedom to Quack Quack to play a woman downfield, to play her deep enough that she could be a passing option, forcing Pink Lemonade to go for these demos that can sometimes stretch them out of position. Jay tries to do the same thing, but no one has possession on the Pink Lemonade side. This is such a statement from Quack Quack to come back into this game 2 to tie things up 1-1.
They don't quack, they bite. This is quite the response after a game 1 where I'm not going to say that they played poorly by any stretch of the imagination, but I think you and I were both a bit surprised to see how easily the counterattacks were given away to this Pink Lemonade team. In this game, they did a great job of shutting down midfield, not allowing those opportunities to Pink Lemonade, and it really shows when you start looking at the scoreboard overall here. Not only do we have 8 total saves forced out from this Pink Lemonade team, they were held to only a singular shot in comparison to a Violet who put up 3 shots, 3 goals, and 4 saves in the prior game. This was a much quieter game out of her.
At least a Lems popped off, and when your star player is just putting up the numbers, oh, this one's doing numbers, oh, you're having a good day if you're Quack Quack. So, oh, I'm rap godding.
I'm liking what I'm seeing so far here. I part of me is a little bit, remiss because Are we supposed to be surprised by this? Like, are we supposed to be surprised that arguably the #1 team in the EU side is putting up numbers like this, putting up a performance like this? Again, it's not just the fact that they were playing well, it's also the fact that they are shutting out their opponents, outscoring and outshooting them by numerous times the amount. Just overall, this was a really good game out of Quack Quack. This feels like them playing much more to the peak, not to a safer, more middle ground that they played in game 1.
I am so back after I saw my video go. Like,
yeah,
that was literally me. That was literally me in the game.
Travel.
But we are so back. And yeah, very tight series for our first one of the day. So I hope any NA viewers are joining us, that this has really woken you up, because sometimes the Star Chaser showdowns can be really flip-floppy, could be really one-sided for 2 teams to just put up that big of a fight against big names and smaller names. This is going to be really exciting.
I'm thrilled for this one. The only reason we're taking a second in between games here, by the way, is it looks like Steven's PC has crashed. So,
oh no,
real quickly, it's going to be a restart, and then we're going to get right back into the competition. This is probably pretty good for Pink Lemonade, though. They need a second to strategize here. Lemon, we can't really sugarcoat this. After game 1 where they looked really efficient, really well done as a team, game 2 just did not display that. And I don't think that it was them playing poorly. It's them barely being able to play. They didn't get many opportunities out of midfield. So I want to see them going back to those counterattacking plays. Too many times it felt like they were desperate to break out just for the sake of breaking out. More intentional plays out of their own side, I think, would be extremely beneficial to this team.
Yeah, I think the 50 game from Quack Quack is what was the biggest night and day difference that I saw. Just every time they went to challenge the ball, they won that challenge. They forced Pink Lemonade to constantly have to circle back to their half, try to collect the ball, and that wasn't always a successful endeavor. And I think that's why Pink Lemonade were so stuck on their half for so long, causing this quantity of shots. And now it's a question of accuracy for Quack Quack. They certainly have the mechs, they have the experience to really stress out this defense of Pink Lemonade, but if they can fix that accuracy, this will be a very high-scoring game for Quack Quack.
Well, let's find out. Game number 3 underway. Guaranteed we're at least going 4 in this one, as like we mentioned, the first game was a little bit of an upset. Game 2, a bit upsetting for a different reason. That's multiple shots going on target, and so far, none of them hitting home. Doesn't really look like Quack Quack missed a beat, though. Restart or not, this team's still on fire.
So far, so good. Oh my god. The stall out right in front of the net there from Reyna. Good effort. And look, as soon as the clear happens, you got Sophie, who just is very calm, hoping to hold it down at the posts as Pink Lemonade tried to take the ball up high, not having enough boost to keep traveling with it or not have initially the best first touch. But Alems flicks it past one defender, but can't connect with Reyna yet.
one feels, I'm not going to say awkward through the first minute, but it does kind of feel like both teams are trying to size each other up just a little bit more here, trying to understand where the holes are going to be on either end. Again, for an orange side that has tried to break out desperately, they're probably trying to find ways through the midfield versus kind of feels like Quack Quack are a little bit more precise with the touches they're making right now. There's a lot more point and posturing to every single time they approach an offense. Oh my goodness, you might need to approach defense differently as well. Pink Lemonade, had that shot just been an inch to the left, that's a goal. The corner this one goes. Steven not going to be the one to pick it up. Looks like we're going to get some extended offense here for our orange team. A couple of awkward misses out of midfield, and unfortunately, I think that's going to result in a goal. Reyna, how did you get that ankle off the backboard? Oh my goodness. Speechless, probably the best way that I can describe what we just witnessed there. Maybe it's looking a little bit crazier because I'm on West Ping off of EU, but I didn't think that angle was possible, let alone making it look so easy. My goodness. Again, Quack Quack continuing to be a team that not only thrives here in this environment when given a shot, I was going to say, but seemingly playing just without giving many opportunities to their opponents either. Defense looking a little bit worse for wear here in this third game. Kind of feels like they're giving up opportunity after opportunity to this Pink Lemonade team. Nines, gonna try and take this one through the corner. Pass out center, Violet. Hoping to get something set up for one of their teammates. Again, Violet so far the only scorer here for this Pink Lemonade team. They put up 3 in the first, but since then, they've unfortunately not been able to get a single goal. That means 7 minutes of scoreless play so far for this Pink Lemonade team through the last 2 games. It looks like it could only get worse for wear here. Awkward defense. That one's popped up. And Alem's easily going to finish the job. Once again, it's a Pink Lemonade who almost are going too fast for their own good. Feels like they are trying to keep up with the pace of play, being set by Quack Quack, and it's not exactly helping them out.
Yeah, you said ducks were not violent. I just had one attack my modem, but we are so back. So 2-0 for Quack Quack. I think it was destiny for them to look this good. And the Pink Lemonade counterattacks, now that you have more control of your midfield and more solid, aggressive 50s out of Quack Quack, I don't think Pink Lemonade will be able to get away with murder like they did last time.
I don't think so either. I think this is going to be one of those series where it was Pink Lemonade coming out the gates firing. They took their opponents by surprise. And then after that, I don't really know if they were surprised anymore. And unfortunately, a surprise only works if they are surprised. If they start to figure out your strategies, then it just kind of means that you're, shouting at somebody because it's their birthday. I don't really think that works the exact same. Either way, with about 100 seconds to go, Quack Quack are only just adding to the tally.
Oh, this is pain, salt to the wound, and just a mistouch, a very critical one from Pink Lemonade to try and clear it out in front of the net, not making contact, and just a bit of a drive-by. And this is just how kind of quick pace Quack Quack can bring the gameplay. At least Steven will be contested a bit into the corner. There's a 150 by Pink Lemonade, and that's the counterattacks we wanted to see.
I mean, this is what we've been asking for the entire time. It's surprising that it's Nine's the one to do so, as they weren't exactly as involved in the offense the first couple of games, but they're the first person to pay attention to these constant challenges out of midfield. You beat at least one of them, and all of a sudden, there's no defense home. With enough power and precision, that will do it. Loving what we're seeing here out of this Pink Lemonade team. The only concern here, Lemon, it took them almost 9 minutes to score that goal. I don't think they have another 9 minutes to score the next.
That's a whole lot of minutes. But oh jeez. Okay, wrap it up. Good game, Steven. Jeez.
Yeah, all that work for a drop of blood, huh? Just so much work to try and just get 1 goal back. 3-goal lead reestablished in the blink of an eye. And Steven said, hey, you thought that angle off the backboard was cool earlier? Watch me do it out of the corner.
Hold my drink. Alems with the reset to Reyna. Stop! It's day 1, everyone. Stop the sweat. I love it, though. Make a montage out of it. Send it. Post it.
Dude, they really got angry at that 1 goal. They went, you scored 1 on us. How dare you? How How dare you even attempt to fight back? Oh my goodness. Last 2 goals we have seen have just been some highlight reel plays for sure. And unfortunately, the singular highlight here for Pink Lemonade is not going to be enough to slow down the pain train that continues to be delivered. Quack Quack, my goodness, we said the #1 spot in EU was up for grabs with a lot of the roster shuffling. Coming out of this first game, it's going to be a hard argument to say it's anybody but them.
At least I'll commend Nines. I think she was just a very impactful player. Like, the 1 goal was off of her efforts. All these demos to kind of keep Quack Quack stuck is an effort from Nines, and look how that opens things up. Yeah, you're still down 3 goals, but this was a semblance of life that we desperately needed to see from Pink Lemonade if they wanted to have a chance to come back in this series.
I mean, it's still technically possible. I just think the big concern that I'm seeing in comparison to the first game is that it's not as much not only resistance, but it's not as much back and forth. One of the big things about Game 1 is that they were trading back and forth with not only the lead, but the amount of goals being scored there. It was 1-0, then 1-1, then 2-1, then 3-1, then 3-2. It stayed close the entire time. It feels like in these games, as soon as the water starts to pour, the waterfall just never seems to stop here. Quack Quack need to find a way to, or excuse me, Pink Lemonade need to find a way to not let these scorelines get out of hand so quickly, because this was a good end to the game for them. The unfortunate thing is it happened after they'd already kind of given up 3 pretty easy goals to their opponent.
Yeah, this is at least Pink Lemonade have maybe found the secret ingredient to the best lemonade, which is, hey, win your 50 game, maybe send Nines to be the front liner, to be the one who collects the ball, or the one who presses the possession from Quack Quack. Because right now it's Quack Quack running the game, running the lobby, and gonna be running up the score if you don't stop them.
I mean, if they run up the score any more than this, I feel like we have to implement a mercy rule. Honestly, 5 goals in a single game was already miraculous. I'm not surprised if they keep it going. Like, this is just... What do we say at a certain point? Because it's one of these things where we talked about in the last game being so difficult for Pink Lemonade to fight up against them because of the fact that they were not getting shots and were being outshot by such a heavy margin. In this game, it's not even as much of a heavy margin in the outshooting. It's 5-10. Yeah, it's still 2 times the amount. But when you're shooting 10 shots and scoring 5 goals, you're shooting 50% as a team. So it's both the flurry of shots that they are facing and also the efficiency of the shots that they are facing that makes this a 2-headed hydra that never stops snapping. I don't know what to do here at this point, Lemon. I want to give more advice and say ways for Pink Lemonade to get through, but we talked about the midfield needing to be a change. The midfield did change. All of a sudden, they start pressing the defense, and the response from Quack Quack was not, oh, let's sharpen up our defense and play better midfield. It's, how do we just go back into offense and keep hitting clips? And they did exactly that.
I'd like maybe a better cycling system out of the Pink Lemonade squad where if they kind of play off of these 50s a bit better, because they're not able to recover a single one despite the result. And it's I don't even know, like trying to have a second woman play a bit tighter so they can at least keep attacking the ball and really keep swarming Quack Quack, because there's been... Or go for the boost game. I know boost game was something that favored Pink Lemonade, where they were kind of forcing Quack Quack to return all the way to their half to recollect the ball. So yeah, we'll see what Pink Lemonade can do to fix.
They got a lot to fix. There are a lot of time to do it, unfortunately. Pink Lemonade, you lose this game, that will be the end of the series. Quack Quack moving on 1-0 would do wonders for not only their chances of getting out of group, but really being able to establish themselves, like we said here, in day number 1 as a threat moving into the second. Are you kidding me? All right, you know what, Stephen, great. You get credited with a goal. Reina, what on earth, girl?
Oh my god, playing the dunk like that, just to have the softest of touch, knowing how the defense was jumping up, probably on low boost, and just playing off the dunk and having your second woman play tight enough to really put the pressure on. And that's what I wanted to see more out of Pink Lemonade. And this is a squad of Quack Quack that have so much time, at least as a duo, and obviously scrimming with the third, that level of trust is what makes these offenses really flourish.
so far, feels like nobody's really flourishing too much here in the first game. Again, the good dunk from Reyna, but it kind of feels like Reyna's just doing this to everybody right now. Reyna is just challenging and not caring if the dunk goes through or not because they know that they've got space afforded by their teammates. And again, that's what's making this so difficult for this Quack Quack team to be stopped, is that it just kind of feels like they're throwing you through the blender. As soon as you think one challenge is over, here comes the next. Speaking of which, Steven's so quick to pick this up, and Alem's there to not finish the shot. Great save out of Violet, but it's just so difficult. Pink Lemonade, it feels like they get maybe a quarter of a second to breathe, and if they do take that deep breath, it's going to cause them to miss the goal, and all of a sudden they get scored on.
Violet's doing a great job on no boost to little boost to put up those number of saves, but this is one of those type of slow jumps where you need a backup plan, and there is no stopping Quack Quack. They're just gonna air dribble bump you like that.
Oh, the 50 queens show their crowns yet again. This is ridiculous out of Alems. Not only into the musty flick, but then stay with it and perfectly dunk past the defense. Look, put a cap on it. Unfortunately, Pink Lemonade, if you can't put shots up of that caliber, I don't know how you're going to beat this team. We mentioned it before. It's not just midfield anymore. The 50 game entirely for this Quack Quack side right now is just elite.
I thought it was a bump with how much this person just got tossed into the net, but no, that's just how much power is behind that ball on the Quack Quack side. And they seem to have, more boost, more resources to be able to bring power to this ball. Look at Alems and Sophie working with full tanks, and Sophie almost faking 2 defenders. It is a chess match when you're facing Steven, and she's a queen on the field.
All 3 of them right now happily sitting upon that throne. Like we said, there really is a spot up for grabs, and it really feels like everybody on Quack Quack have determined that they're taking it. With over half the game to go still in this game, I have to hope that Pink Lemonade can find a way to switch this up. But again, more dives out at midfield with no boost in the tank means they're not going to be able to beat out these 50s, and it's going to be a struggle just for them to escape their defense. Jade, though, will take a boost. Maybe this will be the switch up necessary. Get something together here, Pink Lemonade. This is going to be one of your only chances, and boy, oh boy, do you do so much with it.
What a pass! I can't believe it, through all of that traffic at the perfect opportunity when she was about to get 50'd. And there's 2 defenders and she cuts between both. I can't believe that pass actually happened. And now that puts Pink Lemonade on the board. And that's the type of counterattacks we wanted to see. All started there by Jade, finished off by Nines. Here's Violet, and Nines hoping to shove Reyna down. Violet, a nuisance in the net, as Nines wants to create another round, but at least delays Quack Quack. Scary work out of Reyna, and Sophie will not strike yet.
Well, we're starting to see the capabilities here of this Pink Lemonade team, but there's 2 main things they need for these counterattacks to work out. 1, boost, something they have rarely been able to come by, if ever, throughout this game. And 2, they need to be quick with their passes. It feels like they got maybe a moment there to be able to connect those plays together, and if they had hesitated, it was already over. So I like the switch up we're seeing here. It feels like they're starting to have a little bit of, quickness to them, a little bit of sense of an urgency, but that sense of urgency should be very real at that. 90 seconds to go. If they lose this game, it is the end of the series, and for Pink Lemonade, who are just now resurging, they need to hold on to this momentum.
For this to still be this score, I mean, Quack Quack have been able to cross the ball from one side of the net to the other. Pink Lemonade have to really protect the posts. This has kind of been very scary from Quack Quack. Eventually, this will bleed in. Sophie takes a shot. Violet in the net. Demos happening to keep Pink Lemonade weak and scrambling for the ball. Less than a minute, and Quack Quack will return with boost. It's on their side as Alem's long pass over to Sophie. Couldn't bring it up the wall or get a good pinch, but Reyna will collect. And just the soft lob is enough for Pink Lemonade to almost shoot for the fences. Almost a good contact from Violet.
Oh, this one's going to be risky, though. The 50 in front of net means this is going to lock it into the the Pink Lemonade half for at least a couple seconds longer. Seconds they cannot afford. You can see it challenge after challenge. Quack Quack just trying to finish the job, and I think they will. Stevens, these are such clever challenges in the corner. She just muscles through every single one.
And that could be the nail in the coffin for the series, and that's got to be heartbreaking for a team like Pink Lemonade, who the equalizer was within sight with a missed opportunity right before this play happened. 15 seconds The go button would have to be hit now if there was any kind of comeback, but as the seconds drain by, Quack Quack off to a great start in their day in the group stage, winning 3-1 over Pink Lemonade. We'll see what Alebs can do to rack up the score. Now, eventually this ball will land on the ground, and there we go. Quack Quack up 1-0 in groups.
Quack Quack up 1-0. Not exactly a surprising result here, but I think the big thing to take away is not only the performance of Quack Quack on offense, but really the Pink Lemonade defense that did not buckle underneath the pressure towards the end of the series. I think after game 2, you and I both had that really sinking suspicion that this was going to be a little bit of a routing from this Quack Quack team, but oh my, Pink Lemonade, you shut us up very quickly. You proved us wrong throughout the entire thing. The resistance this team was able to pull out makes me think that Group A is going to be a fight for sure. But right now, the fight has at least one winner. Quack Quack moving on at 1-0 and really deservedly so.
Oh, just Quack Quack looked like such a fluid team. They may have tripped up just at the beginning, playing a more aggressive offense, leaving their back half open, but they quickly fixed that in the subsequent games, and Quack Quack are now back in form, the form that we were really expecting them to be in off the rip.
Look, there's not a better way to say it than they are quacked. It's a dumb way to say it, but it is so accurate, and unfortunately, it really is what it is. This team has proven themselves to not only be capable of taking wins like that, but the fashion in which they did it, I think, is probably the most impressive part. Again, it's not just the fact that they were out shooting their opponents, but they were out shooting their opponents while still having generational types of efficiency. Again, the highest efficiency we saw from a player throughout the entire season for RLCS was 30-something%. The fact the team shot 10 shots and still went 50% from the field, this Quack Quack team is unmatched right now. This is really something special out of them through this first match.
Very special. And we still have three more matches to go. So everyone stay tuned, stay in your seats, or maybe get up and grab a snack. But please return after this break. We got more Rocket League.
grapes in hand, looking up. Endless wine fills our cup. Draped in fine, couldn't go.
Game 1 of EU is all set and done here for the Stars Tasters Showdown presented by Ally. And what a banger of a game it was. We had high expectations of Quack Quack heading into today, but seeing Pink Lemonade roar out in game number 1, Violet in particular, 3 for 3 on shots and goals. Pink Lemonade certainly didn't go down without a fight from the very start, and we're very impressed with the performance that they had today. Lemon, is this really what you wanted to see from a Pink Lemonade team, knowing that this was going to be a tough match?
Hey, they took a game which, they looked very practiced at the beginning. I think they were able to really exploit a defense that didn't exist for Quack Quack. Bass, what do you think?
I thought they were fantastic. I think it was in a really efficient play out of Quack Quack in particular. I think that this Pink Lemonade team does have the capabilities of being able to take down some other teams in their group. Like we said, the unfortunate truth is that they're in a stacked group. There's no easy path to victory here. And for Quack Quack, as much as they didn't make it look easy, I really want to give credit to the players for doing exactly that. Again, every odd angle they needed to hit, they hit. Every passing play that needed to connect, they connected on. It was incredibly impressive how Quack Quack were hyper efficient while also being extremely flashy. It's something very few teams can have both happening at the same time.
I was starting to think you guys turned into ducks with how much you were saying Quack Quack throughout the
really
back
hard
half of
not
that
to.
series. But hey, it's a really fun name to say repeatedly, and I think that's what the goal was, right? When we look at a team that is Reyna, Steven, and Alems, you're expecting big things to happen. They went for a lot of these massive solo plays. They were really speeding up the pace of the game till eventually a point that Pink Lemonade really couldn't keep up. It felt like that they were playing on a back foot. There were some great saves from Nines and Violet in particular throughout all of that. But Quack Quack was getting nearly double the touches. I double-checked that stat at the end. Throughout games 3 and 4, we saw how impressively that game started to shift in Quack Quack's favor. We were trying to look and see if Quack Quack, especially with Reyna being a newer addition to this roster, seems to be kind of adjusting to that. It seemed to be a little bit of period of kind of getting into the swing of things game 1, but the comeback as we moved throughout that rest of that series looked better and better. Like, is this the Quack Quack that we're expecting to go 2-0 once they look at their next match against Puyo Puyo, which will be coming up momentarily?
Let me you take this one. I don't know if I'm predicting 2-0 immediately.
I don't know. I think everyone is showing up, and game 1 is where I'm gonna look at how sweepy things are gonna look.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's all what we expect from Quack Quack. We expect to see the best of the best, but when you have new players being subbed in, we mentioned that for EU specifically, there is a throne that is open at the top, and it is really anybody's game, and we'll have to really get to see later on as to how that actually turns out. And I think that Pink Lemonade in particular, we very well could see them firing back as they go on, especially if they give us more looks like game 1. What are some of the things, Bass, that you'd like to see them continue to work on as they move through the rest of groups?
Again, just efficiency is going to be the name of the game here today. I think we've talked about this a lot, but
feels like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One unique, one special night. No matter where you're from, all around the world, it's one unique, one special vibe.
Stars Chaser Showdown, presented by Ally, has just gotten started here in our group stage. We got our first match out of the way, Quack Quack, with a 3-1 victory over Pink Lemonade, one step closer to moving on to that playoff bracket. But we still have a whole another group of competition that we have to worry about. We spent some time over in Group B. We're going to head over, switch things up. Group A is now where it's going to be at. But before we look at more in the individual matchup, I think let's look at the overall group schedule, get some standings, an idea of what teams will need to do to place within that top 2 of the season. So we're going to go ahead and look at that in a bit. So we'll have ideas of where that is. We don't have those scores up for you immediately. Some of these games are still going on, but as a general idea of what to look out for, Quack Quack, or one step closer. You win one more game, you're pretty much guaranteed to move on in Group A. But it's Group B, where we'll now be turning our sights to, seemingly diving, take on Poyo. Poyo, 2 teams we didn't spend too much time talking about in this first start of the pre-show, Bass. What can we expect from them?
Realistically, at least in my opinion here, this is the matchup that is going to be crucial for what team makes it out. These are both 2 teams that have made it into playoffs before, both 2 teams that have incredibly capable players upon them. It's a bit unfortunate, like we mentioned before, that they are in a group like this where it is just do or die for every single matchup that they are having to phase through, whether it be the BS Plus competition matchup or the one here. Poyo is being thrown through the blender, and for a team that I think is capable of making it into playoffs, they need this win here. For both these teams, this is a do or die win. They cannot afford to lose in this matchup.
No, not at all. Especially with only being in a group of 3. You lose 2, you're definitely done, and you gotta hope that you can beat at least one of their opponents. And with how highly we've been talking about BS Plus competition throughout the day today, whether Seemingly Diving or Puyo Puyo comes out on top, likely will be able to move on. So an ever important match for both of these teams heading ahead. We look more at Puyo Puyo's roster. We have both Pads and Sniper returning to the same team after playing in Showdown 1 and formally together on Guild Academy. Lemon, how much is this synergy going to play forwards with them as they implement Judy onto their roster too?
And this is going to be a good match because this is also a rematch of the semifinal from the last Showdown, which Puyo Puyo seemed to continuously be cursed with these top 4s. And I'm looking towards that Pad Sniper duo to really excel on the front side of things. Because Sniper, she's going up against her former teammate of Joda on the other side. And I think this is going to be a closer matchup than the last time because I'm talking about that rematch of the semifinals. Seemingly Diving were called DRS at the time, and it was a 4-0 in favor of Seemingly Diving in that semifinal. So I think Puyo Puyo sticking together, you're only going to get better when you spend more time together playing.
And it's all that time and synergy that has really been paying off. And we've seen that from our very first match today. Let's see that plays through the second because Seemingly Diving are packing in terms of the talent that they've got stored up. Crimson, Ravana, and Joda, all 3 players that were well familiar within this scene, Bass.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of these players, like we said, have accolades amongst them. They've all played for official teams before under orgs and under different names. These are all players that, again, are capable of winning this entire competition. It's what makes it so difficult here that this Group B is as stacked as it is, considering that you only get 2 teams that are going to make it out here. For all 3 of these players, though, I think they are well aware this is still not only a competition that they can win, or at least this matchup is, but it is one that they need to win. Like I've reiterated a couple of times here, for Crimson, Ravita, and Joda, not making it a playoffs would be seen as, in my opinion, probably a failure for the team. This team has high expectations for themselves. They believe they should make it out of this group. They need to win this matchup. I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, but I will continue to. This is crucial for them in their chances of making it to tomorrow.
Yeah, Simply Diving are a team that we want to see in Sunday, that they expect to make it into Sunday. And this match against Puyo Puyo will determine whether or not they can make it to that point. And with all the hard work that has been pumped in throughout these last couple of weeks in preparation for this event, it's time to see whether that shall pay off or not. Crimson, Ravenna, and Joda ready to head it off for game number 2. Lemon and Bass, take it away.
We get into the game, Puyo Puyo. You know, we keep dealing with Quack Quack, Puyo Puyo, and like all these funny names. We'll see if Seemingly Diving. I kind of vibe with Seemingly Driving because that seems more accurate, but we'll see what diving means.
I don't really exactly know if it just means that they're diving for literally everything. I think it's going to be a rather tumultuous match. It's going to be extremely chaotic and very fast-paced. I don't know if we're going to get that. I wouldn't be surprised with Puyo Puyo on the other side, but for right now, I'm just hoping that we get a good back and forth. Again, series number 1 kind of teased us a little bit. We saw game 1 and went, okay, this should be a back and forth, and then the next 3 games were just domination. Puyo Puyo and Seemingly Diving, I think, are about as evenly matched on paper as possible. I expect both of these teams to not only play well in this competition, but to really trade wins back and forth.
Oh, jeez. Just already a solid carry off the rip for Seemingly Diving. And a lot of former teammates, a lot of Star Chaser Showdown finalists. These are 2 teams who are very much used to being in a playoff scenario. And now they find themselves clashing in their first match on day 1 of our group stage. Seemingly Diving, really utilizing that backboard, but not getting the bounce that they're looking for. Puyo Puyo sticking into the net, waiting for their moment to clear.
So far, it's looking very similar to the first series we had, where it's all going to be about this midfield play. Both teams, shockingly, according to their names, diving at these balls, trying to look for 50-50 after 50-50. Judy getting a little bit of open airspace to work with. Maybe she can set something up for her teammates or for herself. Bit surprised at what we witnessed there, as, my goodness, the retreat for Seemingly Diving all falling apart.
Finally, Puyo Puyo break out, and it's just an unfortunate touch from Crimson, thinking she had the speed to just beat her opponents as she was guiding this away from the net, but the perfect time to strike for Puyo Puyo. Getting the dunk in front of the net like that, we'll see what friends can do on Seemingly Diving side to respond. They've been able to use that backboard and bounces off the back wall pretty well as Joda fires a shot on target.
I gotta feel bad for the defense here. I don't think they were expecting this much power, but the redirect is gonna absolutely send this on target every time. Judy, maybe not your own goal, but it's a nice goal regardless, and it's a great way to tie us up here. Like we asked for, we want these two teams to just continue trading blows back and forth. We'd love to see a close competition. So far, we're getting exactly that. Through the first minute, we've got a goal apiece. Judy trying to change that up, though, getting an offense started here for Puyo Puyo.
So far, so good. Sniper with a setup that she's even almost able to get a second touch on, and seemingly diving. Gotta be on top of this and not let as much time go by. Good demo as Puyo Puyo wanted to ramp up a bit. Now it's a turn for seemingly diving to kind of put the pressure on with low on boosts and these beats. It's not happening. Sniper and pads now unite with Judy getting involved, and it's a bouncer that finds the corner.
This is so clever out of Judy, and it's definitely intentional. You can see from the way she shoots this. Multiple players in net. Throw it down, put it on the ground, slow the ball down just a little bit, let them jump before the ball gets in, and that's why you see Joda just backflipping inside the net. Perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Gotta say, Judy continuing to show that this is the right move for Puyo Puyo. She was great in the last competition. She's doing the same thing already now.
Oh, Pathan get a good first touch, and Judy's in the net as Crimson lurks for her chance. Ravina not having enough boost to collide into pads to contest and maybe smuggle away the clear, but for now, seemingly diving forced on defense after losing control of the midfield. Now Judy hunts. Pads didn't get a bounce off the back wall, so she tries to pitch it out to Sniper, but seemingly diving had the beat.
Yoda trying to take this off the backboard a little bit more carefully. It feels like the defense starting to slow down a little bit, and I don't think that's worse for wear. I think that's very intentional as this team's recognizing they're diving in places they don't need to. Speaking of which, though, I don't think that was the greatest of touches out of Joda as she cut off one of her teammates, meaning the rotation now needs to restart from midfield. With low boost on most of the players, this is a pretty easy defense here for Puyo Puyo. We talked about it. Nerves are going to be a high here today, Lemon, and unfortunately for the seemingly diving team, it has been a factor in this first game. A lot of weird double commits, a lot of weird commitments in places I wouldn't normally expect from a team of this caliber.
It's 2-1 for Puyo Puyo. Make it 3. He's just Sniper on duty. And you talk about how important this match was. Puyo Puyo facing the team that knocked him out of playoffs in the last Star Chasers Showdown. So for them to come out swinging in this game 1 is everything.
This is a very good start for them, and unfortunately, that leads us to have to talk about the other side of the coin here, which is not the best start for seemingly diving. Again, this is a team with former champions. This is a team that, in my opinion, has the caliber of play to be able to win this entire competition. But through this first game, their defense has not been the caliber necessary. They have more shots than their opponents with not as many goals on target, and in comparison to a Puyo Puyo who, yeah, it's only one shot difference between the two of them, but they're shooting 3 for 5. The team is shooting hyper efficiently, and every time they do move into offense, this is what the defense looked like. Another bump in between Ravina and Joda. The crossed wires here right now might be the downfall of this seemingly diving team. They need to correct this immediately.
I think accuracy is an issue too for seemingly diving to the side. Like, these shots are too high. They're even, and the setups are there. The passes are being accomplished in the box. Even get second touches if you want for seemingly diving, but it has to be clean cut. I don't think a team like Puyo Puyo are gonna give you too many rebounds or gonna give you too many chances to strike at them again as Crimson shot right at pad, saved. Ravina slows down the play. Last minute for seemingly diving to find 2 goals, and it's very possible, but it has to be executed perfectly.
They're trying their best. The passing plays through center are not a bad idea, but that does waste 2 tanks of boost there, and I don't know if they can afford that considering, again, how comfortable they have left Puyo Puyo on defense. It's one thing if you're getting these setup plays and it's forcing boost and it's forcing dives out of your opponent, but in comparison to a Puyo Puyo that just kind of feel like they're sitting back and waiting for their moment, the pressure's just not there, and the coordination is Judy. Great takeaway from their teammate, but not a double commit, meaning more offense can flourish. Pads through the corner, looking for an extra touch, will not find it, but Sniper there on the backup wins the 50, and oh boy, this is awkward for Joda, and another double commit. Look, if there's one thing that we're going to take away here from Game 1 is that seemingly Diving need to work on their rotations. Far too many opportunities that are being given, and then they seem to get stifled out by a single double commit. This, a great play, but unfortunately the shot just isn't there, and Poyo Poyo will take game number 1.
And after a sweep in the semifinal, favoring seemingly Diving under a different team name, they find themselves behind in the shadow of Poyo Poyo with a fire-hot start for sure. I mean, Poyo Poyo were able to be resilient on defense off of the first kickoff and then fought back in the biggest of ways. And I don't even think seemingly Diving have a lot of offensive opportunities, but not the execution that we're expecting them to have at this level. But this happened even in our last series where the quote favorite team drops game 1 looking a bit sluggish, and then they immediately know what to change in game 2.
The only thing I will say, though, is that we talked about the goals that we saw in the first series of the day and the ways that we did see the comeback there of the underdogs in that one. It was a little different. It was mostly counterattack goals. It was things that we could, very clearly say, hey, you need to clean this up. And if you do, the game changes. For seemingly Diving, it is not that big of a change. It needs to be some rotational changes, but I think the big concern I have is that they're both struggling with rotational changes and a Poyo who are playing pretty dang good right now. Poyo are not only doing well, but I think it's all 3 players, and that's what makes it the most impressive to me, is that every player on the team is playing well. We're seeing good shots, we're seeing good rotations, we're seeing good defense. I need to see something else out of seemingly Diving before I say this is just one of those things where it's a quick fix and boom, they're right back on top. Like we said, this is a pretty even matchup. So for either one of these teams to come in even remotely off their game, that could make a world of a difference in a series like this.
And it's how you maintain this momentum if you're Poyo Poyo. Let's jump into game 2 and see how seemingly Diving will respond. And again, it's just been about cleaning things up a bit for them. I don't think it's like a disaster. You gotta scrap the whole thing and go back to square one. It's the seemingly Diving just needing to find that form that we know them so well at. As Sniper with the tip towards the net, Jonah forced to put a hand up, and Judy may just keep the play going with a pass to Pads. Oh, with an almost open net.
Okay, that was a little bit unexpected. Not too unexpected to see what we're seeing here already, though. Poyo Poyo in domination on offense right now. Just keeping the pressure up and really not giving a quick chance for escape out of seemingly Diving. It's part of the reasons that we said it's been so difficult for them to find any connecting plays is this midfield that, oh my goodness, is not only suppressive, but sending to the scrap heap as well. That's 2 demos downfield. Pads, I get it. You want a demo. You don't need to this much.
Trying to cause a hemorrhage over there, but Crimson using all her boosts to try and get this a high touch to Joda, who knows she was about to get beat, so she works with Ravina to get the demo done, but now the press is still coming from Poyo Poyo despite getting these demos happen to them, so now Crimson can't even take the ball high. Sniper trying to lock down this defense. At least seemingly Diving have control of their own boost, so eventually they'll just muscle their way out.
I mean, they're definitely playing better here in this second game. I don't want to take anything away from really anybody on either side of these teams here, but it definitely feels like Game 1 was a little bit sloppy. Game 2 starting to get a little bit cleaner between the two sides. That's why we're not seeing any easy goals go in quite yet. But the offense still definitely being controlled by Poyo Poyo. Goes to show you the only 2 saves of the entire game so far are only saves for seemingly Diving, forced out, and Joda will make them. But still, feels like there needs to be some more offense here. They need to start actually getting registered shots. Even that approach at an offense will not count. Oh. This will be the first one registered. Will it be a goal? Actually, it's neither. It's not only not registered as a shot, it's also not a goal.
It was looking good, though, because, man, seemingly Diving with these 50s, they are really causing stress on Poyo Poyo's have to make these touches off to the side, and any mistake can have this ball bleed through the net. So we'll see with seemingly Diving. Oh, that's a dangerous miss. Thank goodness Ravina is there, and look, Joda catches and follows through. Sniper's been so good in the midfield, though, to not let them get away with it.
It's a lot of these demos, too. I gotta commend everybody on Poyo Poyo for constantly getting these demos that seemingly disrupt what would have been either a counterattack or a pretty fluid offense on the either end, or really even a defense. A lot of the reason they're getting this offense is due to disruption on defense. A single demo forces them awkward, and speaking of awkward, really awkward touch off the backboard. Luckily enough, Joda still going to make the touch, and so will Pads on the counterattack. Does feel like Seemingly Diving, a lot of their defensive issues we talked about in Game 1 are being corrected here in Game 2. Let's see if the defense is going to be as equal on the other end.
And Seemingly Diving are starting to steal boosts from Poyo Poyo. Look how Pads just has only Pads to work with. She's still going to make magic happen off the ceiling, just making it difficult for Seemingly Diving to really possess the ball, and somehow we're still at a 0-0 game. 90 seconds though, it's do or die. It was up to that midfield. Now an offense bruise for Poyo Poyo, with them playing for dunks, playing for 50s, and seeing if they can punish a rotational issue from Seemingly Diving's side. It's all up to who can get this next goal, I think.
Whoa, Crimson wants it. My goodness, girl. All right. Second touch out of nowhere catches everybody off guard in this lobby except for Judy. We've mentioned her name a couple of times here, but I will continue to, as she has been such an influence on this Poyo Poyo side, whether through the physicality, the offense she's generating, or the defensive masterclass, the multiple last-second saves she has been able to find. But that's not going to be enough if you can't find a goal on the other end, and if you can't find yourself staying alive long enough in this lobby. A demo gives space now to Ravina the other way, and as this comes off the backboard, gonna say maybe we'll find a follow-up. A Crimson, no boost in the tank, and unfortunately we thought that those those boost managing woes were over. Apparently not.
Oh, Sniper going to steal boost. Judy gets a second touch to almost get the pass going. Now Pads in the box forces Crimson to make the save. Joda reads in that open area. She guides it through the right lane and goes to steal boost. This is gonna maybe be more of an economy game than we thought. But last 13 seconds, it's whose defense is gonna make the biggest mistake. And here comes Sniper. Not enough time on the ball. Goes flying at it. And Sniper collides with Crimson. And Seemingly Diving collect themselves, but the ball is still up. It could be OT. And I think they're going to let this go. No, Judy goes for another shot, and at some point, someone needs to land this ball on the ground.
I don't think it's going to be Poyo Poyo. Yeah, Seemingly Diving, backs against the wall. We're happy to let that one touch the ground. But instead, we had to do an overtime here. Seemingly Diving, they've corrected a lot of their mistakes, but I still am a bit scared. We saw a couple of double commits there at the end that could have led to the end of this game entirely. If they have one bad defensive error here to end this overtime, it'll mean a 2-0 start for Poyo Poyo and a reverse sweep for our orange team if they want to survive. This is a big overtime here for Seemingly Diving. They need to play as carefully as they can.
Oh, Crimson with the fake to the side. Oh my god, with the reset, that would have been the goal of the tournament, and it's only our second match, but I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, especially out of someone like Sniper who plays downfield. And how can she handle this pressure? Needs to make an important touch. She does so to the side. Crimson with the ball up high gets Judy's attention on the back wall, plays it beautifully to the side. Ravina's turn for Joda with the double in net. It's still not enough to end OT for Seemingly Diving.
You talked about the accuracy issues before, and if there was ever a good point of that, it's right there and then. That needed to go in. The best setup we have seen so far for Seemingly Diving, and in an overtime where those opportunities are going to come far and few between, you need to be careful. Speaking of which, Ravina heads up play to get back. Their team is not going to be without a defense, but they will have to play some more of it through the corner. Joda trying to find some space to work with, and kind of does. The pinch not going to be enough power, and that's a double commit, meaning Judy's got space. Can she find a teammate? Not exactly. She was expecting a touch off the backboard, but without one from Crimson, the two players lurking midfield will find no touch.
Oh, but great midfield play from Pads to slow down the counterattack from Seemingly Diving. We enter almost 2 minutes into OT. Seemingly Diving down a player. They don't care. They are ready to scrap through it, but now we're out of boost. This is time on the ball for Poyo Poyo. Ravina back in the picture. Just a few 50s to make this transition difficult, but Ravina has been sturdy and a pillar in that net. That has never been open on Seemingly Diving's side as Ravina dodges the attack, fakes it against Pads, wants to bounce out to Joda, who drove towards the net. Now Crimson maybe has a better idea. And when will this be punctured for Seemingly Diving?
I like the ideas. I think the unfortunate truth is, though, is that it's a lot of build-up to these plays, and the payoff's just not there. And that's not necessarily just their fault. I do think Puyo Puyo are doing a good job putting a hand up in the most crucial places, and demos like this have made it difficult for any play at all to string together on either side. So, again, not bad play here from Seemingly Diving, but again, a lot of build-up without any payoff. Finally, it does. Clever fake in front of the net, and Joda will finish the job.
And Pads was hanging off the crossbar. Joda right between the two, sandwiched in with love. We got Seemingly Diving winning game 1 in a few-minute overtime. That took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get that done.
I mean, it took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. It did not take a lot of goals, though. The singular goal between the two teams is going to be the separating factor here, and I'm not going to lie, a little bit surprised after a game 1 where it wasn't exactly high scoring. I expected the goals to be less of a rare commodity. All of a sudden, we get into this game, and it's starting to look like that. The team's definitely cleaned up the defense on both sides of the pitch here, as we've got 9 saves to 8. So, very clear, after game 1 where we talked about it, those double commits and the lack of boost being a problem for defenses, not a problem here. You even mentioned it. Seemingly Diving went from a passive team that was just trying to hold on to pads to let's dive into the other half and steal hundreds.
There's a lot of boosts coming out of Puyo Puyo's side to constantly reset Seemingly Diving, and every single player on Seemingly Diving experienced these demos. All of the players had more touches by a significant amount than Puyo Puyo, so there was a lot of ball control, a lot of just production from the Seemingly Diving side. When I say production in quotations, because we still had to go to a 2-minute overtime before seeing our first goal, so it's about quality opportunities, not always quantity, and of course, accuracy.
Accuracy is going to be pretty important here, and I think for a number of different things. It's going to be the timing on your challenges out of midfield. It's going to be the demos that you make. It's going to be the rotations back. Again, Rocket League is a game of not even inches, if not millimeters at a certain point. This game is so quick, so lightning quick, and with only a 5-minute period in every game, you make one bad mistake, it's going to cost you, and that's why we're so complimentary of the changes here for Seemingly Diving. A game 1 which looked a little bit, I'm not going to say shambolic, but definitely did not look as precise as this. Ravina, the first air dribble of the match, and she perfectly 50s it to set up a teammate.
Oh, yeah, I almost wanted the double, but at least seeing the backboard defender knew how to just waterfall it down to a teammate, and the level of trust, again, really shines for Seemingly Diving. It's the same situation as our last series. The quote favorite team, at least based on how the matchup went in the last semi-final of the Star Chasers Showdown. Seemingly Diving just needed to find their stride after game 1 and found it. And I mean, the fire was brought already off of kickoff from someone like Ravina, who's been an absolute star in the women's Rocket League scene. We'll see if Seemingly Diving can hold on to this lead, because you sure shook up Puyo.
I don't think it's going to be as easy as just holding on to this lead, if I'm being quite frank. I feel like this is going to be a Puyo Puyo that are going to start to up their offensive output and are probably going to start forcing them to score multiple goals if they want a win. Speaking of which, never mind, they will not need any. My goodness, Joda, I don't know where they came from, but perfect pathing back will give their team at least a moment of reprieve, but just a moment at that. Minute into this one, and it's even more offense. Puyo Puyo looking for the equalizer.
Yeah, Joda finds these really rare but great moments to go for these 50s on the defense, and you need a bit more energy on Puyo Puyo's side, not just 3 people sitting in the net, because that's how Seemingly Diving are going to put on more and more shots. But looking towards Joda, didn't have enough boost to get the second touch. Leah left it to Ravina, who knew that she was getting beat by Puyo Puyo, so goes for the safer play. Now Puyo Puyo fight for possession. The midfield hasn't been clear and easy for them, though.
Midfield hasn't really been easy for either one of these teams. It's really been the work in the final third that has made the difference here. Again, that air dribble was the only uncontested touch we've really seen the first 2 minutes of play. Ravina trying to maybe give somebody else an air dribble there. Probably not the touch they were intending. However, the bump afterwards definitely was. Pads not even given an option of a shot there due to just being Goomba stomped. Maybe Sniper will give their team a second chance. Not exactly, but Judy at least able to muscle through the 50 and not give a quick counterattack. Puyo Puyo being stifled in their offensive generation, though. The one time they do get a chance, and that's what happens.
Man, oh, and it comes right back. Are you serious? Ravina is at it again. I thought for sure Puyo Puyo, they set the house, knowing that Seemingly Diving were scrambling, but you gave seemingly diving a few too many seconds on the ball to shoot it right past everybody. Oh my god.
I got a feel, unfortunately, for Judy there. That double touch should have been on target, and unfortunately, she knows the exact same thing. Her team's now going to have to try to fight from a 2-0 deficit, maybe one they can erase pretty quickly had that goal gone in. Instead, though, Crimson, time, space, and a decent amount of boost, but that ball gets away from her, meaning this one's going to have to be 50'd into a passing play. It will not, and Joda actually a bit caught off guard. They'll at least make the 50 out of midfield, but again, it's been such a tumultuous midfield with both teams having to win 50s in order to prevent goals, because look what happens as soon as a team gets an offense, it's immediate shots on target.
And seemingly diving have never had an open net this game. It's not been easy for Poyo Poyo to have the same surprising 180 turnaround as Sniper playing with the reset, trying to fake the defense. But it's difficult to go past a player like Ravina, who has been incredible offensively, defensively. She's everywhere all at once and at the spots you need her to be. How about now? And this almost came out to Crimson. Great heads-up play from Pads to make this difficult to read.
Good pinch out, but unfortunately I think it's going to be a bit too far away from Ravina to work with, and indeed it will be. Not necessarily due to her pathing, but Judy just knocking her off the ball entirely. It's not going to knock them out of the half, though, as with 90 seconds to go, it's even more offense here from seemingly diving, who unrelenting doesn't even begin to describe what we are witnessing right now. It's not just the fact that they are getting this amount of offense, but it really feels like they are holding on to the pressure when they do so. A total of only, I believe, 5 shots throughout this game. So it's not as if they're just putting shot after shot after shot on target. They're just not giving Poyo Poyo chances to string any plays of their own together. Speaking of which, they finally find one! Clever plays! My goodness, Sniper, a lot of work to be done, but this is so well done out of Pads on the bump.
And the red dot was at the back of the net. Sniper on duty. First, they started stealing boosts from seemingly diving, having them just panic and not know what to do. And on low boost, there's only so much you can do against the powerhouse of Sniper. Now, Poyo Poyo are within one. And seemingly diving may just have to abandon the ball to keep control of their own boost in these moments and stay organized when things get hectic, as Pads with a shot that Ravina is forced to put a hand up for, and Pads looks for bumps, giving time for Judy and Sniper to get passes going.
Oh, it's unfortunate. I think that Judy was expecting a heavier touch down to her, and instead, when it becomes a little bit of a floater, all she can really do is try to capture and then go for a shot afterwards. Not being able to find that, one of the best opportunities we've seen so far here for our blue half has gone to the wayside. Here's another great opportunity. My goodness. Pads trying to set up her teammates. I feel for Pads right now. I feel like she has been playing as very much the definitive second or third woman for the team, meaning she is behind these plays trying to set them up. But here's what happens when setups happen on the other end. Pads wishing she could get a passing play like this.
And then Crimson just tucks that one to bed, and most likely also this game 3 put to bed with 21 seconds left. That'll put seemingly diving on match point unless Poyo Poyo can do something off of kickoff, but they're already having their backs against the wall and maybe just thinking about the next games. But this is some next level chemistry from seemingly diving, taking now back-to-back games and in quicker fashion with 2 starting goals from Ravina. Seemingly diving will seemingly not go down without a fight.
Unfortunately, it kind of feels similar to, like you said in the first series, Poyo Poyo, you might have missed your window. Game 1, you found an awkward team, and after the awkwardness ended, you didn't really find ways to make them awkward again. Sometimes you need to force those plays, and it feels like Poyo Poyo, that demo amount that they had through the first couple of games was so efficient. Even in the second game, despite them losing it in overtime, it still was doing a good job at facilitating offenses and creating them entirely. We're not seeing that, and I need to see that out of a Poyo Poyo who, like we said, nerves are at a high today. If you all of a sudden start succumbing to those nerves and play a little more passively, a little more turtled up, it's going to be the end of your team. And for a team like this that I know has the capabilities, I need to see them play just a bit more bold. I think that the passing plays at the end of the game were a good idea, but they were also an idea that came a bit too late. I think you and I can both agree that had they gone for stuff like that through the first half, we'd be seeing maybe an overtime right now. But the fact that they did it with like a minute to go, you're just risking too much with way too much on the line.
And I think there's a lot happening off the ball as well of It's seeming like Poyo was able to steal a lot of boost, but it still didn't lead that. Maybe it just brought down the pace of play to a level they're comfortable with, and then seemingly Diving started to take boost. So you got to really pay attention to these third women and what they're able to do when they're out of the play to maybe draw out a certain rotation and then go for an offense after that. So still a very close series until the last couple of 10 seconds come in. Let's go into the next game to decide, are we going to Champions Field or not?
All eyes on Poyo right now. Like we said, this was a series we expected to be close. We didn't really know who was going to come out on top, but we did know one thing for certain. Winning this series, the odds of you making it to playoffs goes up exponentially. So for either one of these teams with BS Plus competition in their group, they recognize they need to win this one because good luck beating BS Plus competition. I mean, it's possible, but good luck to you. I think you might want to take this one instead. And my goodness, if seemingly Diving don't agree.
Ravina is out for blood. She's at it again, folks. First, Crimson brings it down against Judy. Just such a great adjustment from Crimson to feed the ball right to Ravina. And then they're pretty much right at the goal line. You just got to try forward, it seems, at that point. Seemingly Diving. They knew when to put on the press. But can Poyo not leave this net open again?
Right now, it's just kind of feeling like we said before, they're still a little bit too hesitant. Good example being there, Judy took so long to set up off the sidewall that even the initial challenge wasn't actually what beat her, rather the player on the ground. They need to be more advantageous. They need to be quicker to the ball. They need to believe in themselves and their abilities because, as corny as it sounds, that's honestly the biggest difference maker right now. It feels like this team lost their confidence after a Game 3 that did not go their way, and oh boy, you can see the results of it. Judy and Sniper both in the same corner. Neither one of them really sure who's going for the ball, and as a result, neither do, and it's more offense here for seemingly Diving.
Ravina with a touch off to the side, trying to deny Judy's attempt at the clears. Joda with the juggle off the corner. Crimson shoving Judy away. Judy's playing downfield, though. Missed the corner boost grab. And maybe Pads went for a dunk play there, but seemingly Diving, transitioning so fluidly. Now Crimson with the full tank can go up high for this, and this could drop down. Ravina adjusts. They're trying to draw out the defenders and seemingly Diving. This is a lot of traffic they got to work through.
And it looks like they've been able to navigate it for at least a moment. Can they turn it into a goal? Oh, actually, the worst outcome possible instead. That is kind of the concern right now, and this is where we talk about nerves getting to them. They see their one opportunity, the entire team dives into offense.
I think Poyo just are looking to be more accessible, to have more offensive options. So then everyone tries to play downfield, and that opens up just that lapse in judgment of who's in the back of the net, or who's at least on your offensive third or defensive third. And now seemingly Diving have more of a lead, plenty of time. With Poyo not playing as close as seemingly Diving are, so it's been tough to fight back for possession of the ball, and Joda almost had a chance there too.
I mean, you can really see how much they're doing exactly what you said. They're desperate to get into offense and trying to have options downfield. Pads has spent a majority of this game in front of her two teammates, and I think it's intentional. They're trying to find her as an outlet, but like you mentioned before, you can only do that if you know you have a defense that can still back you up. And with the two players then diving into offense and that player already being downfield, it's not exactly working. And through the first half of this game, nothing's really worked out here for Poyo, but they do have time, and hopefully an offense they can now hold on to. Judy, great touch. Can you find another and keep this going?
I'd love to see Judy on the front lines more, as she's been very dependable on the defense when she is there, and now Paz is involved, and seemingly Diving are going for back-to-back 50s. Poyo may just have to bring the ball high and see if they can have a moment to dribble this across, but it's just these light touches from Poyo and the ball gets away from them, and holding on to possession for Poyo and winning 50s while crossing past the post has been so difficult for Poyo.
They get a chance here, though. Judy finally going to get the offensive opportunity she was looking for, and she'll get it for like a quarter of a second, and it's immediately gone. And again, it's that hesitancy, unfortunately. I don't even know if I can call it hesitancy. It's just the pace of play is in favor of seemingly Diving. They're diving after everything, as their namesake would believe you to believe, and unfortunately, I don't really know if Puyo Puyo have recognized that yet. They still feel like they're trying to take time in pockets they cannot afford to take time. I appreciate that at a sniper with a quick flick because the speed and the efficiency there is what gives them this offense. But once again, the question like we've had many times throughout this series is, can they hold on to it? Judy, if you get a good touch here, seemingly so, but unfortunately, that passes out to nobody. Ravina back into offense.
It's difficult because Puyo Puyo seemed like a team comfortable to play at a slower pace of play, more methodical, as Judy bounced out the sniper who couldn't keep up with it. And now as soon as the pace changes, Puyo Puyo are all out of sorts. Now Joda, I guess, female Joyo out there trying to go for a setup play, doesn't work out.
Not exactly, but unfortunately, this game doesn't need to work out any further for them. They've got the 2-0 lead, and with only 30 seconds to go, it's going to take something miraculous for Puyo Puyo to turn this around, and with the lack there of offensive generation in this game, I don't know if it's possible. We say that a lot, and I know some people at home are probably like, well, they've been trying to get offense. It's not been too bad. It's without a shot. This is going to be a shotless game for Puyo Puyo, barring a miracle here at the end. Seemingly diving, they took 6 shots. They scored 3 goals. In comparison to the 0 shots allowed from Puyo Puyo, I think we can answer the question. Seemingly diving, they had 1 off game. They corrected every mistake.
Yeah, seemingly diving got more and more confident and were able to just play faster. And these are players that have tremendous amounts of experience when it comes to Rocket League, when it comes to the women's scene, even Crimson being on these star-studded rosters, one of the most mechy players. And hey, shout out to Crimson getting the last goal in to give seemingly diving the series win and also a group advantage. We'll have a couple more wins before deciding who goes to the playoffs, where Puyo Puyo expecting to meet them there, but we'll see what Puyo Puyo will have to do that.
Unfortunately for Puyo Puyo, this really is the worst case scenario. This was probably everything they were hoping against here. Not only did they lose to seemingly diving, but they really weren't able to gain any momentum from this, any confidence as a team. And on top of not being able to gain confidence as a team for this one, they also don't push it to 5, meaning the differential -2 for them. So their next matchup is going to be extremely crucial. They need to play well against BS Plus competition. Heck, they basically need to beat them now at this point. So Lemon, probably not the start that Puyo Puyo was hoping for here, but for seemingly diving, a brand new team that is just trying to get their bearings about them, yeah, this is about as good as it could.
Yeah, and this was at least Puyo Puyo took a game, which not even trying to BM, this was something they couldn't do in the last matchup, in the last Star Chaser Showdown in that semifinal. It was a sweep in favor of DRS, aka seemingly diving, and I think there's potential for growth when you stick together. What the Puyo Puyo keeping their roster together means there's always more time and more room to grow, and as long as those pieces stay together, the problems are easily solved, I think.
I do agree with you on this one. It's just unfortunate that we're at where we're at. Again, this is the third and last scheduled Star Chaser Showdown that we have for the year at the current moment, which means that for a lot of these teams, these experiments that they've been going through throughout the year, trying to build these rosters, this is kind of where the payoff has to be. And if you haven't quite been able to find yourselves with that perfect cohesion yet, you don't necessarily have the room to breathe. You don't have the room for error, if you will. So this is a rough one for Puyo Puyo, but I do agree with you. This was not a bad match for them by any stretch of the imagination, and it was definitely not one of those things where you look at this and go, did the work pay off? I think this is a good matchup for them. It's just unfortunate that, like you said, they faced themselves up against a seemingly diving team that good play from them. Good play from them might almost be an understatement.
Yeah, seemingly diving gets to start off Group B 1-0, but don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll have 2 more matches to go for Europe. We'll see you there.
Looking up, endless wine fills our cup. Draped in fine, couldn't clothes. All his hair, skin brown. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between this wall. glass rose-colored lips, 1,000 candles glowing face, music play, wind is blowing, light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between these walls.
Due mille candele accese insieme. Le labbra rosse e ciglia abbassate.
Is seeming to be a reoccurring pattern throughout our group stage today, Bass.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like we said, nerves are going to be at an all-time high for these teams. So if they have an off game, that's fine. They just got to correct it and start to get the nerves a little bit more settled. The issue is that we've only seen that for one half of the teams here today. And for seemingly diving, they settled the nerves and played phenomenally. For Puyo kind of felt like game 1, they had a strategy. Game 2, they had a similar strategy, although not as efficient because they lost. And then game 3 and 4, they threw that strategy out the window. This is a team that needs to hold confidence. They are more than capable of taking wins in series like this. But the unfortunate thing for them today is because of the group that they are in, this loss could mean the end of their playoff run. For Boyo Boyo, they need a rebound after this. This was not a bad series from them, but the end of it was definitely not something that they're proud of. Unfortunately for them, just wasn't their way, but for our Ally match MVP in Crimson, this was a pretty dang good match for her.
Oh my gosh, look at the stats from this player leading the team in both goals and shots. And hey, a 25% success rate, all things considered, through the team that was struggling with some targeting early on. Not too shabby. The offensive opportunities were there, and Crimson Lemon, as we got to see, was the main initiator of it.
Yeah, Crimson, it was just the most mechanical player, I think, on the pitch. Crimson is a veteran of the women's Rocket League team scene, or the Rocket League scene, I should say, and just, I think, going to be a huge proponent of the success, and it showed in her goals and the way, and also the moments she chose to commit. She's not someone who's always going to be flying at the ball, but rather someone you don't want to allow to have time and space on the ball. So watch out for Crimson and what she's going to be able to do this tournament.
Our first Ally match MVP that we have here on screen for us today. And while we got Ally up here, might as well give them a bit of a shout out as well for helping this tournament run. Ally is on a mission to provide more opportunities for events for women in Rocket League esports, aligning with Ally's 2022 pledge to reach a 50-50 media spend across women's and men's sports, including esports today. And we are so happy that they are able to come up and give us this wonderful event in the Star Chasers qualifiers. So having these showdowns and showcasing the incredible women's scene that Rocket League has to offer in both EU and NA. Very grateful for Ally for giving that opportunity to highlight. We still got plenty more teams to talk about, though. As you said, only 4 of them have reached the spotlight so far, and we're going to head back over to Group A for match number 3. For our third match, Pink Lemonade will be making a return. Bit of a rocky start against Quack Quack. Had a really strong punch out of the gate that kind of fizzled out from there. You're now going against We Don't Care, another very strong roster that we've seen throughout this. We're expecting them to come out on top of Group A, and it's going to be a testament to what these teams will be able to accomplish. And now that we have a better idea of the standings and what this can look like for qualifiers going forward, we Don't Care and Pink Lemonade Bass, they're both sitting at 0-2. Looks like, and see what we can see here is specifically with Group A, Quack Quack and Post-its both at 2-0. Post-its, another team that we didn't highlight too much when it came to earlier groups discussion, Lemon, specifically because we weren't entirely sure if they'd be able to make it out of the bracket today, but grabbing 2 wins so far is a great look for this team.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup. I mean, Pink Lemonade had a solid start to the day, not with a win, but I think with a showing that has shown improvement since the last time we saw them. This is Nines, Violet, and Jade, and they're going up against We Don't Care, who Yas and Paige are on the original We Don't Care roster, who got top 4 in EU last showdown. And they are joined with Shannon, aka Shans, that I think hasn't been seen since the first showdown. So I'm really excited for this next matchup between Pink Lemonade and We Don't Care.
Mm-hmm. And this would be, for Pink Lemonade specifically, I think they've only placed within 5th and 6th in the past 2 showdowns, at least for Nines and Violet. Reaching the top 4 here, Lemon, would be a new peak for this team. It's going to be very difficult, and it's more relying on one of the members of Post-its and Quack Quack to go down and hope that you have a better game differential as we look at to that ahead. And Pink Lemonade, you have experience on your side, but you're just struggling to break past this sort of middle of the pack standing where we've seen this team perform.
Yeah, I think Nines, Violet, and Jade showed really good chemistry right off the rip. I was a biggest fan of Nines on this roster in terms of being confident enough to play downfield, to look for those physical plays, and to be a really solid offensive option on the front side. I think Violet in the net has been really consistent, and she's able to do these crazy plays on low boost or no boost. So that could be a moment of weakness, though. I don't want her to, have to pull that off all the time. This really needs to be a layered defense, and then Jade has been someone who can help them transition quite well, and she's the one with all that experience. But let's look at We Don't Care, who has a lot of that Showdown prowess. Like I said, Yas and Paige played on the original We Don't Care from the last Showdown and got top 4, and Shannon joins them from the first EU Showdown as their new 3rd. And Shannon is quite known as well. She teamed with Arena in that Showdown, so we'll see what Shannon can do now in the 3rd Showdown.
It's not like Shannon doesn't have experience coming into this, as according to herself, 17,000 hours playing Rocket League.
Oh my god.
And that is actually insane. I'm curious to how many like days that equates to. Would that be like a year at some point? I'm not math
Sure.
is not my thing.
Yeah,
But,
me neither.
oh my gosh. That is actually crazy to have one player put up numbers like that. Put them with Yas and Paige, who have been on the same team for a little bit over a year at this point. There's a lot of familiarity and comfortability between both of these rosters today, and it really is that matchup. You have two teams that want to punch upwards. You have two teams that are looking to break past that midpoint, and now they're going to be facing off each other to find out who's actually going to have that chance today, Bass. Oh no.
Yeah, he was dropping some knowledge bombs, and we just had to cut his mic. I'm trying to keep my job, but we'll get Bass. Actually, it's really Bass's cat. So we love cats, but we also hate them sometimes. Shout out to Marvin. It looks like actually Bass is back. Can we hear you, Bass?
Yes, I think they can, which is great. So I can make my quick point here, which is what I was going to say, is that this is really a matchup for pride. I think for both of these teams, they want to end the year on a win. They want to prove themselves because, unfortunately, both of these squads, I don't know if they can technically make it out anymore. So, unfortunate scenarios for the two teams, but what it does mean is that we're going to get ourselves a very, very exciting matchup here. Lemonade is Pink Lemonade versus We Don't Care. I'm just going to take like we said, considering this isn't really for playoff implication, I'm going to say you have a slight bias here. Yes or no to the fact that there's lemon in the Lemonade name?
Yeah,
Are we getting any bias?
I am the CEO of Pink Lemonade. I just had to put my team up in the bracket, and I think we're gonna win. We're going all the way. They are 0-2 right now. But, you know, reverse sweeping their way into the group stage. And no, I'm not actually the CEO, but we'll see if they can turn things around from how the day started against We Don't Care, who are playing with a new 3rd.
Well, let's see if either one of these teams can start off this little bit of a rivalry with a good start. For both of these teams, like we said, it hasn't exactly been the way that they were hoping for, but if they can get a goal here, they can erase their past, then apparently We Don't Care would like to be the first to do so. The efficiency on offense here, an all-time high after shot, but unfortunately, not a single one will hit the back of the net. They'll retry, though. Ball up high. Yes, trying to find somebody else, but won't even find the pass at all. Instead, we'll find a couple more touches through the side field. Is this going to be enough for Paige to shoot on target? Not quite yet, but so far through the first minute, it has been all offense for We Don't Care.
So far, now a Pink Lemonade attack is brewing, and it's a pinch that comes out to the box, and a lot of traffic for We Don't Care to get through. We'll see. Now Nines can't get the follow-up touch. So now Pink Lemonade scramble to get the ball out of We Don't Care's hands. And now walking down the field, We Don't Care trying to just pass midair like that, and I think that'll look good with more time.
It's going to take a little bit here. Like we said, for both these teams, the nerves are going to be pretty high with what is unfortunately definitively their final showdown match of the year. They want to try to prove themselves. And my goodness, if Shannon is not already doing that. Great start here after the 50 from Yas.
Ooh, yes. I know when you said it, I was like, my brain still had to go there. We Don't Care striking first. I like the walk 'em down Page. What a long name. Okay, we're locked in though. It's Pink Lemonade. You can't feel defeat. I know it's been a long day of unfortunate results, and you can't let it pour down like this.
Oh boy, things going from bad to worse very quickly, and unfortunately this is sometimes the consequences of that first goal. You gain some momentum, you hold on to that momentum, you run with it, and already we're seeing that here as We Don't Care take about a minute and a half to find their first goal. Definitely not taking as long to find their second.
Oof. Oh, all up. Walk on him, Paige. To the backboard, Paige. Double him, Paige. No, to the side by Pink Lemonade. The defense there, but we don't care. Could still run down this ball. They're able to 50 it and create more swings at the net. And here's Paige again, getting past Jade, and now awkwardly at the post. Violet puts it off to the side.
Still not out of danger yet, though, and unfortunately that's been the name of the game here through the first half of this game, is that we don't care, don't really. Well, actually, I'm going to say that they're the opposite of their team. They do care, and they care about not getting pushed into defense here, because they have rarely ever lived there. It's been almost all offense for our orange side versus a Pink Lemonade, who have just now registered their first shot of the game. So, yeah, I think we can both agree on this one, unfortunately, that we don't care. Keep playing how you do. Pink Lemonade, we need to see you guys start breaking out. Plays like this are going to be crucial. Can they find a goal from it? Absolutely.
Oh, we got a series on our hands, 2-1. And Jay just, flipped wrongly at that sign. The bounce came out, and the offense connected the best of ways. Pink Lemonade on the board, and it's not over yet. Because, man, they were looking a bit shaky, a bit unconfident at the start of this game. But now in the second half, this is a whole new Lemonade.
Kind of feels like it's a similar strategy to the first time we saw this team play, though. Pink Lemonade going to go for those counterattacks versus their opponents who seem to put on the pressure and just kind of wait for an opportunity to strike. They make their opportunities here on Pink Lemonade, but the issue is they haven't made all too many. Like we said, that goal was only their second registered shot of the game. And as much as I like this counterattacking play style, you're only going to be able to counterattack if you get the opportunities in the breakaway plays. No breakaway here. Instead of even getting out of their own half, it's a back pass from We Don't Care to extend their offense. No shot found, but with 90 seconds to go, Pink Lemonade cannot afford to keep getting pushed into their own end.
Hey, Shanks needing some help, but trying to sliver through a few defenders has been difficult. Now with some boost and power ramping, it's the bouncer almost finding the corner there for Yas, and that would have been the nail in the coffin. Pink Lemonade, they gotta put their heads above water, and Violet has boost but not the ball. Nines makes another save in the net, but the ball finds its way back into the hands of We Don't Care, who shot after shot will have to wait at the midfield to see if they can turn around this play. Awkward moment for Yas, an opening for Pink Lemonade, and they need boost. Violet will head back. Nines needs to keep the play going. There's only 52 seconds left.
I like this, though. They're finally starting to get some midfield presence here, and they're keeping this offense going for more than a handful of seconds. The issue is they still have yet to find another shot. They need to get one on target, and with a demo here, that could actually get all the worse if they got scored on again. Instead, though, the pinch cross court is actually going to be huge for Pink Lemonade, as it gives them time to get back and get a defense started. A defense that only lasts a couple of seconds. Right back into offense. This is what we needed to see out of Pink Lemonade.
Violet's gonna have to collect this ball. No, weird bounce, so she'll have to go back for boost, and Jade is really just making touches that forces We Don't Care to make a decision and to head back and to buy time for Pink Lemonade to get boost. Now Nines is a full tank, turns the play around. Yas and Shanks in net, and Jade needs to go big here with the setup. This floats into the box, and Violet swings and misses, so the game goes to We Don't Care.
That was clever out of Shannon off the backboard there. I'm hoping we get a replay at some point of it, but you can see she dives off of it not to try and make the save, but to play the 50. They know the time on the clock. They know that this is a forced touch out of Pink Lemonade. So as Pink Lemonade go up for basically the exact same thing, looking for a dunk on the line, her not giving them that touch means the ball hits the ground, and that's the end of the game. Well played out of We Don't Care. This was a game number one that I would definitively say they played better in. But Pink Lemonade, still one thing that they've got in their bag of tricks is those counterattacks. They are hyper efficient at them. And although they did not get many chances here in this first game, look for that throughout the rest of the series. I do think Pink Lemonade are going to look for that ability to break out and quickly transition into a counter.
I just need to see more energy and more productivity from Pink Lemonade. Like, you saw kind of how limited their amount of touches were, which a lot of time off the ball, which is perfectly fine if you can go and take boost, if you could take positions in the field that make you a good resort to pass to. But it was a lot of Pink Lemonade sort of turning up in the second half, and at least showing up to the party is better than never. But this feels like a series of We Don't Care to win, but we've seen games turn around after game one, so I'll truly believe it after game two.
I agree with you on that. It's one of these things where I feel like we keep getting baited into believing, all right, the series is over. We know who's got this one. And very quickly, we see the response in game 2. So I will hold my breath for at least a moment, hold my tongue, if you will. But I will say this much. We need to see an explosive start out of Pink Lemonade. If we go, right back to... I was going to say right back to our usual. I'm not going to have as much faith. The opposite... Okay, maybe it's a little bit usual. These two teams struggling to put something on targets.
Yeah, the post must have had something to say between our game break because it got hammered so many times from both sides. Now Nine's trying to hold down the midfield, does get broken through. We don't care. Going for demos to steal ball possession. At least Shanks will collect boost, but not the ball, as Nines can't force this right to Jade, but Jade waits for a safer position, a safer moment to approach. Violet can't even go up the wall, not with Yas having a hand up, so now time on the ball for Nines. Jade demoed, just gonna flick this into the net. Okay, Nines!
Well played from Nines here, and it's a great opportunity that they take full advantage of, recognizing the opportunity, seeing the flip reset that they can lock into, and perfectly putting it on target. She had to go full field for that one, a cross-court air dribble done to perfection. If there was a way to get yourselves on the board with some confidence, that's the way to do so. Well done to Pink Lemonade, showing they don't just have to counterattack.
Yeah, that was a display of mechanics. Oh, but now Yas just responds just as quickly through all the fire and the flames mid-air. Yas just snuck that one through.
And unfortunately, this has been a common problem for a lot of the teams here today, is that they get nervous on defense, and without clear communication, 2 players commit. The double commit there gets muscled through, and the immediate follow-up, well, clear as day every time. Unfortunate, a really well-earned first goal from Pink Lemonade, and it's got a sting to give up a goal immediately after.
Oh, good deny on the setup there from Violet. Crossing from one side to the other. Paige waits for her there, is called off by Yas, and can't seem to slow down this push from Pink Lemonade until the corner play happened. And that's where the cards were on the table for Pink Lemonade. They lost the ball and they have to go back to square one, but this is a tie game. Now demos happening downfield aren't going to be as impactful for We Don't Care. But now the squad is united on the back front, and Pink Lemonade still try to scrap through it.
I think scrap through, it's a great way to describe what we're seeing right now. Both of these teams understand that they got to play a little scrappy. They got to play with those 50-50s out of midfield. They got to play for those dives that maybe look a little bit ignorant, but truly are necessary, because if you take your foot off the gas for a moment in a series like this, you can see what can happen. Jade finds a little bit of a sleepy defender on the sidewall, which gives her some time now to set her team up for offense and to force the triple commit on the other end. You can see it again. The nerves here for We Don't Care. They recognize that the offense has taken a step up here in our second game, meaning they have to as well. That doesn't mean double and triple commit, though. You gotta be a bit careful here in a series like this. With 2 minutes to go and both teams starting to get some more efficient offense, the first team to crumble on defense is probably losing it.
And Violet is still putting up a good defense on low boost, but everyone left the net and got a little too comfortable because there's always somebody from We Don't Care lurking around, and it was Shanks on the 50 in the midfield, and a walk 'em down Paige does what she does best. Now with a lead going into the second half, not by much, but that was a lot of effort to get that done. Pink Lemonade find themselves behind again.
Unfortunately for Pink Lemonade, it feels like it's the same old story here. It's a decent offense, a decent defense, but as soon as comes time for them, oh my goodness, I was going to say, to keep their nerves about them on defense, they get a little bit shaky. The offense, though, still just as confident as ever. This is so well played out of Nines.
Oh my god, so back and forth, and Nines, I swear she gets better when Pink Lemonade play from deficits. Like, there's something, it's like poking the bear, you get them angry, and you don't want to mess with them after. Now, a demo off the kickoff favoring Pink Lemonade, as Nines can't cut through the rotation of Yas yet. Violet can't even go up the wall either, so great midfield from We Don't Care, time for them to get boost.
And it feels like both of these teams just playing a chess match. You mentioned it before. Neither one of them wants to be the one to make the first mistake, so they're playing a little bit safely. But in doing so, neither team also wants to make that risky play. It's just a little awkward for both sides right now, as it kind of feels like either end is just a step away from making it all work, but in order to take that step, they need to play a bit risky. They need a dive like this. It might work out. Jade trying to dunk Paige, but just not enough power behind the ball.
Hey, at least Jade was able to take that corner boost, so it is going to keep some members of We Don't Care stuck and paused and frozen up, as now Paige is just going to find an open net while Pink Lemonade went for boost. The red carpet was down.
Again, this is the problem. You want to play with a safe play style. You also want to be able to generate offense, which takes a risk every once in a while. And unfortunately for Jade, you can see it, the dive out of midfield is not a bad idea, but with literally no contact on the ball, everything goes from bad to worse in a matter of moments. Unfortunately, sometimes those risky plays, you need to make sure you at least get a touch in order to prevent a whiff, in order to prevent a quick counterattack. And with the midfield being so contentious as it has been, it's pretty clear you cannot afford to just leave that midfield open. A single ball can get over your head and find its way into the net, and that's what we see here. We don't care. They have the lead yet again. The only question is, can they hold on to it with the Pink Lemonade, who definitely have had a better offense in this game? I don't know if one goal is going to be enough.
Pink Lemonade have always found a way to respond, and Jade could not beat Shanks to the punch. And now, 41 seconds. Yas with a double comes out to the box. Jade clears it out but can't follow through. She'll grab the side boost though and was hoping to contest Paige. Violet misses too. There's only one woman back and Nines has been demoed, but it took so long for We Don't Care to transition and walk it down that Pink Lemonade assembled in time.
And Pink Lemonade, unfortunately, don't have time themselves. 20 seconds to go, and they need to keep getting this offense over and over and not allowing long balls like this to send them packing. We can try again here. Shot not going to be on target, but Shan's at least putting it to the opposite corner is going to force even more time off the clock and even more boost to be wasted. Only player with any boost isn't even on the ball, with Violet and Jade just trying to get something. Hold on now, Nines! The touch does not have enough power. I thought she wouldn't even get there. She proved me wrong, but she did not prove the scoreline wrong. We don't care. Take another.
Oh man, they're making me care though. That was a nail biter of an end game with the ball almost at the goal line there for Nines. And it's We Don't Care up after that. And man, just these players are so inspirational. Like, not only are the barriers of play so high for women as it is, but one of our players wanted to share her story. Shanks, aka Shannon, on the on the We Don't Care side. 17,000 hours in the game. We talked about that. But she also wanted to share that she has cerebral palsy and she does not want to stop until she can prove to everyone that, quote, you know, being disabled, you could still achieve anything. And I just think that's incredible.
It's been incredible to not only see them play in this one, but they're getting wins while doing so as well. I really do think that that's one of the coolest things about Rocket League is how accessible it is to everybody. And it's great to see that they're not only being able to play in Rocket League, they're competing in it as well. Again, it's one thing to play, it's another thing to compete while still having this happen. This is awesome. This is just everything that you want to see. Like you said, I mean, it's so awesome to see players like this that are an inspiration to not only players at home, to the other women in the scene, the other competitors within this competition. Shout out to We Don't Care. Seriously, an awesome team and awesome 3 players as well. The only thing that could get it even more awesome would be if they win this one here. You're cheering for Pink Lemonade. Now it's my turn. Now I get to cheer for the other side.
I'm cheering for the best team. Go Ball, I think. And it's now series point for We Don't Care. And this could be the end of the road for Pink Lemonade, who are, I believe, 0-2 in our standings and cannot afford another loss. Or this will be an early exit to the Star Chaser Showdown, the 3rd edition. And look at all 3 of We Don't Care having a kumbaya in front of an open net.
This is, I mean, again, it just kind of goes to show you exactly what we're talking about with the nerves being a factor here. Pink Lemonade, 2 of them dive the initial challenge, 2 of them pull out a net, and 0 of them are home afterwards. Poor Pink Lemonade have had so many good opportunities, but it just kind of feels like when the nerves get to them, you can see it in the ways they rotate. They just get a little over-eager in moments they cannot afford to. I like to call that hero ball. The rest of the team's not getting it done, therefore I have to. But if multiple players have that mentality, it just means a double commit.
Yeah, that was tough, just off the rip. We Don't Care, suffocating them. And it's not over for Pink Lemonade. They, like I said, they almost play better at a deficit. It's like that, I call it like the mango lower bracket buff, I guess, if I can even make that reference. That's what I feel Pink Lemonade turned into. You get it.
I get you. Casters are nerds for all esports, and unfortunately, it's a requirement that we know at least a little bit about everything. But for right now, when we focus on Rocket League, we can focus on one thing in particular, which is unfortunately another game in which We Don't Care have the lead, and another game that Pink Lemonade, like you said, need to play from behind, but are kind of playing like they know that. Yep, more rushes, more aggressive touches. Ladies, you got to calm down just a little bit here. It feels like the nerves are really getting to them.
Let's see how Nines decides to address this, and just it's all a timing thing of how quick you can react, and the closer you get to that opponent, the smaller the window gets of when to jump up like that. But great patience for We Don't Care. 2-0 dominant start to maybe a dominant end, unless Jade can recollect this ball and Shanks won't let it cross in front of the post. And Jade needs some help, and Nines has been that spark plug for Pink Lemonade before on the solo plays or even the physical plays in the net. Nines went for bumps and got everyone running around in We Don't Care's net, and it still didn't open it up enough.
Oh, they're trying everything. I can appreciate the offense that is being generated. The unfortunate thing is, though, similar to many other times in this series, accuracy has plagued this team. They need to make sure they're putting those shots on target, and not just even an inch or two wide is going to cost them, as that's actually their first registered shot this game in comparison to the now 7 that we have seen out of We Don't Care. So, again, it really is We Don't Care in the driver's seat right now, and for Pink Lemonade, they need to find a way to grip the steering wheel no matter what. Maybe this will change it up. Violet, though, no boost in the tank. Not all too much you can do with that ball.
At least Violet leaves it to Nines, but the corner battle was won by We Don't Care. Now off the ceiling page to Yas, almost connecting in the craziest of ways. The confidence. Now the Shanks rejoins the fray and even gets a demo to keep Pink Lemonade second guessing. When is it the moment to play downfield? And Violet is trying to do that. Maybe he was even trying to take a steal boost, but lost that battle as well. So Violet will have to rotate back, counterattack, bar down ski, finished by Shanks for a 3-0 start.
You want to talk about accuracy on the line? How about accuracy in the pass and the shot? Perfectly laid out by Yas. Great finish from Shans. And even if that one didn't go in initially, bouncing it off the bar like that takes even more precision than shooting it directly into the pocket. That's everything you could want. And unfortunately, a great example of why we say that this series is getting further one-sided the more that we play it. Pink Lemonade just aren't generating the same level of offense. And although We Don't Care aren't necessarily blowing them out of the water, when they do get some offense, you can just see it is suppressive. It locks you into your half. The actual shots that are being fired are of extreme quality. It's going to be so hard to fight this, especially as even on the breakaway that looked more clear than day, you still have a player back.
Yeah, some small potential there. Jade's like pre-jumping after these long clears are happening, so there's still some fight in Pink Lemonade, but there may not be enough time to see that offense really blossom in the ways that we saw them take games from tough opponents before. Pink Lemonade are definitely floundering and are lacking confidence to have a solid player in downfield and to have a really solid first touch to get it to that player. Because right now you're not beating We Don't Care to their defense, and Nines can't stop this from going in. So yeah, when it rains, it pours.
No brakes on the pain train, unfortunately. And again, it's another thing that we've talked about, though, is the eagerness of this team. It makes sense. With 75 seconds to go and you're down by you're down by 3 at a certain point, you need to make sure that you are just diving into the ball at any moment. Because, well, I guess to bring it up, you lose by 4, you lose by 3, you lose by 7. It doesn't matter. You've lost nonetheless. So this is a team that at this point are probably going to throw all of their cards on the table and hope that they find something. It doesn't matter if they give up more goals at this point. They just need to generate offense, and they're trying their best to do so. This should be a goal. Finally it is. And that's why we say send the house when you ain't got time left.
Oh, beautiful shot, though, from Nines. Like, just even Jade's recovery off the wall. So great. And then it comes out to the box where Pink Lemonade strike through. Is it too little too late? It's feeling that way with only a minute, down 3 goals, and the series already favoring We Don't Care. So I think that still took a lot of magic out of Pink Lemonade. But hey, at least they got one, and that's already forgiven immediately, all thanks to Yas.
And again, it's the same thing we're talking about, though. It's the dives out at midfield. You cannot blame them for trying to make that challenge there with so little time on the clock and goals necessary at this moment. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. Unfortunately, it's looking like this one is all but set in stone with 50 seconds to go and a 4-goal lead. maybe even 5 if Yas can find some space to work with. I don't know if there's much you can do if you are Pink Lemonade. There's another. Paige getting a freebie after the setup from Yas.
Woo! We're trying to go for a Brazil. That's not very... It's not very nice.
Hey, it's a heck of a way to leave your legacy on the Star Chaser Showdown events. Final game that you get on stream. Why not stunt?
Well, we're fighting for the ally MVP spot. I understand. We gotta... The crown can be heavy at times. We don't care, trying to keep it nicely on their heads. And we don't care. We're also in an 0-2 spot with Pink Lemonade, so I believe this will help them have a chance to get to playoffs, but we'll confirm with our admins in a second. But yeah, Pink Lemonade, I think it's definitely a confidence thing, and then once the confidence comes in, you're gonna more likely take these forward positions so that you can turn plays around on its head against a team as strikingly aggressive as We Don't Care.
This was definitely the series they were hoping to end the year on here for We Don't Care. Pink Lemonade, unfortunately, I don't know if you're going to get another chance. You won't even get a goal for the road. But for We Don't Care, they can at least hang their heads high. We will unfortunately not see them in playoffs tomorrow, as the 2 other teams in this group are currently facing off against each other at both 2-0, meaning the worst scoreline they will have is 2-1 overall, meaning We Don't Care's win here still puts them at 1-2, meaning they do not make it into tomorrow or into playoffs. But what they do is they end this entire series, all 3 of these events, with a win, and a dominant 3-0 win at that. So We Don't Care. Fantastic play. Great way to end the day.
And yeah, I'm looking at that, an update to that fight for #1 seed between Quack Quack and Post-its. And Post-its are up 2-1 after a 20-second overtime. So we'll see who ends up with first seed in Group A, and we'll see what happens in Group B too, because that is also stacked. Great hat trick though for this series from Yas, and honestly, a team effort. This is still going to be a team to watch out for in the future, and at least you went out with a series win, so way to end the day on a good note, I guess.
Can't ask for much more than that. You might want a spot in playoffs, but unfortunately the prior 2 series kind of eliminated you from having that in the first place. So hey, finishing with a win, finishing strong, is always going to be key in moments like this. Massive shout out, like you said though, to Yas for the performance, not only in that final game, but just throughout the series. 3 goals, 3 assists in the final game, plus having at least an assist in every other game that was in that one. It was well played. I do think there needs to be a shout out for Nines as well. We mentioned her being really the sole offense for their team. In the first series we watched them of the day, the same thing here. They were the only player to score goals for their team throughout the entirety of the series. So hats off to Nines. Nines really put up a heck of a performance in that one.
And we have one more match to go. We got to cap off Group B and see who are our teams going to Championship Sunday. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
I don't mean to speak this up of line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could make you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is walk. Your move,
dust has now been settled for Group A of the Star Chasers Showdown. 2 teams will be moving on, and 2 have been sent home. Those, of course, being Pink Lemonade and We Don't Care, who played in the last little match just for a bit of funsies. And I can tell you, there was certainly a lot of plays going on there, specifically from We Don't Care. They looked consistent from the get-go, and really never took a foot off the gas, and there wasn't much Pink Lemonade could do about it, Lemon.
I know, I tried to rally my lemonade or my lemons, but sometimes when life gives you lemons, you try to make pink lemonade, and we'll be more productive next showdown. Watch out for us, but I'm mostly kidding. Pink Lemonade, I think, had a slower start. I think it was a confidence thing where they played close to We Don't Care, and then there was a less and less of a sense of urgency to play downfield and to connect on these passes. And I think it was just hard to find yourself in the chaos that We Don't Care can sometimes bring you, Bass.
Yeah, I first off, collecting my lemons is probably the first time anybody's ever said that. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that ever in the history of ever. But I do have to agree with you with every single point that you made. We don't care. You lied to us. You do care, and it's very clear based on the way that you played. It was very intentional with the strategy that they came out with, and this is the first series where I think that we had a pretty clear picture of how this series was going to go from the very first game. Pink Lemonade, they had a great amount of resistance. They fought really well, but unfortunately for them, they also faced off against this player in particular. Like we said, yes, generational performance. Her final game, 3-3, 3 goals, 3 assists. I mean, this stat sheet barely even does her enough justice.
Ally match MVP, and you gotta say, it was not close. I believe Yas put up a total of 5 points, both Shans and Paige having 3, of course, but I think we saw a lot of that synergy come into play. The connections, particularly with Paige, Yas was always exactly right where you needed her to be. The expectations were high for those two, and they certainly delivered on it. Even if this is the end of their run, it was certainly an impressive showcase from Yas today, and we even have the pleasure of hearing from her herself. She'll be joining me here on the desk for a brief little interview, kind of breaking down the action and what we saw on this past part of the game. Yes, I want us to see it. How are we feeling? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Awesome. So you just wrapped up your final game here of your group stage. So now that you're moving on, you went ahead, you got this win over Pink Lemonade, and you played out of your mind throughout this series. I just want to hear from you what it really felt like to go into this, knowing what was really at stake and just how that affected your performance overall.
Yeah, we have scrimmed this team before we started this run, so I think we knew how they played, so we just really went into that. Yeah, I think we did we made a great game. We did our best, and I think it was a good win.
We would certainly agree with that. I don't think there was really any moments that we saw, like, We Don't Care, falter. You were by far, I think, the most consistent team that we've had on broadcast all day long, and that is truly an accolade to walk away with, how stacked this talent lineup truly is. I want to touch a little bit more on you personally as a player and your teammates too, because you put down on your note sheet that you and Paige are extremely close. You've been playing together for a while. Can you tell me what that looks like on a team dynamic and how that affects your performance?
I mean, yeah, me and Paige have been closely teaming for a year already, and I enjoy every second teaming with her. And of course, big shout out to Shannon for being our third in this event. She was also amazing, and I really love this team. Yeah.
Can we see, I want to ask too, what's really next for We Don't Care as a roster? Because it sounds like you really love playing with these teammates. Can we expect to see you in future competitions with these players?
I mean, that's not what I could say yet, but I'm pretty sure that I'll be sticking with Paige for a long time right now. I think that's what we both have planned, and that's what we're looking for. Yeah, we're just after already this done, we're just gonna do a lot of tryouts with EU people and NA people, and we're gonna see who fits us as a perfect third.
Awesome, and we look forward to seeing that sort of synergy continue to develop along with your close relationship too. I do have one final question for you before we go ahead and let you go before we move on with our day. What does competing in the Star Chasers Showdown, having this platform to perform, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot. I've really like when I was 14, I've already been like into this gaming. I always wanted to compete, and I'm finally here competing, and I'm having a great time. And I just love competing and playing against other people. Just it's a lot of fun, so I really enjoy it.
I'm very happy to hear that Star Chasers has cultivated that environment for you to keep competing and keep growing as a player and as an individual. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk today. Very excited to see what is left for We Don't Care as you move on towards your next games.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, that's going to go ahead and do it here for our group stage round 3. We still have one more game to be played here on the EU broadcast before we go ahead and ship it off to NA. It's going to be BS plus competition, one of our heavy hitters taking on seemingly diving. See if they're going to continue diving to the ball, as their name has been suggesting. We got that match coming right up. We'll see ya after a short break.
Blurry notes between these walls. Glass rose-colored lips, thousand candles, glowing face. Music play, wind is blowing, light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken.
Every single time I look at you, I'm confounded with the truth. Any good for you on me? Any good for you on me? Any good for you on me?
We've got ourselves one more matchup for the Star Chasers Showdown side on the European end. And with that, Lemon and Bass, comes the battle for the #1 seed in Group B. Both of our teams in BS competition and seemingly diving have guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs, but in terms of which one that will be, this is what that match is going to find out. We already got a little bit of taste of seemingly diving earlier, but I'm gonna just throw it over to Bass. You've been hyping up BS plus competition all day long. This will be my first time seeing them. Give the whole crowd what we should be expecting.
I mean, in my opinion, I'm expecting either the best or the second best team in this entire competition, and I'm expecting a fight out of them that is really going to prove that. This is a team that is well aware of how good they are. They are not only well aware of how good they are, but they now have expectations set. The last event was their first one as a team or as an organization. Now that they are here, now that they are set up with their coach, now that they are ready to play, it's not just setting expectations, it is continuing them. They need to play well here. They need to play as the #1 team coming out of their group, but seemingly diving, a team that is now the same record as them, very much have a chance to play spoiler.
And yeah, BS Plus competition was in the grand final against DRS, which contained Ravina, which is, she is on Seemingly Diving, so it's sort of a rematch of that final, but obviously with Seemingly Diving being a very different roster than DRS. We'll start with BS Plus competition. These are champions. These guys, or these girls obviously, have been around for a long time and have been dominating the scene, and they're one of the few teams that have an org under their name, and I'm really excited to see how they're gonna take this showdown now that their competition is on the other side.
Yeah, BS plus competition. We have high expectations. They have high expectations from themselves, especially being one that does have that org representation. As you mentioned, Lemon, and do want to shout out Alanis real quick because recently got a full scholarship to the College of Esports in London to play Rocket League. So major accomplishment from her, and certainly excited to continue competing with BS plus competition. One of the rosters who has notably stayed together the longest in this current EU bracket, and that's gonna be something that's very important to note because as we transition over to Seemingly Diving, it's another team with a similar story who can have the same level of performance, have been playing together for a minute, but we saw how at the beginning of their last match they had on stream against Poyo Poyo, it was a rough start, especially in terms of consistency.
Yeah, it's one of these things where you need to make sure you're hitting the ground running, as we've mentioned multiple times here today. These teams are not going to give you any room to breathe. If you make a mistake, it is going to come back and bite you almost every single time. And for both of these teams, they recognize here more than ever, that is going to be apparent. You cannot lose this matchup. For either one of these squads, you end up going into playoffs as the second seed. And for Ravina, who has already won one of these competitions before, I have to imagine that she is not looking to go in as the second seed into playoffs, especially considering she'll have to face the #1 team coming out of Group A in, I believe it's going to be Post-its, if I'm not mistaken. No, excuse me, Quack Quack, who took the 3-0 out of there. So, again, not an easy competition here for either one of these sides, but for both these teams, this is do or die. They need to win this matchup in order to give themselves a good chance at finding a playoff spot and the finals.
Yeah, and Crimson was MVP in her last match, so definitely the player to watch, but this is a triple threat, so I'm excited to see how they're going to settle the score and who's going to get #1 seed.
It was very difficult to, I think, pick an MVP from seemingly Diving's team from the last game because they were performing so well in their own respective roles, and outside of just some minor targeting stuff that we saw at the very beginning, it all got ironed out. We're well into our day now. Surely you're starting to get exhausted. The nerves aren't going to mean anything if you're not even think about it. You need to be locked into this game with those expectations of performing well. BS Plus competition are going to be toughest opponent that seemingly Diving have played against all day. Even though we've already qualified for playoffs, Bass, you still got one more step to get there.
Hey, you got one more step, and it's an important one at that. Like we said, this is the final group stage for the year here for the 3 ally events that we have had so far. It has been phenomenal to see all of the Star Chaser showdowns go through. But if you want to try to end the year right, if you want to end these competitions in the best way, you take a win on your final series here in group stages. Again, both these teams will have a chance tomorrow as well in playoffs. But like we mentioned before, I mean, you saw it already. Yas felt confident at the end of the year despite not making the playoffs just because of how well they did in their final group stage match. For both of these teams, this sets the tone for tomorrow. If you can win here, you can win the whole competition. If you lose here, you might be second-guessing yourself going into our playoff bracket.
I think this is definitely going to be like a clash of chemistry because seemingly Diving have all these incredible pieces, but how they assemble together on the pitch is what's going to matter, and you're going up against BS Plus competition who have stuck together till the end, and I'm excited to get into game.
Yep, BS Plus competition, been well over a year since they've been competing as the same 3, making them even more formidable opponents. We'll have to see how it all turns out, because the game of Rocket League, once we get to the pitch, can look completely different from what we know on paper. Let's get ready. Game 4 of the day. Send it into the lobby.
Okay. Number 1 seed. Who won it? It's BS Plus competition versus seemingly Diving, where these teams have faced in the grand final, or at least 1/3 of seemingly Diving did. So they know what kind of competition is up against them. Everyone in the women's Rocket League scene knows how scary BS Plus competition can be.
Oh yeah, they know how scary not only the team can be, but these individual players as well. These are players that have gone into international events. We talked about that prior LAN for Women's Rocket League a couple of years ago. There are players on this pitch here who were at that LAN, who flew all the way to Dallas to go and compete in it. So get ready. If you think that this team's going to come in and not just absolutely blow your socks off, you're in for a world of hurt. Although, so might be BS Plus almost counterattack off the first attempt.
Yeah, both these teams are guaranteed to go to playoffs, but who they will face is all up to this, and it's Joda striking first, having a bounce come out to her. Even after avoiding her own teammate, she follows through with the plan.
Yes, Harak unfortunately not being able to make the touch out of the corner there. Just think read it wrong off of the backboard. Unfortunately, that's going to cost you in a series like this. Like we said, the number 1 and 2 teams coming out of Group B. So if you make a mistake for even a moment, these are teams more than capable of punishing you for it. Speaking of which, though, that's a lot of players diving into offense there for seemingly Diving. Could have been a transition for BS Plus, but instead Slumpy trying to take this carefully through the corner.
Now Crimson will catch that in the midfield and slip it on by BS Plus competition. Surely have met some serious competition.
So far, this has actually been a one-sided competition at that, with a 2-0 within 45 seconds. The first goal we can excuse just to a poor read off of the backboard or out of the sidewall. Not sure what we can excuse for the second one. Kind of feels like they were eager to break out of their half. They don't make contact, and, well, you see the results. Calm down, BS Plus. We've talked a lot about nerves being a factor here today. I don't think they are any strangers from that. Right now, they seem to be succumbing to them.
Well, Alanis at least was able to get a good clear going, and this is still being juggled by seemingly Diving. I guess probably because everyone's throwing hands off the pitch, but 2-0 still nothing that seemingly Diving, or I should say BS Plus competition could do. Alana's going to try it again. Crimson being so annoying on the front side, and Sarek trying to go for the swing, and a shot opportunity for Slumpy, and it gets away, and Alanis thought she could grab this off the wall, at least recovers, plays mind games against Ravina. Now here comes seemingly Diving to get any kind of game going, but they're also just sitting and waiting to see what BS Plus competition are going to do.
Feels like neither team is doing all too much right now. A lot of heavy touches just booming this ball across the pitch, and demos being traded on either end. Slumpy with a full tank of boost in time and space is a dangerous thing, especially as Sarek comes through for the follow-up shot, but can't find it on target. Great save out of Crimson. It's not going to be enough to change the scoreline yet, but BS Plus starting to show they've got some life left in them, definitely generating more offense.
Slumpy just setting this ball deep, hoping to grab boost. Doesn't manage to. Sarek now against Joda. Alanis kind of got faked out by Joda, so Ravina takes over in the driver's seat. She's bumped off the ball there by Slumpy. And Joda, third woman back, will not leave an open net. Now how, as this ball explores the left to the right side of the field, can we have an opening to clear out if you're BS Plus competition? Now they're barely able to dribble this ball away from seemingly diving, who just keep poking and prodding at them.
Good thing is they finally get a breakaway out at midfield. It's a short-lived one at that due to low boost totals from the team, so you can see all of them prioritizing picking up those hundreds, and it might work out. No pass out center, but a double commit means players awkward on the backboard here for seemingly diving. BS Plus pushed a bit too far up. Had they been lurking at midfield or just behind that line, this play would extend. Instead, they're forced all the way into their own half, where they will get maybe their first goal. Awkward defense. Is somebody going to put a shot on target? Apparently not. BS Plus doing everything but putting shots on net.
I said I thought BS Plus competition were going to have this next level chemistry because they've been together for so long, but that's not really showing, at least at the start of game one. Still trying to get organized and really be productive once you are on this orange half. So great bumps out of Alanis, and now Sarek just late to get the momentum rolling from what looked like a really great opportunity to score.
Ravina got another opportunity here. The 50-50, though, not going to be found. Instead, it's going to bounce out to Crimson. He set in the bag, plus a bump on the line. That'll more than do it. Crimson, I'll give you credit for the goal, but I got to figure out who was bumping in net. They did all the heavy lifting.
Ravina just makes Alanis look like a Magikarp in the net. Jeez, there's just no way, just splashing, and nothing happened. But 3 goals for seemingly diving to dominate game one. But, you know, after the trends of today, I feel like I don't trust whatever happens in game one. It seems teams always like to come back in the subsequent encounters.
If you believe that Moomin, a former RLCS coach who has played on lands, has worked with teams on lands such as brands like Evil Geniuses, orgs that are world-renowned, if you think this man's just going to go into the second game and go, guys, you did your best, no adjustments necessary, whatever, let's just run it, you're out of your mind. This man is going to look at everything BS Plus has not been able to do here in game one and make major adjustments going into the rest of it, because getting shut out in the first game, I think, was probably the last thing BS Plus was thinking about. It's also the last thing that will happen. It's not going to. 34 to go, and maybe there's some life left in this team.
Yeah, Crimson was just in an awkward 50 situation, and then BS Plus competition. The confidence is ramping for them to be aggressive like that in the box against seemingly diving. Like, this is giving me some cope that BS Plus competition can change game 2 around until Crimson is almost just bullying everybody. But there's only 25 seconds. And BS Plus competition are still in this wait-and-see mode on the defense, and that's, you know, costing them time.
Cost them time, cost them opportunities as well. It feels like the offensive generation here has been, I'm not going to say entirely one-sided, but it has definitely been more efficient here for the seemingly diving team. But as we exit out of game number 1, which definitively now will go in favor of seemingly diving, I do want to take a note at the ways that those goals were being scored for everybody on seemingly diving. There were some team plays for sure. I don't want to take away from that, but it wasn't really passing plays. A lot of them were air dribbles or straight on shots on target, but with bumps in the net or some sort of disruption. For a seemingly diving, who I don't expect to be incredibly solo-oriented, I'm a bit surprised how there are no assists on any of the goals. Again, granted, there were bumps in net. So for BS Plus, if this is the way the team's going to go with the straight shots on target, and then also the bump afterwards, or I guess during it, maybe start just trying to be a little bit less flat-footed on defense. We saw this multiple times. They were awkward on defense, got caught off guard by a bump or a rotation, and that's what led way to these openings. If they can prevent that, there's 100% a world this series turns around.
And maybe BS Plus competition are just a type of team that have these slow starts. Like, I'm pulling up the results of them against Puyo Puyo, where They went to 3 overtimes, 2 of them in the first 2 games, and BS Plus dropped Game 1 to Puyo Puyo, and then eventually won in Game 5, and that was BS Plus competition's first match. So this is just the beginning of the peak that BS Plus competition could potentially see, but how much time is it going to take for them to actually reach the peak of that mountain, where seemingly diving are going to be gatekeeping that?
This is not going to be an easy series for them to turn around. As much as I'm hyping up Moomin and the coaching that they do have behind them, this is a BS Plus that still are facing one of the best teams in this competition. We mentioned it, former champions on this team. They have won events here on this Radiant channel before. They have done this in multiple women's competitions. So for BS Plus, they really do need to defy expectations yet again here. We talked about them being very solid, but when we first saw them, we weren't sure how they were going to do with the org name behind them. They did great, a second place that I think they can be proud of, but they'd like to make it back there to that grand final. In order to do so, I think winning against this team would go a very long way. BS Plus looking for a rebound here as we start off Game 2.
It's just very aggressive from BS Plus competition, and I said that in the last minute, that they look like they're out for blood, like harassing more, and you don't even need to make contact with the car or the ball. Just circling around people makes them nervous, makes them drive off their route, and I'm seeing seemingly diving trying to avoid them as much as possible. And we'll see if that kind of harassment will net any goals for BS Plus competition, or how resilient seemingly diving are. But they're putting shots on target. Joda misses that. Good touch from Slumpy, and she follows through to try and clear.
Already, this is a big difference from the first game we saw, though. Again, big issue we saw in the first game was just the immediate outpouring of offense from seemingly diving that BS Plus didn't really have much answer for, except for until a couple minutes into the series. Now, you can see they're a lot more comfortable. They're flowing across the pitch a lot better. They're playing as a team a lot more efficiently. And my goodness, if that isn't a great example, Alanis comes swinging in as the third woman, and her 2 teammates are happy to let her take the shot.
Oh, yeah, Crimson and Ravina just both went for a touch on the ball and got in each other's way, and it was so soft, and it gave a chance for BS Plus competition to put a powerful one at the back of the net. And this was also off of Slumpy going for a flip reset goal right before that. So this is BS Plus competition just heating up, and Ravina almost crossing dangerously into that net, seemingly diving, wanting that equalizer. And now that Joda has boost, that's not a good touch! Oh no!
Oh, you want to talk about confidence, though? This is what we were asking for. Stop giving the space to everybody on seemingly diving and punish them for their mistakes. Joda doesn't realize until it is already far too late that Slumpy has not actually backed off. She said, I don't have any boost, but my teammates do. I might as well send it into offense. She dives at the ball, recognizes the awkward touch, and before you can blink, it's already in your net. This is the confident playstyle we were hoping for out of BS Plus. It is very clear in the single minute they had in between games, they have changed everything.
Yeah, the BS Plus competition pressure is insane, because you feel there's a semblance of safety from seemingly diving when you're on defense, but now Slumpy knows she could try to go for dunks like that again. Now with the demos from BS Plus, it's seemingly diving that just contests the midfield to slow it down. Ravina, third woman back to receive, and bumped off the ball by Alanis. So Slumpy was hoping to get a better first touch to follow through with the ball, but at least midfield was sort of held down by BS Plus, and you're still having a 2-0 lead in the second half.
Oh my goodness, they're just not hesitating on anything. If they swing through on offense, they swing through all the way for bumps, for bruises, for demos. Really, this annoyance playstyle in the best of ways. You'd think in any other video game, you'd probably go, oh, annoying doesn't sound like a compliment. In Rocket League, it absolutely is. If you can just pester your opponents, continue to threaten these bumps, these 50s, and force them into touches that you are creating, it becomes so difficult to string plays together, and that's why you're seeing this out of seemingly diving. They're just looking for disruption, for ways to slow down this BS Plus team, and these long balls that are not being received are very intentional from BS Plus. They do not want to give them even a second to breathe.
And I'm seeing some solo play potential from seemingly diving. Now Joda, if she can get under this ball, double tap opportunity, protected there by Slumpy. It's Crimson up high against Sarek. Crimson brings it low, cuts through one defender. Ravina can't pinch it to stop Slumpy from getting away, and Alanis has to take it up high, has Ravina jumping. We got about 90 seconds, and Ravina just used all her boost to contest that play, so it's up to Crimson to keep marching.
Oh boy. And that's 2 double commits in a row. And you talk about it, they're all very eager to march down the pitch. Unfortunately, you're a little too eager there, seemingly diving. You got to play as a team and stop with the double commits. We commented upon this in their series against Puyo Puyo, but the thing about Puyo Puyo is they slowed down. They alleviated the pressure and started giving times for them to avoid these double commits just due to the space being afforded. BS Plus is not going to give you that. They are not going to slow down the game and start allowing you to think so that you don't double commit. You have to be clear on the comms right now. It feels like seemingly diving or getting opportunities to break out of their own half, and then a double commit ends any chance for them to turn it into an offense. If they keep playing like this, I don't know if there's going to be a way back into this series, because we've talked about it. Game 1's a warm-up. Game 2 is where we really get to see what these teams are made of, and BS Plus is made of some winners at the moment.
Yeah, BS Plus are just starting to play at a faster and faster level as they get more comfortable on the pitch, and all 3 of BS Plus competition are 50ing non-stop. They're always attacking the ball. I'm seeing Alanis, I'm seeing especially Slumpy. And this is creating so many turnaround plays, just like this one.
That's another 2 players committed to that ball. That time I'm not even going to be critical of the double commit because it makes sense. There's 2 players. You should be afforded a ton of space to be able to break out of your half. And what do? They cut it midfield and double dunk. Alanis could not care less what players are on the ball. Neither could Slumpy. Open net, open goal, 3-0. This one's going to BS Plus.
In very decisive fashion. Seemingly diving are just not used to playing at this pace. It's a lot more methodical, and they can't even feed the ball to someone like Ravina, who I think went for a few solo plays in her last match, and if she can have time on the ball, she'll make magic happen. But BS Plus competition, the only thing they gave them was game 1. And now I think BS Plus competition, if you don't stop them now, they're going to run away with the series.
Would you say that BS Plus is seemingly diving better than the other team?
Because
currently, I would say that. Every dive is a better 50. Every dive is a better challenge. For seemingly diving, the team that we were so complimentary of their speed before, Lemon, something has got to change for this squad.
And there's not even just like one, you look at the scores and it's not one player that's having this weird game. It's just all of seemingly diving. It's getting outmatched on the 50s, just not able to have a first touch without BS Plus competition all over you. You can't even play defense without BS Plus competition trying to dunk you. Every touch from seemingly diving has to be perfect, and if it's not, if it's soft, if it's weird, BS Plus competition are right there trying to dunk you.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that, again, we talk about this in series like this, where you'd like to think you get a quarter of a second to breathe and to process what's about to happen. In that quarter of a second, you've been dunked, you've been challenged, you've been 50'd, and that's the issue right now for seemingly diving. We talked about it, very heavy touches for the team that don't seem intentional. Usually, if you're going to make a heavy touch like that, it's a passing play downfield. It's received by another teammate. It's to open up some space. It just feels like they're going for the touches for the sake of slowing down BS+. That's not a winning strategy. You need to find a way to counter this team, not just play up to them. Kickoff goals will go a long way, though. That is a huge way to stall their momentum.
There was so many demos off of kickoffs too, and Joda, like the sole survivor for being taken out. At least on her will, she put a goal, and they're seemingly diving on the board first, and this has to kind of build momentum, or at least put smiles on their face to have something after being shut out last game, sort of.
I love that out of Alanis so much. She sees it. She's like, I'm not giving up another kickoff goal, 100%. And in addition to not giving up a kickoff goal, I am not forcing into a challenge that gives you a 50 and some offense. Clever plays there. They're recognizing maybe the kickoff strats are an actual strategy here for seemingly diving. I don't know if it's a surefire guarantee, though. Maybe Ravina double touches could be. Slumpy on the backboard, though. A great touch will prevent that and hopefully clear the side for her team.
Now Crimson up high, MVP moment, but no one to really help. Just too much traffic for BS Plus competition. But as seemingly diving can at least set themselves up with ball control on the half. Here's Alanis wanting to equalize. But as I was saying, if seemingly diving could set themselves up, it's eventually execution will happen. And Crimson, oh, it's such a weird bounce off the crossbar. And Ravina goes for the follow-up shot, but the defense there in time.
All right, I'm seeing one strategy for sure that Seemingly Diving are implementing, and it's, again, those long balls, those heavy touches, but they're towards the net, which forces somebody from BS Plus to not only retreat back, but they then have to make a save, which forces them to break the rotation. Not a bad idea. I like what we're seeing out of Seemingly Diving, just trying to catch this BS team off guard, which is forcing them to play a little bit slower and forcing them to give up some space. That's why shots like that are starting to be afforded. Plus, the touch from Ravina will prevent a counterattack. Seemingly Diving, we asked for adjustments in between games. They definitely made some.
Still a tiny lead. Ravina, though, she can be built differently if given time on the ball, and you gotta watch out for her. She'll just take the straight shots from the midfield. She'll go for solo plays, so there is good options, and BS Plus competition tripping up, but Slumpy from the top rope really tries to stretch out this defense.
Ravina, great catch and a good 50 afterwards. Can she set up a teammate? Not quite yet, but Joda at midfield will prevent a counterattack. Touches through the corner. Crimson's there. The shot not on target. And Alanis now. Space in a 1v1. Does she have the flick? No. Went up a bit too early, and the pre-jump from Ravina will stall her entirely. The offense still not being generated to the same degree as the prior game here for BS Plus. They've only got one shot registered, and although the defense hasn't exactly been tested thus far, they need to make sure that they are not only playing defense. Slumpy trying to lead the way, but it's still not enough.
The third woman back somehow dodged the Slumpy knockout, because I think there was one or two demos, and this would have just opened up the net. That would have been a tie game. Still 2 minutes left, and Seemingly Diving just barely hold on to this lead, and they want to add to it. Ravina! Still not enough. Alanis in the nets, and Slumpy guides them to a counterattack. The ground pinch read by Crimson. Here is Sarek to try and make this happen, but still nothing. Is this an open net? Can you stop Joda? You can't!
Counterattacks, the bread and butter right now for everything on Seemingly Diving. Again, it is a BS Plus who are becoming ever frustrated by offenses that are not even generating shots. But when you send the house, you better be sure you do not come up empty. BS Plus give a free transition. Joda says thank you very much. And right now, Zebras in blue have got to find a way to turn this around. This game is not giving them the offense that they were hoping for.
A lot of demos to just reset the field. It's BS Plus. Pass from the side. Slumpy couldn't get under the ball, but at least gets them set up in the orange half. And now with that demo, Slumpy will just not even allow you to defend. Will remove you by force. Alana's trying to take a direct shot. Slumpy directs it towards the net. Crimson and Joda jump up for it. It's a double commit that leads to a clear.
Oh, but again, it's the clear that goes right on target, and that's what forces BS Plus to not only get back on defense, but to make a save initially and puts them back in the blender. It's such an intentional play out of Seemingly Diving, and it's working so well. With a minute to go, I'm wondering if BS Plus have got anything left up their sleeve, because if they go with the same strategy for this final minute, I don't know if much is going to change.
Yeah, this last minute's going to slip by. BS Plus competition, they looked good. They were dominating. They shut out Seemingly Diving in game 2. And they surely were active on the field, but Seemingly Diving's defense is something else. Ravina, back pass to Crimson. Joda can't get this away from Sarek. As Slumpy, shot on net, right to Crimson. Easy save. Now it's the midfield. Can BS Plus competition turn this around? There's only 20 seconds left.
There's not enough time in this game, but a goal for the road would go a very long way for a team that has mostly been shut out of offense entirely. Even on the long balls downfield, Crimson is back and prepared for it. And in the corner afterwards, Eric going to get nothing for the road here at all. And BS Plus, it's back to the drawing board, back to a quick little powwow with the coach to figure out what on earth changed in between these games, because from a 3-0 shutout to a 2-0 getting shutout, this is about as stark a contrast as we can draw up.
Just a really superb defense out of Seemingly Diving. The amount of shots they had to put away, 4 saves. I know the numbers are about to come up, but just to spoil it real quick, Crimson with 4 saves. She's an MVP before, and she was able to keep that very dangerous offense at bay. Or BS Plus competition, they like to take the ball high. They can transition no problem, but it's trying to draw out these defenders from the net to give themselves a gap that BS Plus competition, they can't find that gap.
No, they cannot. They seemingly cannot get any free airspace. And for a problem that we said was mostly seemingly dividing for the first game, it's kind of crazy how they went, okay, cool, dive, 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 dive. You said we don't do it as well as the other team. We will do it better. And they really have. The speed at which they are playing at looks a lot more comfortable. They don't seem like they are missing opportunities for the counterattack. And really, both goals come from a counterattack. So it's one of those things where this was not a bad game from BS Plus, but it is so clear that their offense does not have the same firepower as before. It's not as if they are getting shut out from shots. They have 5 total in this game, but really, it doesn't feel like any of those shots ever threaten the goal outside of maybe 1 or 2. They need to find ways to not only generate this offense, but to generate the final knockout blow as well.
This BS Plus competition can be a very hot and cold team. They'll go from like Braziling a team, if that's even a verb, Braziling a team, to like losing to them in overtime. It's really weird, but BS Plus competition, things are just heating up. You may have humbled them for a game. We'll see how they respond now, and it's Alanis already trying to 50 in front of the net, seemingly diving 1 game away from having the #1 seed for tomorrow.
It's going to be easier said than done, though. This will be a fight here in this final game. Like you said, I don't believe that we're going to see a seemingly diving that play the same. I don't believe we're going to see a BS Plus that play the same either. I also don't think we're going to see them play for at least a moment here. We're going to get a quick pause as we wait in between. I think that we're having a little bit of issues connections from one of the two teams. But regardless, I still do think that the point that we've been talking about is going to stand here. BS Plus need to come into this game very ready to play, and they need to make sure that they are not only playing well, they are playing efficiently. Like we said before, seemingly diving are not giving them many chances. When you get the chance, you need to make sure you're putting good shots on target.
Yeah, I think since BS Plus competition are playing so aggressive, like they're attacking the ball 24/7, seemingly diving just have to be aware of that, to really just learn how to get rid of the ball, but forcing it into a place where at least it's in the general direction of your second woman who can ideally pick it up very quickly and keep going. Because if BS Plus competition are going to seemingly dive at you all the time, you can play around that and you can counter that. But it does take a certain reaction, a certain mechanical sense that we'll see if seemingly diving can handle. And certainly they did that in the last game, shutting out BS Plus competition. But like I said, BS Plus competition, they always come back.
They really do. There's a team with resilience, and it's not just a team with resilience, but it's a team that really, like we mentioned before, have that ability to counterplay against their opponents. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to do that here, because I'd like to see a good back and forth. Game 5 would be ideal, because really, again, these two teams deserve to see at least a Game 5. But there's no guarantees, and I think that's where I get a little bit worried here, is that I wonder if seemingly diving are just kind of ready to close this one out. And if they're ready to close this one out, if they've got an idea of how to, BS Plus might try to make those adjustments through a 5-minute period and just barely still lose out on finding a Game 5. So for both these teams, they have to be careful. I feel like mistakes have been such a focus here today. We've talked about a lot how if a team makes a mistake on defense, the almost immediate punishment will follow, and that's really true for either one of these teams.
I think seemingly diving can just wait for the quality opportunities too. As much as it stresses me out watching a team play a lot of defense and turtling up, but that is why turtles are still alive to this day. They seem like very slow and they don't do much, but you can't get through the shell. And maybe that's just the turtle strategy of seemingly diving, of the counterattacks that we know them for. And if you could maybe feed the ball to Crimson from a pass, or if you can let Ravina have a full tank and just dribble her way to victory. But it's these small moments that seemingly diving, you're not going to get a lot of them against a BS Plus competition that's constantly 50ing you. Time on the ball is going to be rare, but if seemingly diving can execute, just have really good mechanics and be accurate, they could go for another shutout.
I 100% agree with this one here. I think one of the biggest things that I will give compliments to this seemingly diving team, though, is that, Tortoise and the Hare, they got both sides of this one. They play that turtle type of play style on the line. They play very passively, but when they do get the breakouts, they are so quick with the transitions. In particular, Joda has been able to find these moments and very quickly go from entirely defense into an offense almost immediately. And I think we're about ready to get back into this game. I believe so. Looks like we're going to unpause and we're going to keep it going. Game number 4. As we said, this is do or die for seemingly diving. They need to make sure that they play this one as best possible, because if BS Plus get back into this one, it's not going to be great.
Yeah, Crimson is still having pretty insane ping spikes, so we're just gonna check in on Crimson once again. Thankfully, it is still a 0-0 game, but Crimson's the only one in net right now in a 1v1 against Slumpy, so we kind of need Crimson to be here.
I'm wondering if we're going to just end up restarting this lobby. I don't
Maybe,
know
yeah.
if I would be very surprised. I'm not really sure if we're going to continue through here as Crimson leaves the match yet again. I'm hopeful that we get this one resolved pretty quickly. I feel kind of bad that both teams seemingly have some momentum for them, and we kind of got to at least stall for a moment here.
Yeah, we got to do a bit of stalling. But hey, what an intense game. Our two big favorites for this tournament. BS Plus Competition came in second place in the last showdown to DRS, which does contain Ravina, who is on seemingly diving now with a new squad, who seems to be extremely competitive against BS Plus. And both these teams are guaranteed playoffs, but will they meet in the grand final? That will be the big question.
I expect both of these teams to have at least a good fight tomorrow, regardless if we see them in the grand final. I do believe that we're going to see both of these teams really fighting up against the best that Group A has to offer. Again, the reminders for those of you who maybe are just joining us now, the two teams we will be seeing out of Group A are going to be Quack Quack and Post-its. Quack Quack's going to be a little bit of amalgamation of prior winners to these events before. It's going to be Alem, Steven, and Arena, otherwise known as Reina as well. And for Post-its, it's going to be, let me make sure I can find this so I don't say it wrong. I know it's Cloudy and Rose and April as their third there. So again, another really fierce competition, but I do think for both of those teams, this is a possible win for either one. Granted, I do feel like there's probably one of those two teams you would much rather face. If you are coming out of Group B, I think you'd much rather have a Post-its matchup in the semifinals and face off against Quack Quack.
Yeah, the only team we didn't get to see on stream yet is Post-it, so there's like this element of mystery. But also shout out to our co-streamers for covering the matches that we don't, and it's cool. That I think this is the first showdown I've heard that we've had co-streamers, unless at least official ones. So really thank you to everyone who's been supporting the Radiant, the Ally, the Star Chasers Showdown, so we can get more eyes on these matches.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Again, much appreciated to everybody involved in this, whether it's the people behind the scenes, people in front of camera, or somewhere in between, the players themselves even. Again, this is our third Star Chaser Showdown of the year, all of them brought to you by Ally. We cannot thank them enough for all of their help here, as well as Radiant, the people running all of this as well. It's awesome to see that we've had 3 of these competitions. It's awesome that we've been able to have a regular circuit within the women's scene. It really does make such a world of a difference, as I know, Lemon, you and I have worked on women's projects in the past, some of which have not been able to run as long of a period here. Because the fact is, we've had these for months. This competition has gone back multiple events at this point. So it's awesome that we're able to be here. It's awesome that we're able to see this even further. And it will be awesome if we're able to get into this match and keep it going. Because we got to figure out who's joining us tomorrow. Both these teams will, but it's which ones are we seeing in which matchups.
Yes, and we're going to just do a quick lobby test to make sure Crimson is good to go. But also, we'll have a special surprise for everybody, a special piece of content going down at the end of the show. So please stick around for that. We really want to highlight the community. And honestly, this is an amazing community to be part of, especially when there's not as many opportunities and platforms to compete on a serious level. And we heard from an interview earlier about all these girls scrim each other. They know each other well. Everyone's been on a team with each other at some point. So it just creates I don't know, really great matches.
I mean, the camaraderie here is really something that you have to mention many a times. I've been honored to be able to be a part of this community for multiple years now at this point. And the growth that we have seen not only within the players themselves, but in the community itself has been such a pleasure to witness the entire time through. So, love all the support that we've been given here. Again, huge shout out to both Ally, to Radiant, to even Rocket League for being able to let this happen, to help it happen. It is just such a cool event to be a part of. It is awesome for both of us to be here, as well as the players, the people involved. So my only hope is that if you're watching this one from home, you understand how awesome these competitions are. You can really understand from the words that we are stating here how enthusiastic we are, not about the scene, not about these events, but really the entirety of Women's Rocket League as a whole. So, again, thank you to everybody who's tuning into this one. Thank you to the players that are participating in it. And hopefully thank you to the players for keeping the competition going. I think we're just a couple of moments away. It looks like we're trying to get this one started as we make it into our next lobby, as we're just testing this out to make sure the players are all good to go.
Yeah, and we are only sending 4 teams to Championship Sunday tomorrow. As a reminder, it's the top 2 from each group, which are already locked in, being Quack Quack, Post-its from Group A, BS Plus, and Seemingly Diving. But who gets that number 1 seed is what we're trying to figure out right now, and it's for a pretty huge prize pool. I mean, 3,000 for first, 2,400 for second, 1,500 for third and fourth, and even fifth and sixth gets 750. So just wanted to reiterate how big of a deal this is. Like, the women's team doesn't get to see prize pools like this, and this is put on, like you said, every couple of months. And now these are the big events that everyone is grinding for. And we got Championship Sunday that'll be going down tomorrow to crown the winners of Europe and as well as North America, which will be going down after this show. So you'll want to tune in to see how the other side of the pond is doing.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely do. The North American competition has been so exciting. I think last time you and I were both able to witness that one, as I think it was you and Jorby while I was hosting here. So it was a lot of fun to watch North America. I promise you, it's going to be a fantastic competition. You guys are not going to want to tune away. Like Lemon mentioned, almost $10,000 on the line. These women are going to be playing their hearts out for every single dollar that they can get. And honestly, I'm very excited to see how this concludes, not only for EU, but for North America as well. Hopefully going to be able to lurk around and watch that stream. So I'm ready to get into this competition. I think that we're just kind of waiting at this point to go through the testing lobby. Not exactly sure what's going on, but hopefully we'll be able to give you guys some updates in at least a couple of moments.
Yeah, let's check. Okay, I'm doing a ping check. I'm seeing Crimson at least at the double digits with everyone else. So we'll get this game reset. And as a reminder, it is Seemingly Diving up 2-1 in the series, 1 win away from securing the number 1 seed. But honestly, the 2 teams on the other side of the groups that they'll be facing are both very difficult. Like, I don't think you prefer first seed over second seed from the other group. I think this is just about figuring out how you're matching up against probably one of the big favorites of the tournament.
Yeah, it very much is. This is really going to be a testing ground for what we're going to see tomorrow, which means we want to make sure it is all perfectly set up and ready to go. So we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, we are going to finish off our final series here for EU group stages. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
endless wine fills our cup. Draped in fine couldn't clothes. Oil's hair, skin brown. Music played, the fist began. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between these walls.
Thanks everyone for sticking with us. We're about to head into our final game of the European side of the Allied Star Chaser Showdown. I'm excited, Bass. I think Crimson's online.
I think we're back. I think we're better than ever. I think we're ready to get this one going as okay, I know you saw that in chat as well.
No.
I know you saw it as well. Them literally.
Freezing. It's so bad. Oh,
no, that's not what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at Sarah going, no, we got to get this going. She needs to be in bed by 8:30. I don't know who apparently is a bedtime upcoming, but apparently we got to get this competition going, so let's do exactly that. Our next game underway. This is still potentially do or die, though, as we mentioned, seemingly divided on series point.
Okay, that's way funnier than me freezing in the worst face ever. Look at Alana. She's just hunting in the net. Jeez, BS Plus competition. Yeah, they want to wrap this up quick.
Hey, I don't know who it is that apparently has to go to bed, but seemingly diving do not want to go to bed. Oh my goodness, how on earth have they not given up a goal here through the first 30? It has been all offense for BS Plus off of the restart. And seemingly diving do not seemingly care.
I like that, don't seemingly care. You got to combine the we don't care with seemingly diving, and we have seemingly don't care. I love it. Oh, Joda. Woo. Almost slipping this one by. Slumpy can't follow through. Great pass from Crimson to Ravina. A little touch off the ceiling, and Ravina almost guided this home.
Okay, I like the new server. It's giving really precise touches to everybody, and they are stunting with said server reset. I like this. It's a nice start. Unfortunately, it's not exactly benefiting either team yet, though, as still no goal scored on either end. Slumpy trying to make me my words as Joda does go diving for that play and at least pops into the corner where Crimson can pick up some boost, but her teammates getting demoed for the efforts. Can anybody put a shot on? This one high. Joda needs a touch and will find it. And even in these more stressful moments, seemingly diving are still keeping their heads on straight.
Okay, easy save for Sarek to now clear this towards Slumpy. And the bounce off the corner. Still a playable ball for BS Plus competition, but until seemingly diving just rip one across. And they want to match fire with fire. And they're trying to be as aggressive as BS Plus competition are. But now diving and not making contact isn't helping it. But at least it's forcing BS Plus competition to get rid of the ball faster than they're used to.
Speaking of fast, that's a rocket to the backboard. Unfortunately, it's not going to do much here for the seemingly diving team, though, as that's a full commit from the team, and nobody prepared for the transition. Sarek, great play out at midfield, and a good demo. This just needs to go on target, and it cannot. Slumpy beat out off the backboard, and unfortunately, this is becoming common. BS Plus starting to find those gaps, starting to find those opportunities, but as soon as they try to dive for them, somebody from seemingly diving is already on the ball.
At least Joda runs head first into the defense. This comes out to Ravina. Couple extra touches. Can't get the reset. Bumped off the ball by Sarek. And now the rest of seemingly diving, I think, got demoed off balls. So this gives a chance for BS Plus to get time and space on the ball. Able to flip it towards the orange half, but the teammates of BS Plus still hoping to connect and feed the ball to each other.
They're doing a good job at not overcommitting on defense. Even in these breakaway plays, they seem a heck of a lot more prepared than they were in the last game. Even there they are as well. Sarah, great play recognizing that Slumpy does not have a touch there and needs to retreat. But they've been in retreat for a while. Now finally get a chance to break out. Miss off the backboard and Joda still somehow reads it. Sarah's got some more work to do. She gets a pass down to Slumpy. But my goodness, BS Plus, they are putting all of the pieces together. But the final piece of the puzzle is missing every time.
And we talked about the win condition for Seemingly Diving is how do they mitigate the storm? How can they just maybe get rid of the ball or approach these 50s with a sense of awareness? But man, the Bees just swarmed them. BS Plus will get the first goal.
If you don't succeed at first, you can, let's see how many shots do they have. Try again. Third shot, finally the charm. But when you look at the other side, I feel like they might have a little bit more to be frustrated about. Seemingly Diving on 7 total shots, and not a single one has made it to the back of the net. That won't even count as a shot, but it might as well. BS Plus doing such a good job at least cutting these options out, or if the shot does go on target, they are prepared every time. Of those 7 shots that we just mentioned, 6 of them have been saved by the BS defense.
Now BS Plus able to collect boost off the sides after Seemingly Diving was able to steal a couple. Now Crimson trying to land us in front of the net. Good follow through from Alanis, but the ball got pretty far away. But BS Plus may be okay with hard clearing this and just hoping to 50 their way to victory. But here is Seemingly Diving trying to strike through the net with Crimson looking for bumps, but then losing track.
I will say, we expected this to be a little bit more of a shootout, but it's turned into a low-scoring affair. Not too low, though. How about going low? Alanis, perfect 50s through both players.
Jeez. Talk about just a human bulldozer out there, and with 31 seconds left, we could be seeing Champions Field, the second time that BS Plus competition would be visiting it today. And they came out against Poyo Poyo. But this is a whole new squad. This is next level competition when it comes to Seemingly Diving. Unless something Crimson could turn this or get this to Ravina. That was so close.
Long ball downfield. Oh, and okay, I was going to say, and you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let the play speak for itself.
Yeah. Slumpy just gets to straight shoot this. And then, yeah, that just,
happened.
That just owned gold, for sure.
You talked about, flopping on the line like a fish before. I'm going to back it up. Unfortunately, defense at this point looking worse for wear for Seemingly Diving. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to stop. Yeah, I think BS Plus might not have been all too thrilled about the way the last game ended. They don't care that the win is theirs. They want to rub salt in the wounds.
Hey, all 3 of BS Plus committed to that kickoff, though. Like, oh god, Seemingly Diving just didn't have someone rotate back towards the net. It was open. And this means we go to Champions Field to determine who will be our #1 team from Group B going to Championship Sunday. And BS Plus competition with a huge statement after getting shut out previously to spit back and do the same thing in Game 4.
I am so happy we've made it here. I wasn't sure if we were going to get the full series today, as it was group stages, but man, is this a way to end off our group stages for EU. BS Plus stepping up exactly as we asked them to, and Seemingly Diving, not really blinking at the threat that has been thrown in front of them. Yeah, this maybe wasn't the best game out of them, but we mentioned it before. They are still firing shots on target. They are still developing plays. This Game 5, I feel like, is going to be another very low-scoring affair. Forget the shutouts. I don't think we're getting that. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be a 1-goal ball game with scores on either end.
I'm just kind of looking at the scores with just the number of touches. It's so weird to see Joda and Ravina at like this 100 score when usually they average around the 400s. Like, they're very active, they're very productive. Which tells me these touches are just to fight for possession, but not necessarily netting huge opportunities. Like, they've gotten shots, but it did not cross the goal line a single time, which is so surprising after Seemingly Diving. They were the ones who shut out BS Plus competition just a second ago.
I mean, it's very clear that there's two different sides of the coin right now. There is a BS Plus who are trying to play with when the opportunity arrives, smack it on target as hard as possible and make sure it's a good setup, versus a seemingly diving who, like we mentioned before, are really looking for those counterattacks. They are getting shots from them, but massive shout out to Sarah in particular. She's back for all of these plays. Before, they were getting popped over her head as the third woman, and she was getting caught off guard on repeat. She is no longer letting that happen, and as a result, these free transition plays are just not arriving. Oh, speaking of arriving, Slumpy, delivering that on your doorstep with some efficiency.
Jesus. And another BS Plus competition where everyone's throwing themselves at the pitch. And it's Slumpy that benefits this time, going up high for it. And seemingly diving, facing that kickoff now a few times, trying to delay their second woman just to be sure of the follow-up touch that could come out of BS Plus. Stable now for seemingly diving, but a first goal, and now shots on target for BS Plus.
And low boost on everybody here for seemingly diving means no free transition. Crimson does pick up 100, but she's hesitant to use it with her two teammates low as well. Makes sense. The seemingly diving team does not want to give up any more freebies. An early goal for BS Plus may just look like that, an early goal, but it's huge. The room this gives this team to breathe now and the ways that they can play around this one-goal lead is massive.
Oh my god, Slumpy.
Oh my God.
Stop her! Stop her! We need wanted posters. Put them out! Slumpy! Give her the contract! She's just taking over the game now. Both goals to her name. Solo.
Slump Goat showing herself yet again, and doing so by not only dribbling the entire team, she forced two of the seemingly diving players to run into each other. This is one factor I don't think we've talked about a lot. Every once in a while, Slumpy just has a generational game. She does it like once per day. She has a game where you go, all right, well, nobody's stopping her, huh? And unfortunately for seemingly diving, it might be here in Game 5.
Oh, yeah, Joda has to be careful with this ball. This almost floated right to BS Plus, right in front of the net. But now Ravina takes over. Crimson wants the demo, and Ravina manages to get it. So 3-on-2 for seemingly diving, but it's just not been easy to survive with everyone out for blood. Now double demos for BS Plus. Now they get the steal boost. They're on the ball. It's left to Alanis. That comes out to Sarek. And, well, Ravina, she at least gets them out of dodge.
She gets them out of dodge for about a quarter of a second, and Slumpy puts them right back there. She gets a great touch on the ball, pushes them out to midfield, and now you see BS Plus well prepared on defense for this, and they won't even have to play any more of it. Alanis, a great touch. Long ball downfield, though, into the hands of Sarek. She's got a lot to do with this one, with low boost and multiple players charging. 50s are going to be her friend, and my goodness, if she isn't friendly with them. Perfectly played, and the stop on the line. We mentioned it coming into this game, the difference in the defense from Sarek in particular, and she's just proving it once again.
Oh, and leaving that to Slumpy, the fake, but man, seemingly diving, aware, and trying to lead this to counterattacks, but it gets stopped by the third woman back, so super solid rotations at a BS Plus competition to keep the offense trucking. And as soon as seemingly diving get a foot up like now, you got someone from BS Plus competition trying to 50 you. But seemingly diving, getting rid of the ball, getting it to the corner, but losing this to Slumpy, who takes it up high, now to Alanis. Not the bounce off the corner that would have fed right back to BS Plus. That means they have to go for more and more challenges, but seemingly diving have barely any boost to play with.
I'm glad you bring that up. I was just about to mention, though, watch the full field rotations here for BS Plus. They are fine to leave the half as long as they have some woman upfield that can keep them thrown into that vice grip that is ever squeezing. If they can take the boost in the corners and just keep starving seemingly diving or forcing them to pick up that 100 and then immediately dump the entire tank, it's not as if this is really going to build momentum for them as much as just let them survive in a game that they are already down 2-0 in. Speaking of which, it might be 3-0. The lead blocker, Slumpy, a pass out center. Sarek not there. Alanis is, but the shot is saved. And BS Plus not done with their competition. They're still playing with their food.
Such a gorgeous slot, too, to the bottom corner. I can't believe seemingly diving are getting away with this, but what did we say? The turtle strat, they're not extinct yet for a reason. The shell will still be there, but how can the turtle bite back? That's what we need to see out of Seemingly Diving. They defend well, but how do they bite back? Now it's Ravina up, trying to, again, concede the ball before the challenge comes. But Crimson and Jonah just barely have boosts to get up and reach that ball before BS Plus competition beat them to it. And it's an open net, but still not enough.
No boost in Sarek means that one's not going to get finished, but this game almost is with a minute to go, and a BS Plus who have looked more comfortable than at any other point in this series. Something's got to change. Big stat line we're going to have to point out, and I'm hoping this changes by the end of the game, though. We've talked about it. Seemingly Diving almost always in the driver's seat when it comes to shots. They will almost always outshoot their opponents, except here. BS Plus, 10 total shots. Let's make it 11. Versus the only 2 we have seen out of Seemingly Diving. They need to generate more offense. It's as simple as that.
And this was after a BS Plus competition shutout in Game 4. It ended 4-0, and Seemingly Diving haven't scored since Game 3. When they had a lot to say, when they were the ones who shut out BS Plus, and this comes back out to Crimson with a full tank, but couldn't get a better touch, and now they're getting dunked! And it's now 3-0, and the kiss of death from BS Plus competition on Champions Field.
Slumpy with absolutely no fear. She could not care less about what challenge you want to make against her. She went, I know my teammates behind me. They will back me up here no matter what. And if I straight beat you on this ball, easiest goal of all time. BS Plus, I gotta say, I don't know what you did to inspire Slumpy in this final game, but her and Alanis have made for a duo that is unstoppable. 12 shots between the two of them, all 4 goals between the two.
I'm looking forward to seeing the demo stats too, because, man, I hope everyone has their insurance, because there were cars being refreshed non-stop. But it seemed to be BS Plus who were, like you pointed out, took that moment to get more boost and to find the moment how to take back over the midfield. It is BS Plus competition taking Game 5 to be our #1 seed going into Championship Sunday, which will mean they will face Post-its as their first match.
Honestly, like we said, this is 2 teams we expected to make it to playoffs. It was more who they were going to face off that was going to determine what are the odds of them making it to the grand finals. As great as Post-its have played, I think we all agree the #1 seed from Group A is definitively the #1 seed for a reason, as Quack Quack move on 3-0, meaning they will now face off against that Seemingly Diving team. Man, we have set ourselves up for a heck of a bracket here in EU tomorrow.
How many demos? Oh my god. Okay, just 6. Man, it felt like nonstop. I think it's like when the demos happen, it happened all at once. And yeah. I think that it was just such a reset moment for Seemingly Diving to collect the ball after getting demoed, or to do a demo, and then you don't have a good passing option anymore. It was playing a lot of catch-up to a BS Plus competition that, well, I guess fed the ball to Slumpy, and Slumpy go kill.
She did exactly that. Slumpy was the dagger planted in the back of Seemingly Diving there. That was ridiculous. The final performance she put up there with not only 2 goals and an assist, but 7 total shots. She was just the spearhead for this offense in so many different moments. And Alanis, same idea, but I really do think the intention was there with Slumpy to be that first woman, to dive into place, to continue to put those teams into pressured situations they could never escape from. Hats off to BS Plus. We said that this was going to be a series of adaptations. It was going to be a series that took a lot of strategizing between the two. They come out on top, the victors, due to exactly that. The way that they changed themselves going into that final game was phenomenal.
And we're going to throw you to a quick break, but please don't go anywhere. We're going to potentially have an interview, and we have a special piece of content that we're excited to show you, and we're going to bring a Tiny Shiny back in to get her reactions to the day. So don't go anywhere.
We couldn't have asked for a better series to wrap up our EU portion of the Star Chaser Showdown presented by Ally. A 5-game banger. Nothing short of what we just witnessed between BS Plus competition as well as seemingly diving. Couldn't get much better than that, but oh my goodness, this series had me on the edge of my seat. Watching from the very first part of this, it was so back and forth. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be close. The rest of the way, after that first game, sweeps. Every single game after that was a sweep. It was 3-0, then 0-2, then 4-0, then 4-0 again before BS Plus competition eventually figured out what the rhythm was. And you have to think, too, Lemon, that a lot of this came from resetting, talking to the coach in between each of these games.
Yeah, it's a great point that pretty much every game was like a shutout in so many different directions. It was whichever team got ahead first was able to slowly but surely suffocate the other team, whether it was fun little kickoff strats from BS Plus, stealing boosts, going for non-stop demos, and it was seemingly diving that fell further and further behind as BS Plus got ramped up, Bass.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, unfortunately, once the train started going, it was pretty hard to get it back to the station, and it really showed with seemingly diving, trying to, I think, in my opinion, make adjustments, and every time they did, it was something BS Plus was prepared for. Whether it was the upping of the aggression, instead of going slower, they were ready for that. They started meeting them for the 50s. If it was them trying to take more time to develop plays, BS Plus started sending the house and just cutting them off before they could even develop anything. So clear that BS Plus were just making the adjustments necessary, and for every adjustment that they did make, they became more and more dominant. And this player in particular, yeah, we said it. Every single time we have one of these events, she has one series where she just pops off. This was definitely the one.
Yeah, Slumpy was just non-stop harassing them, just challenging, 50ing the ball every second she could, but also taking full advantage of these BS Plus competition kickoffs. Slumpy went sicko mode, X Games mode, like on the last couple of games. And of course, she is our ally match MVP. Shout out to Slumpy, who's also just a really nice person.
I would love to think that, because I was honestly a little scared watching Slumpy just, like, destroy everyone and everything in her path throughout Game 5. I'm like, oh dear, I never want to get on this person's bad side, especially on a game of Rocket League, but clearly she's such a staple in this Rocket League community, and I'm so glad that she was able to put out that performance and give BS Plus competition that win. We do have the opportunity to hear a little bit more of an insight of what went down there in our Game 5 banger. It'll be Alanis, I believe, joining me for an interview right now. Alanis, 5 maps. That was one heck of a series. Not to mention, you had a pause that was like a game and a half long too. You had that massive mental break. I just want to hear, like, what are your collective thoughts having a couple minutes away from the game now?
Honestly, I said towards the end that, like, I think Crimson having the tech pause was probably very beneficial for us because it gave us way more time to actually rethink everything, find a new strategy, and kind of, you know, calm the nerves, kind of relax a little bit, just do what we needed to do. But no, it was great. I enjoyed it. I did not enjoy the tech pause. We just wanted to play the game. I can't lie. So now I'm old because thanks Crimson, you know, I'm now like 42. But no, it was good. It was all good. It worked out in the end.
Hey, well, there you go. It didn't seem like that way from the start, because we're not gonna lie, it was rough, right? From this very beginning, when seemingly diving, they came up with 3-1. Crimson in particular was just kind of running away with it, slowing down the pace and getting more control for seemingly diving. What was the change between games 1 and 2 that really allowed BS Plus competition to come back and just kind of slam the door right in their faces?
Honestly, it was just confidence. I feel like we went into it a little bit shaky because we just came off of a Game 5 series, which was a bit closer than we all anticipated it to be. So coming off of that series, we were all a bit nervous. I feel like a bit shaky. We went in there, conceded like straight off the bat, if I remember correctly, and then we just couldn't get into our own like rhythm. But the main change was just confidence and just more demos as well, because they're very vulnerable to demos. So demos, we sent Slumpy on an absolute goose chase. We were like, just go for it, you know, chase them down. But yeah, no, that was pretty much the only 2 changes. Demos, confidence, and just keeping things together on the back line and just being calm and collected.
Hey, we could see that. Somebody definitely had murder in her eyes as we headed into the back half of that series. So, like, knowing that with BS Plus competition, you guys are always put at, like, the top of the totem pole. You're expected to perform at the best of the best. And I just went back and looked at your history as a team here. Showdown 1, 3rd and 4th, you got knocked out in the semis. Showdown 2, you made it to the finals, but you finished in 2nd. Is this the time? Is this the time that BS Plus competition can step up and get that trophy?
I mean, you can see I'm repping the Yogg right here. You know, honestly, I have full faith. This is going to be a dub. We're all feeling confident. We're all feeling great. I have so much trust in my teammates and ourselves to do phenomenal. And even if we don't win, you know, definitely top tier. So honestly, we'll take it either way. But, you know, repping the Yogg, repping the Zebra, you know, BS Plus, like, we got this in the bag.
That is adorable. You got your own, like, little fan going on there. And you got the hat and the shirt, and you got behind you, is that a bedspread too?
Yeah, that's it.
You got everything. Look at that.
I'm stripped out, you know, BS Plus, you know, we cop so much, guys, you know, I appreciate it, so yeah.
Hey, you heard her. Go ahead, check out the merch right there. I might have to get my hands on that, but you gotta win first. You gotta win first, and then we'll see about that. You gotta prove it. Before I let you go, I want to get an idea. You have confirmed you will qualify for Championship Sunday, as well as be that first seed within your group. Is there any team that you are looking forward to playing against the most, whether it's Post-its or Quack Quack from Group A, or getting a rematch against Seemingly Diving?
Right, so this might come across as ego, but could you tell me the rosters for Quack Quack and the other 2? No, genuinely, I have no idea. I know like 2 players and that like on the team, but that's about it. Like I know a Lems and like it's a Lems, but the rest I don't know about that one. However, so regardless, I'm happy to play against anyone. You know, I'm confident, so it's, you know, it's free. It's a good challenge. But yeah, no, I'm excited to play against anyone. I think it'll be a good win. Or sorry, good game. My bad. But we're just going to see what happens. You know, you can tell we're all confident, we're all happy, we're having a good time. Team morale is high. You know, so whatever happens, happens. We're already happy as it is.
Hey, we can tell whether it's a little slip there or not. Cough, cough. I can tell that BS Plus competition, like, this is you guys at your top level of performance, and this very well could be the time. Alanis is confident, and so is the rest of the squad. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. Congratulations on making it till Sunday, and we look forward to seeing you back again tomorrow.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Wow, I love Alanis. Bass gave me a bit of a heads up before that interview. Alanis loves to banter. My gosh, BS Plus competition. They scream confidence, expecting nothing other than a win right now.
Do we have reason to doubt them? Like, let's just be real here. Do we have a reason to doubt them? After a performance like that, it's pretty hard for me to say anything, but BS Plus are finding another grand final. Credit where it's due. I do think that they need to win it in order to finally, you know, fully keep the yapping going. I think they got to put up a good competition because, hate to bring up the past, but last time they got in the grand finals, they got 4-0 swept. So, Alanis, I'm looking at you. I know you guys are capable of more than that. And after today's performance, I am 100% confident you'll be making it back to the grand finals. But still, regardless, I love interviews with her. She's just so good at this stuff, man. The banter is A1.
Yeah, I was ready. I was pulling up the rosters like, I got you, Alanis, the roster, and I'm trying to feed Shining, and it's like, no, okay. See, you know, I love Alanis. I gotta watch more Alanis interviews because she is a content machine and also a goal machine, so watch out for BS Plus tomorrow.
And she got all the merch to back it up, too. I don't think I've ever seen a player more decked out by their own team. Like, that's that's a whole
Dude,
new
you should have
level.
been here for the last one. They showed up in the interview with not just the merch on, they also had zebra heads. Like, literal, like, actual, like, zebra masks. I mean that. It was incredible.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, absolutely love to see it. And this is a great day for the opening of the EU Star Chasers tournaments, and we have said goodbye to half of our teams. The other 4 will be moving on towards tomorrow, those being Quack Quack, Post-its, of course, our last 2, Seemingly Diving and BS Plus competition in our bracket that will be coming up tomorrow. We're not entirely done here today. We will have our North American side coming right up. But before we move on to that, we want to go ahead and take a minute and acknowledge a wonderful player within the Women's Rocket League scene who has unfortunately left us a bit too soon. We want to take a moment and recognize the impact, the accolades, and the inspiration that has been Ducks.
Ducks deserves even more praise than just this. The replays that we saw as we look back upon this really go to show mechanically Ducks was a different level, not only today, but throughout the weekend.
Crimson actually gets the dunk, and it's off and in! Ducks flying in! Puts one right in the center.
Pack only to start, and a huge clear out actually bounces off the post. The follow-up by Ducks, though.
But I think this is really just illustrating a lot about how many times we get to these events and just see the talent continuing to get better and better and better. And speaking of Ravina getting better and better, that's a nice layoff, but Ducks still had a lot to do and does it so well.
Ducks has really always been her, though, in terms of all these matchups in the women's scene, because you see all the plays, you see the double tap, you see the dribbles, you see just the fine finishes, the ground pinch all the way across. Like, she really can do it all, and that's what makes her one of the most dangerous offensive players in all of EU for Women's Rocket League, because you set the ball up, you throw it anywhere on the backboard, it's there. You give her an open air dribble, it's most likely going to be a flip reset on target. And a player like that is so much fun to play with, because as a teammate, all you got to do is just smack it in her general direction, and your job is done.
This high-level equal gameplay as another shot rains down from the sidewall, and Ducks putting an exclamation point on game 1.
That's the way you stay relevant in the play. Even if they have no boost, Ducks just full sending it straight at Joda.
Yeah, she was outstanding, consistent, credible, clippable moments, time and time again. Ducks was fun to watch, and I think although throughout her history, she's always been really good, but this was just her tournament to live on.
And the power too hard to stop.
Personally, I like the assist even better. Coming in from Ducks, that's a wide open shot, but no, it's going to be a lot easier to set up Steven in the middle.
Ducks, after the onslaught of shots and opportunities, takes one underneath, takes the over, hits the double tap read.
Committing your car and don't have much recovery time, but Ducks, we talked about her. She doesn't want to hear it.
We're looking back, and there's highlight reel after highlight reel play on here, obviously, but I just look at the double touches off the backboard, her ability to get these very narrow angles, great example of what I'm talking about. It made it so difficult, and it has also made her our Allied Tournament MVP. Ducks from DRS is our EU Tournament MVP, and honestly, I don't really know if there's anything else we can say, but well deserved. She has continued to improve every time that we watch her play, and honestly, it's pretty impressive considering how good she was even initially coming into this one.
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Can't run away from it. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking don't nobody see all this time. Ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this out of line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. Your move, now it's all on you, on
The third Star Chaser Showdown, presented by Ally, continues here with our North American group stage. We had a stellar end towards the European side of things. Now, we're gonna jump a little bit closer to home, at least for us here on the decks. By the way, introducing the new faces, we got Seb Dot and Danger Taco, covering all of our NA action that we have yet to come. I know that you two, well familiar with this scene. Seb, what are you most excited about as we prepare to head into North America?
Listen, we got a lot of roster changes. First of all, it's great to obviously work with you and be on this fantastic stage. I'm very excited. This is a new experience for me, but I'm very happy with how welcoming everyone has been. Of course, so many of these teams are playing at the top level, and even though we've had some roster changes from the previous Star Chasers to now, we are still seeing some of the high-level gameplay that we always want to see.
Yeah, and to echo Seb's sentiments, yeah, it is really fun to be able to see the rosters change up a little bit, but we still see familiar names and, most importantly, orgs in the mix, supporting the ladies most talented among all of us to be able to get into these competitions, get in that top 8. But of course, everyone here, they're not here for day 1, they're here for day 2, and so we get to watch a lot of really nice games across both pretty competitive groups to see how that's all going to shape up, and I'm all here for it.
It always puts our smile on our face to see the support of the Women's Rocket League scene, not only from you viewers watching from home, but also from the organizations and the players themselves, making this an incredible competition. Let's go ahead and see which 8 teams have made it through qualifiers and have now seeded themselves into groups. A lot of these are very familiar from what we've seen in the past. I'm particularly looking at our top 2 in Group A and currently top 2 in Group B, Seb.
Yeah, the top 2 on each side, I mean, those are the 2 that you're going to be looking in. They are the number 1 and 2 seed respectively and have deservedly earned that spot. Of course, though, we do have some other orgs that we are seeing here. Of course, Gen G Mobile 1 and G2 both fighting out to see who will be the top seed out of Group B. And Taco, I just gotta say, I love these logos just so much. Would you introduce us to what is the best logo and best team name that we have here?
I personally like Torchics a lot, like the crying Torchic in the middle of what it seems like a pretty dark thing. It looks like a box of chicken nuggets, so a little spooky. But Schminklets Warriors will be something I will smile through every single time I talk about that. Group B really stacked in terms of all the name, but I know, Seb, you're a huge fan of that last group in Group A.
Yeah. Chimkin Numgit, which that's the one time I'm gonna say it. For the rest of the evening, I'm going to say chicken nugget because I am not going to try and pronounce that. But of course, I did DM Hira, of course, who was on this team right before this. I said good luck, and she's like, "You're casting?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so this is a team that I'm looking forward to. Some friends on this squad, but of course, 12 bricks. I mean, this should be a relative, not easy run for them, but I think an easier run. They are the top seed coming into this after the open qual. But for our first match, which will be taking place in Group A, our next few matches are all going to be in Group A.
Yep, we'll be doing a bit of jumping around so we get a bit of a taste of what each team has to offer. That first game, of course, will be Vera Momentum taking on Pulse Clan. So when we've seen Vera Momentum in the past, I know a player that, and I was doing all of my research, Courtney came up literally everywhere. She's been around this scene for a very long time, even formally competing on Gen G, and has really made a name for herself alongside Angie and Sunoki.
Go ahead. I mean, I have to agree. I mean, Courtney is just going to be the face for a while of a lot of the NA women's scene, particularly because in previous seasons and previous tournaments, especially in the women's scenes, I mean, this is technically kind of like a world champion coming from the old Gen G roster, arguably one of the best, if not the best player in North America, maybe even just the global women's game. So definitely any team that she's going to be on is going to be pretty much guaranteed a top 4 finish in most brackets with Angie and Sunoki coming along. Definitely no slouches, solid players to round out the roster, provide a really solid midfield, and obviously be able to shave off a lot of teams and quals to get here.
Yeah, they've managed to make it towards that top end where Vera Momentum expects to be placing. We got a new look from Pulse Clan WBCB. It'll be Glibis, Ren, and Ivania. Now that will be making up the majority of this roster. Seb, walk us through what you're really expecting. What can this team bring to the table to take down a heavy hitter, what we're expecting in Vera Momentum?
I mean, when it comes to Pulse Clan, obviously a well-renowned name within Rocket League if you're very familiar, but it's in terms of the roster that we have here with Ren and Vanya, like I am imagining that because they are the 3rd seed coming into this, and they are going against Vera Momentum, even though we were joking it was beat them. But Vera Momentum, I'm really enjoying, and I'm hoping to see just generally some competitiveness across the board. They did do okay within the open qual that we recently had. It's just at the end of the day, you are going to be on that bottom end of the pool. They didn't look too great against Gen G, and I am just hoping for a decent match that we have going forward. It's going to be a hard one, of course, because at the end of the day, we did see Vera Momentum. They did win their match. They are coming into the open qual with a proper win over the Schmieklitz Warriors, right? But it is a top-level match, regardless of how you look at it.
Yeah, and this is going to set a lot of the expectations for Group B. If you really want to go off of seeding, it technically would mean that Pulse Clan would have to punch up into Vera Momentum, but being that 2nd and 3rd seed on paper, very close in terms of the results that are expecting, but only the top 2 teams in each of these groups are going to be able to move on at the end of the day. So everyone can get a little bit of hand in the prize pool, but you're still wanting to make it towards that playoff bracket. I think an important thing too for Vera Momentum is even in Showdown 2, that's when this team was originally formed, still made it all the way towards those semifinals, and you'll be looking to repeat that here too, Taco.
Yeah, I think being able to get into the semifinals and get into, obviously, the grand final is obviously the goal. You go as far as possible. But the biggest thing I know about a lot of these women's competitions is that, yes, in the weeklies that we have just had ended, shout out to the Stride ladies at night, they do have a lot of rosters move around, but similar names do pop up. And I feel like those teams that can pop off week by then, it shows me a lot more consistency that they're not just growing, obviously, as players, but also as a team collectively. I think that's the biggest thing that the roster changes call into question, is saying, yeah, it's one thing that you can just grab a bunch of good teams, but regardless of what esport you look at, if you change rosters around, it's about how you all work together that I get really anxious about. So that's really what I keep looking at. We looked last week, we see some familiar names up there in the ladies' night, but how does that transfer now that you're down through quals, you're on the big stream, you're in on kind of a high stakes matchup where only half the teams move on to day 2. So I really am looking forward to not really the high flying highlight goals, but all the little micro touches everyone gets.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is, like, even in the independent weeklies that we are seeing from these 2 teams, at least on the Pulse Clan side, is they're struggling to make it pretty further. And you can see even on the Vera Momentum side, we're seeing some more experimentation between different rosters. Of course, as in between these events for Star Chasers, they test things out, they play with different rosters, different teammates. I just haven't seen as many of the Pulse Clan sides really make it deep in those. Whereas Vera Momentum, like you mentioned, we do have Courtney on the roster, who is a top tier player within the women's scene. But now we're getting ready on the pitch. Very excited to see what will be our first match here in Group A of this tournament. Of course, Star Chasers Showdown number 3, Pulse Clan versus Vera Momentum. Game 1 will be coming. I know it's a hard name to say. Okay.
This is all just tongue twisters, I swear. But also one thing to definitely look out for is going to be Ren. Actually, according to her, the #1, I believe, civet cat engine noise. So if you hear a cat screaming for its life, pelt out their opponents on the far side. In fact, it's going to be her actually getting that catch dangerously into the middle, but Gibbous does not want to turn for that. Instead, just rotating back instead.
Also run with the cat ears as the topper, which I legitimately can't think of a single time I've seen that actually be used before. Hoping it actually has some effect. Regardless, Ava going to be able to take possession here for game 1. That's a great bump. Courtney having to dive for the save. Still dangerous as Angie will be able to keep it out. Courtney going all the way across, looking for the flip reset, goes underneath, gets it through. Courtney kicks things off with a bang.
We're not just hyping these players up for no reason. It's because she can do stuff like this. Gets the reset, holds it perfectly, and then use it off the bounce, getting a little power shot on it. Even with Ren in position, it's just the speed, the kind of change up that is really hard to manage sometimes. First goal going the way of Vera Momentum, and this is exactly what they're looking for. Maybe even the best possible setup as well. Courtney going for number 2. This time Gibbous ready to meet it and be able to equal to the challenge.
Kate looking for Courtney as well, not able to get the proper pass. Courtney going to be able to get the second touch off the corner. Angie going to go high, Ava not playing the best defense there, as that will be a whiff from Ren. Unfortunately, just getting a misread regardless. They're able to diffuse some of the pressure. See Pulse Clan, they will reset.
And reset even to watching your opponents go all the way back into their goal line. Snooki just waiting for this one. Gibbous is going to try to get up to it, but not going to beat out Angie. So even though it's a bit more passive on the side of Vera Momentum, they're still getting to the reads when they need to. So sometimes playing passive isn't the worst thing in the world, but Gibbous needs to be aware that sometimes you need to be a bit more proactive, almost stolen right off the hood.
A little bit. You know, this Vera Momentum squad, I mean, still having such pedigree to their name, being able to take it to the best in the women's scene, of course, at Last Star Chasers, going that strong 3-0, even in groups, doing very well in that tournament. And even though they have also been experimenting through the weeklies that we've had, thanks to Stride, thank you so much. Well, actually, can we even say that now? Did Stride, aren't they going through some...
They're doing stuff.
All right. Anyway, point being, still a fantastic roster, which I'm sure Pulse Clan, even though this is their full team, them playing at full strength, they're going to have to be quite aware of that. They are the underdogs in this.
But we'll have to see just how much longer we can really call them underdogs, especially if they're starting to sting a little bit harder on a lot of these shots. After all, there's only 3 shots in total across this game for these two teams. So it really just takes one golden moment from Ren, or maybe some confusion. Angie, it's a bit too far. Sonoki, too much faith in the first defender.
That's what I was just about to say. I think Sonoki, you could see that she cuts a bit early. Angie can't get there in time, and unfortunately, I think Angie just shadowed the ball for Sonoki, provide a bit of a wall that they couldn't see around. And with that, Pulse Clan able to tie things up. No Courtney, not wanting to let it go just yet. Vera Momentum has had the momentum, no pun intended, throughout the course of this game. Has generally done well in terms of holding the field, though now Pulse Clan playing it pretty slow. Courtney with the challenge, Noki and Angie taking it out.
It's a good challenge there by Gibbous. Problem is the angle not on her favor. That's Sonoki off the backboard. Courtney immediately to it, and I would say a double commit, but doesn't really look like one, particularly because it's a perfect clear all the way down to reset our blue side, as Courtney likewise will be turned away. The midfield defense really stepping up from Pulse. Now it's turned into offense, if not for that immediate challenge by Courtney. Angie on the follow through. That's a wide open shot. She's going to make it count.
Oh, that's why those back wall reads need to be so important, because if they are left open, it immediately just gives the signal for Vera Momentum to be able to take things in their favor. 2-1 at 148.
So we turn again to a situation in which Pulse trying to fight from behind, trying to level everything up, and it can be so difficult, particularly off those kickoffs. They can be so pernicious.
Oh, wow.
Courtney dunking it home, and you can see the panic in the eyes of that defender.
I could feel the slam straight through this dunk with authority from Courtney. Vera Momentum firmly in the lead now with an insurance goal of their own. 141, just punishing Pulse Clan.
Now hoping to increase it even further. Snooki, perfect pass down to
Wow.
Courtney.
Oh.
That is textbook. The long-time duo making a hookup here early on in game number 1. We still got 90 seconds to go. It just had that much scoring has been going down.
I want to give credit to Ren too, because really did have a decent angle to be able to make the save, and unfortunately the shot just came in so quick from Courtney. Made things work with it, taking the 4-1 lead, and just in the span of 30 seconds, Vera Momentum scored roughly 3 times. Not really willing to let up just yet.
Courtney going to leave that one from Sonoki. Pulse sitting back and trying to bide their time, which is not the worst strategy. The problem is eventually you're going to have to press on that accelerator, be able to aggress somewhat into the midfield, and it seems like it's mostly working, particularly with Courtney getting cyberbullied in the corner, and yet able to bounce back, still get that save off. Ren trying to keep it alive. Sonoki hasn't answered that as well, and not only that, but extends it out to Courtney again. If not for a limited boost, could have been another redirect on target.
So firmly in the defensive rotation right now. Ava needs to get a second touch. Ren looking to take the effort away from her teammate. Vera Momentum. Pulse Clan struggling with the passing plays that's coming in from Verum right now, waiting for the challenge. Angie not going to be able to get the bump. Courtney will take possession, get demoed for her efforts. Sonoki went all the way through. Demo exchanged all the way. Ava has to rush back and has to get a read on Sonoki. Can they do so? No, but will be able to get the save off of the spawning Gibbous.
Being able to get that defense, I think, is a good thing for confidence. After all, this is group stage, no eliminations quite yet, but obviously every win really counts. Nice save from Ava to keep it at a 4-goal deficit, or rather, I would say just a 3, but overall, the offense doesn't really matter the amount because ultimately it seems like this result is all buttoned up. Angie gonna grab one more for the road.
Angie, why you bully, or should I say Courtney in this case, getting the bump on Ren? That's just rude. Oh, 2 seconds, 5-1 for Vera Momentum, going to be able to take game 1.
Being able to just close things out maybe with just one more kickoff. Sanoki actually sneaking it home.
Wow.
You know, that's some nice stat padding, particularly because that means that they are just shy of equivalent shots across all 3 players, and everyone gets a goal. Just how you like to see a first game of the series conclude.
Again, this is all within the span of essentially just a minute and a half. It looked close for, I would say, 70% of this game, and then the moment that things went awry, it fell, it tumbled, it snowballed, and it ended up in a 6-1 scoreline. Very Momentum going to be able to take game 1 in this best of 5. Pulse Clan, it just feels like they really are having a hard time covering these gaps. You can see Courtney top of the leaderboard, 3 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves, 3 shots, not even counting the bumps that really open things up for her teammates as well.
Yeah, being able to just constantly be in the way and be able to be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, obviously shooting 100% from Courtney is one thing, but I will say the main thing that I'm looking at from Pulse Clan is the only 3 saves on those 12, or just shy of 12 shots from Vera Momentum. You need to be able to get in the way of the play, and I was applauding them for their midfield challenges, but when it does get down there into your half, you need to be able to get in front a little bit, get some pieces on it, because most of the time when they do just get to a read, it's almost like it's already on the net, so need to be a little bit more conscientious. When they get forward, shots aren't too bad. They are forcing Verum to actually react to it in an appropriate way, lest they get punished immediately, but I don't think that's really going to cut it after this first game. But if we say there's ever such a thing as a feeler game, that's really what game 1s are all about. Vera Momentum's coming up a bit faster that time.
I mean, that's, one way, I guess, to put it in terms of feeling out, or just, please stop hitting me. Please stop scoring on me. Just go to the next one. GG, go next. But we are underway now. Game 2 between Vera Momentum and Pulse Clan. Going in, we'll see how dominant Courtney can be. Already looking for a dunk on one. Ava able to take it out. Angie, take a possession. Going in the midfield. Great bump by Courtney. This could result in something crazy. Sanoki not able to get the second touch, but will keep it in play.
Angie also going to model herself after her hero, Courtney, and get onto the Dominus car that actually she will flip between pretty regularly. Anyone who plays ranked with Angie knows that she actually loves changing cars a lot around. Makes me able to experiment with different hitboxes, and she plays well with all of them, so I don't see why not. Courtney, of course, she's in her own reliable, and she will be just as reliable as in game number 1 on the counterattack, slotting it past that last defender.
I do want to give credit to Angie, though. I mean, 1, adding the bump pressure, but 2, just straight up beating to the ball in the midfield off the back wall. Brilliantly done. Vera Momentum will be able to take the lead early here. 4:26. Ava needing to get this challenge. Sanoki leaves it for Courtney, puts it up high. Maybe looking for a second touch. Courtney able to put it on. Sanoki, can you get there? Ava, no boost. Struggling. Pulse Clan all low, all struggling with the pressure that's coming at them. That's a shot on, and she can't put it on.
Actually like that front from Angie because it actually turned into a back pass. However, it is immediately seized upon by Gibbous. If not for that nice save, could have been a goal. Actually, it might still be one. Courtney moving forward to get pads, but they got to stay in goal.
Great read, though, from Ren just on the rotation. Getting the cut in, pushing in as aggro as you can be. Courtney struggling. No boost to speak of, and that way, fortunately, the cut just didn't work out in her favor. Position was off, so it will be a tie game. We saw this position before in game 1. We knew exactly how it went. Ren leaving it, maybe getting the second touch. No angle. Ava will get cut off. Ibis, that's a bad touch from a teammate, though. Angie struggling, needs to put it away to be able to get it over one defender. That way, it's still looking like a bit of a struggle, though. Vera Momentum, first time we're seeing some extended defensive play.
It's a tough situation, particularly because the situation in which they find themselves has to be really remedied by making sure they get those long clears and use them to kind of rebuild that pressure on their own accord. And that is really usually through stealing some boosts, monitoring it, and making sure you're putting Pulse in the most awkward of positions. Courtney, barely any boost, but still gets the flip reset back
Sanoki
for the 50 pressure off target from Sanoki into the corner, but no pass to be found, only a deflection,
Whoa.
but that one is actually going on target! Ava needs to be listening to the comms. I think that was wide open.
I think she was just trying to rob her teammate's goal. That was so open. I listen, in that situation, you've been there, I've been there. You really just want to, you know that the third man is going to come through. You know that there's potentially going to be a save, but it's just the awareness that maybe you don't see that there just is no one there, that it is an open net. Yes, it can be that easy sometimes.
Courtney up and over, really solid dunk. Even when the play doesn't go Courtney's way, it's still something that you really have to pay attention to. As you can see, Pulse now trying to scramble, get in front of those reads. Good 50 by Sanoki. That should land in front of Courtney, but only so much boost. Makes it count somewhat as that's off the post. Sanoki with a high lob, and somehow Pulse still getting away with it. A solid 50 from Ren means that's going to go up the line, and Angie simply can't handle it. Pulse gets out.
It's important for Pulse, though, in those situations, not to panic, not to just jump at the ball, because you will flub, and it will end in a disastrous fashion. Gibbous looking for the challenge. Courtney maybe getting it over one. Ava able to knock it away, puts in a safe position.
We'll be able to see some more pressure potentially from Courtney, but ultimately you need something in the tank for that. I think Ava almost calls her bluff, and now able to take her own touch down that line. Ren, another 50. Gibbous doesn't want to aggress too far. I understand the temptation. It's something you maybe could shoot on target, but with both players in the corner, wise decision to not be able to step on forward. Just kind of wait for Vera momentum to deal with it, get your own boost, and then reconsolidate, because you're certainly going to need that help. Courtney over one, not past two.
Oh, that's great and smart. Angie in the bump on the defender. That needed to be a save, and still barely out. Gibbous able to knock it away again. Pulse Clan able to keep calm, collected, not panic, be able to with it, withhold, withstand whatever their momentum is throwing at them.
What a save by Ren to keep things the way they are, but actually maybe not for long unless Courtney can get to it. Of course she can for right now, and we'll be able to clear the lines once more. Seems like Pulse definitely needs to keep up this defense, but for how much longer? No one getting the deflection. Sanoki makes no mistake.
Look at the shot total from Vera Momentum right now. 8 shots for Courtney, 1 for Sanoki, and it was enough. 1 for 1. And with it, Vera Momentum taking the lead, but is it enough? Pulse Clan have been able to hold on. They've been able to get a goal of their own. They're going to let it just wither away this game. Maybe so. The flip reset shot will come through thanks to Angie.
Good job from Angie calling Ren on that one, knowing that the read was there as long as they slow down, try to take their time, which most of the time on an air dribble you will. And not only that, but gets the reset, force the defender to guess that that's going to be a high read, jumps over the ball, and that is more or less all she wrote for this game, at least based on the trend that we have seen. The offense is good from Pulse, but it's good enough to get 2 in the final 40 seconds. I just don't know. They're going to have to at least work on some 50s here in the midfield as Ava tries to look middle. Sanoki gets a part of it, but Courtney gets a lot of it as she escorts to the far side.
And I think we are seeing some improvements from Pulse tonight, though. They're taking the challenges a little bit better. They're not over-aggressing and not putting themselves out of position too harshly. Though it is just a case here of their momentum. They are quick to the ball, speedy to the challenges, and generally better at them. Sanoki, that one will be just off, and with it, that will be the game, but a decent effort from Pulse Clan. They'll have one more try to get themselves a game.
And I would say the number one thing that Pulse needs to focus on in this game is the fact that game number 1 really got out of the way. It felt like they were just desperately throwing the ball into just a blender. It kept coming right back at them. It kept going right into the back of their net. And this one felt like, despite the fact Courtney's getting 8 shots, they're getting in the way more. They have more saves or even closer on the differential. And so I think that's the improvement that they need to focus on, and less about the fact that, now we got to reverse sweep one of like the top 3 orgs here in NA. Well, no, that's one thing you look at, but the other thing is saying you've done better game by game. Game 3 hopefully is the time where you can turn it around, maybe get some differential back in the group stage, keep yourselves alive, even if this does turn out to be an L.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Pulse Clan, though, I mean, with the improvements that they're making, it's coming piecemeal at the moment. Again, I told you I was impressed with just how calm they were on the defensive line. Like, yes, it wasn't the cleanest defensive rotation. Yes, it wasn't the goal line, could have fallen apart at any moment, and it did at times, but they didn't panic. The comms were good. They were able to just keep their whole mental centered, and with it, get themselves some pretty insane goal line saves.
Oh, yeah. That save by Ren actually, the gasp aloud. I think that came through on my mic as I was trying to take a sip of water halfway through that one. I did not believe that would be pulled off. The problem is, it seems like the way things are going, they're going to have to pull off a lot of that. In fact, everybody on Pulse Clan really going to have to pull that off. So we'll have to see what the Pulse Clan ladies have in store as we head over to Utopia to see what's going down in game number 3. We said they really have the differential coming in from game number 1, but now it's time to actually get a dub. Start off your day right. Maybe it can be right off kickoff, if not for Courtney yet again, swiping away.
I appreciate the confidence from Ren, but of course Courtney is there, getting a second touch. That's not the best defensive touch as well. Ren has to be careful how you're taking that save. A shot's going to go up, but it will be saved as well. Ava keeping it calm, able to get over one. Will be able to carry this across the pitch. Maybe looking for an opportunity themselves, but no, she won't.
Be another type of build-up here from Angie is going to throw that one all the way on the far side. Little fake from Ava, and then they're going to take it away from a teammate. Angie just going to dance through everybody, but there's nobody on the back post. 5 cars colliding on that back post, just showing how close that race could have been. And now Ren says, okay, that race is over. I'm sending it all the way back down, letting us regain.
Angie being crazy smooth, just dissecting Pulse Clan's defensive rotation. That's a pass and a shot and a opener for Angie.
This is one of my favorite types of passes. It's not even necessarily that it's directly on the car's hood, which it is. It's really just made by the fact that Courtney says, hey, I'm throwing this across, and Angie says, as soon as you touch this read, I'm going to jump for it. And you can see why it's so deadly. It's right in front of the goal. In fact, it's right on top of a lot of Pulse Clan defenders, but they're just simply not prepared for how quickly Angie gets to that one. It's something that when you go into these private matches, you realize, oh, right, this is really what comms is all about. The fact that you can prepare your teammate for pretty much a pre-jump on a lot of these reads, but you also need to be ready for Courtney to do what she does best. Another double onto the highlight reel.
Just so much space allowed, and with it, she takes full advantage all the way through. Easy peasy double tap for her. Makes it 2-0. And Pulse Clan, it's your last chance.
We'll have to see whether or not they can have something that they can add on. Maybe off the ceiling. That's a nice setup from Ava. A perfectly designed play into the back post.
Well, we needed Pulse Clan to come in clutch, and now they have. Their journey isn't done, but this is a great start.
And I really just love going band for band on that. His play is getting a double tap. Said, okay, fine. I like this one. And then immediately goes off the seal and saves the reset for what seems like 5 straight seconds. And then not only that, but slotting it right over her opponent's head. I love that play from Pulse. Now, got to continue to live up to it. Ava going to get some wall dashes and a boost steal. So they're still hungry. They're still on the ball. They're still potentially around that play. Is Ava waiting for it on Angie's giveaway on the far side, but not able to wrangle in time.
Pulse, Ren, maybe solo, of course, Courtney. Good awareness off the backboard. Ava keeping the midfield. Ren just taking it slow, rotating back, relying more on solo plays and playing as slow as can be. Courtney will be able to get the save and maybe looking for the solo. You can see the pass is up, but Snowkey just can't get there in time. Snowkey still struggling with 2 points.
It's an interesting stat line, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of those rare moments where your teammates are pretty much everywhere you need them to be. You're kind of locking down the midfield, but the ball's just staying either above the goal or to the side. And so yeah, Snowkey in a very strange situation, but ultimately shouldn't matter too much so long as they can hold on to this one. Ren trying to make sure that their grip is going to be loosened somewhat. Ava can't get that read. Wanted it too hard off the sidewall. And now maybe here's the punishment. Courtney, perfect reset right past halftime.
Oh, it was so clean too, all the way cross pitch, waiting, getting the delayed jump as well. Beautiful work from Courtney.
That's exactly why we've been hyping up Courtney so much. It's really just the moment where you say, wait, there's going to be some reset coming in, but it probably won't be that good. And nope, it's just a perfect shot. Like a straight line into the top shelf. from a pretty far distance away with a goalie waiting for it. So again, it's a valid strategy as always for Vera Momentum. Just feed it to Courtney and see if she can continue feasting, and then obviously everyone else can support in due time. But Pulse Clan, they're more than familiar with that game plan. Right now, they're still trying to figure out exactly how to stop it. This time, it was Courtney going for the bump, which does slow down the defense enough for Angie to strike.
No, the team bump that came through from Pulse Clan. Ren got a okay touch, but as soon as she came down, just completely collides with the defender attempting for the save. So with it, Vera Momentum firmly with the momentum at the moment. Ava looking to make it 4-2, but I have to do a lot of work to get there.
It's difficult because this isn't necessarily an issue always with Pulse. It's really just the fact that Vera Momentum has been cleaning up a lot of different tournaments. They've been getting real far in a lot of the weeklies as well as former tournaments as well. Top 4 in the last Star Chasers Showdown. So when we do see a team play this well, I really need people to understand that this is definitely one of the best in this region. And also, I will say to their credit, has done well at times, but it really just feels like you're trying to bar the doors and hope that the battering ram doesn't inevitably come breaking through. And right now it really does feel like even when they do get these beats over the top, as Ren have to watch that one get escorted, they really just can't convert as much. So if nothing else, this is a heck of a warm-up for the squad, and maybe with 111 remaining, maybe something more.
At this moment, I'm also kind of looking at Gibbous and Sanoki. Like, they're both tied right now for points, and I'm like, all right, who's going to end up on top between these two? But this was a pretty speedy, I think, approach from Pulse Clan, which is, I think, what they need, just in terms of raw speed. If you're able to be accurate and speedy, which is the goal of every Rocket League player, that is kind of what might shake things up against Vera Momentum here. Again, you have to be smart, not give Courtney too much space, as that will be knocked away.
So you will be able to see potentially a nice deflection coming on in, but Angie backing away, and Vera Momentum doing well to understand that they want to get forward onto offense, but there's really no reason to throw away your defensive positioning. Granted, with all that, perfect deflection almost came in from Ren to be able to get that goal off. Pass back to Gibb is going to be far away. Ava in a foot race actually does technically get it over, but Angie's still getting enough of that lower hitbox to be able to deflect it over the top. Really might just be able to preserve this lead as Sanoki taking into some time-wasting energies right here. Angie off the bar again. Just nothing to wrap this series up yet.
Courtney putting it away, just looking to for a challenge. Well, Ava looking to make it closer. 11 seconds. Pulse Clan within reach. If they can get themselves a good kickoff here, maybe even a fake, I think they could net something pretty special.
All it takes is something a little tricky, or maybe some physical play, or classic. How about a kickoff as Ren gonna face down Angie? It's gonna be a loss into Sanoki, and just like in previous games, right at the end, it's Sanoki getting a goal.
That hurts. Listen, I normally don't advocate for kickoff shenanigans, but in this case, I think you could have tried. You know, there's not much you could have done, and especially in that case, especially when you're going up against two Domini, for sure. Domini. Yeah. Why not go for it? You know, there's not much you can lose at that point. You're already down 2-0, potentially looking for a tie. This one will go to Vera Momentum. 3-0, clean sweep here. And with it, they will go on 1-0 in our group stage.
And of course, as everyone is reminded, this is group stage, so it's not only it's a win that's important, it's the fact that they do it without dropping a game. Vera Momentum looking to make sure that they solidify a solid seeding for tomorrow, and it's a great way to start it off. We'll see Pulse Clan a little bit later on, potentially, as they seek for the regain, but a solid showing overall, not just from Courtney, but really everybody on a Vera Momentum, really showing why they are on this squad, why they are the ones to be trusted to run through this third Star Chasers Showdown and make the org proud.
Yeah, again, like they are following the par for the course right now. In the last Star Chaser Showdown, they went 3-0 and obviously went to top 4, and they look to do the same here. And that being said, even though we do have a group stage, I think that is more equally distributed in terms of just seeds. I think we have two really strong top 2 seeds between the two. That's not to say that any upsets can't happen. Of course, in this case, though, Vera Momentum, they handle business, Taka. Like this is pretty set in stone.
I mean, it was really well balanced. You're looking at the stats that last game. You had a bunch of demos going across, a lot of shots kind of displaced across, and it was kind of a weird, kind of goofy game by Snooki in the last one. But really, Angie and Courtney are doing the best. And honestly, those are my favorite games. When you're the third, you're just like, oh, my teammates are just going to do everything. So, okay, that's fine. I'll just hold up everything else and kind of supervise, be there for moral support. But other than that, I don't think they need much more support on offense. They're looking great. I really like how this team is looking. And I think it is another team that is also kind of not necessarily on revenge, but I think they're underperforming what they personally think they can accomplish. I think they think that they can hang with the Gen Gs, with the G2 Lunas in the scene. And really maybe this weekend is kind of that tour to really show that conquest through the rest of NA and showing that they can win the final Starches Showdown here of the year.
I think there is a lot to look forward to. With that being said, I'm very curious in terms of what the rest of our next pool will be. Of course, we have a lot of great matchups, not only in this pool, but we also have the other pool that's going on as well in terms of our second group. So before we go to our next one, we're going to take a short break so we can just recoup, because Courtney got some insane highlights that we have to look at again. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
keeps bringing me joy.
A shame, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done.
We could say, right after we just watched that, Fair Momentum put on one heck of a show, but I don't think it needs to be called the Fair Momentum show. That was Courtney. Courtney was the star in the spotlight for every single play, had the most goals on the team, and was just lighting it up with these insane mechanical plays that we know her incredibly well for. Pulse Clan gave it their best shot, and they had some moments where it looked like they could come back, especially on the end, but some of those kickoff goals really came back to bite them there, Seb. And, you know, when you look at a team like Pulse Clan, you knew that heading into this game, it was going to be an upset. It was going to be a difficult match for you to take them on. All things considered, though, it didn't go as badly, especially in these last couple of games where they showed some sign of life.
The thing is, I think that when you look at Pulse Clan, it was clear like they had to overcome just a difference in ability, right? Which is one of the hardest things you have to do when you're playing in a group stage match like this is you have to figure out how do I play against one of the best teams within Women's Rocket League. And in this case, it was just such a difficult hill to overcome because even though you could clean up some parts of your gameplay that could elevate yourself, there is another part that you're going to struggle with. Whether you leave too much space to Courtney, whether the defensive rotation is just a little touch too slow, or the goal line defense isn't quite there, there's always something to improve upon when you are playing against a team that will punish you for all those mistakes, Taco.
Yeah, it can be so difficult to be able to focus up against teams when you know you are, as Tiny had mentioned, kind of like the underdog coming into it. Some teams are really motivated by that, and I think they play kind of just out of their mind, trying to be super aggressive because they know they can't back down. And I think other teams almost respect players too much, which is why it can be a little tough, particularly when we look at that MVP, as you alluded to, Shiny.
Yeah, our ally match MVP is none other than Courtney. I feel like it would be incorrect to have anybody else on this field with how much that she had. Angie and Courtney in particular were working very well together, setting each other up for pretty much every one of these points that were scored. A near 50% success rate between those shots and the goals, an insane amount of participation from her alone, and it does go back to that individual skill that we saw earlier. Courtney has been working so hard, specifically on those mechanics, to continue to grow and improve. We can talk about her all we want, though. Why don't we just talk to her and hear from Courtney herself about her breakdown of the series? It was the opening match, you know, first game of the day. Surely a little bit of nerves coming into it, but the result is one I'm sure you're very happy with Courtney.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good start. I think we have some expectations. Oh, no.
Nope, I can hear you now. You're good.
All good. No, it definitely feels good. I think we had a lot of expectations, like, going into this tournament, and I think we really want to play well, and this is the way we needed to start.
And it was an incredible start from you particularly. I was sitting back here just watching, like, you know, there's no cameras on me, no lights, and I was still, like, getting up on my chair, like, what did I just watch? Courtney, you were an absolute animal when it came to this game today. And is this a performance that we can expect to see from you later on? Is this something that Vera Momentum are really trying to feed you to these plays so that you can pop off like this?
I think with the way our rotation works, this is very natural. Whoever, like, is feeling it on the day can do it. I mean, sometimes that's me. I mean, I'll be straight up. I'm a ball chaser. I like going for the ball. It's just who I am. So, but it's really who we feel. Like, we love connecting with each other on passes. Shinoki and Angie always try to dime me up, and I try to, unless I'm going for a solo play, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll have to, I think that's what we saw too, is that when you're at a point in a game where you're able to just kind of mechanically diff in some points, absolutely no hate to Pulse Clan at all, but you were literally just sailing above at certain points. And it was great that Vera Momentum and you as well recognized that and were able to use that towards your strength against this team today. I do want to look a little bit further ahead though, because you haven't qualified obviously for playoffs. It is game number 1, but you did make it there last time into those semifinals, and I believe we're going to have your match against Gen G1 Mobile later today, which is currently the number 1 seed in this group. So we'll have that game on stream. So we'll revisit this all again. But I want to hear from you, because that's looking to be your most challenging matchup of the day. What's kind of the mentality as you move forward with the rest of the group stage?
Well, we played 12 bricks actually. 12 bricks.
Oh, 12
is in
bricks,
our group.
excuse me.
So we're going up against our former teammate and Lilo. And I definitely think we have a game plan towards it, but I also think a big part of our game plan is literally just having fun. Like, I've said this so many times, the way to improve and the way to actually enjoy the game is literally to have fun. Like, you can take it seriously, but you also need to realize that, like, we're doing something that not many people get the opportunity to, and we gotta enjoy the moment while we have it.
I absolutely love that mentality. Like, finding the fun in competition is very difficult to do. There's a lot of players that are very dedicated to that and will get very upset, and that mentality can affect a performance nonetheless. So going in with the idea of this is just fun. We have this unique experience with the skill that we've managed to build up for ourselves, and I love to hear that from you. I do have one more question before we go ahead and send it off. I know you got another match coming up. I want to ask and just kind of find out, what does playing in the Star Chasers events, what does that really mean to you?
Honestly, it means the world. I've met so many people just through, like, the women's events in general, and Radiant always puts on a good show every single time. I cannot say this enough. Genuinely, everybody who's a part of it, thank you so much for making it as magical as it is. I still remember playing in the first Radiant back in 2022, and it was literally one of the best feelings ever. And I'm very grateful for the people that make these things possible, so thank you.
Well, of course, the Star Chasers loves to see you become a star on the pitch. Thank you so much, Courtney, for joining me here on this interview. Best of luck in your next match, and maybe we'll see you back here a little bit later should you win your game against 12 Bricks.
Thank you.
Well, that is going to go ahead and do it for game number 1 today. We're going to head on over to Group B for our second match of the day. It'll be G2 Stride Luna taking on Torchix. It's a match you're not going to want to miss, so we'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes. to Star Chasers Showdown number 3, presented by Ally. Our NA stage has been a little bit sweepy from the very beginning. Vera Momentum will take the 3-0 victory over Pulse Clan in their Group A matchup. Now, we did say we want to get a little bit of everybody on this action, so we will be going to Group B for game number 2. And I think one of these teams here, we are very excited to see. G2 Stride Luna, more specifically, came up in first Showdown 1, second in Showdown 2. What is left in store for them for number 3? Taco, major expectations for this squad.
Definitely also high expectations because they also ended up winning the last Stride Esports Ladies Night. So the Ducks edition, of course, rest in peace, beautiful tribute, the end of EU. But when it comes to this event, I think it's just more top tier finishes. This is probably I would say the most concerted effort to just consolidate talent within the NA side that we have seen. G2 really trying to get Karma to come back in, who was a player who repeatedly had said in the beginning of the women's scene, it's like, it's like, I was a former pro player, I think this is more for like the community. But then as the skill level got to the like rank X players, like really high rank players, I think she was like, I think it's totally valid for me to find a team. And not only that, but then assembles Tally alongside her and then gets Avenger, another player that had been around for quite some time, to join in. So definitely top tier team. And I think that's exactly what they're going to be trying to prove throughout this entire weekend, that it's not just a fluke that this team is arranged in getting to these deep runs in these brackets, because they're simply just built better.
And we get to see that with this team being together the longest out of most of these squads. They've been playing together all year, have not made a single roster change, and very few others can say that. And Group B, while we don't have the full results of them, we can take a general guess. Torchics and Schminklitz Warriors. I just can't not smile.
Listen, we're all going to mess it up. It's fine.
Schminklitz Warriors. I want a name. We look at how those teams have been performing before and who they've had to play against. Karma, Tallybird, Avenger, the 3 of the biggest names that you're going to find in North American Rocket League, especially on this women's side. Having casting experience, playing since like 2016, 2017. I don't even remember what was going on in those times. That's how long ago that it was. The experience is not to be understated, Seb, and this really could be the start of a championship run here, Seb.
I think right now where we see G2 Luna kind of playing it is like they're trying to solidify their #1 spot. They have the momentum on their side, taking the last Stride Weekly, right? And then of course, but they did fall in second place to 12 bricks in the previous edition of Star Chasers. But teams are different now, okay? The whole landscape is different now, and now G2 Luna have the opportunity to cement themselves as the best women's team in North America at the moment. Also, Avenger Canadian, love to see it. Always going for the Canadian. That's the whole point of this, but very excited to see where G2 end up here.
Yeah, it'll be taking a hit against Torchics too, which this mascot, oh my gosh. It took us a second to figure out what it is.
Oh my god, wait, that's even worse. It's like crying.
It's so sad. Poor Torchic. It's amongst its friends, I guess you could say.
It's just
wow. That makes it even worse. It makes it even worse if it's among friends.
Yeah, what's the hamster meme? With the music.
It feels like basically that. But ultimately, this is a team of players that we've seen for a while. Jazz, Kitty, Michaela, Nessa, a bit of a more it's a newer name, but still very hard to get into these competitions. So definitely one of the top 8 teams within the North American scene. So going up against G2, kind of like Pulse in that you're getting your first games out. You're gonna have to play every team in your group anyway. But my goodness, this is going to be such a warm up. You're not even getting warm. You're not just toasting your hands. You're getting tossed directly into the fire.
Well, I'm sure there's some sort of fire Torchic joke that we could come up, or grinder joke, like food joke. Anyway, we're not gonna rest on that too long. That whole Torchic logo needs to go because it makes me sad. But regardless, it is going to be G2 Stride Luna versus the Torchics to open up Group B here on stream.
And so this is really going to be the #1 type of game where you talk about pacing and making sure that you are not backing down. I've talked about how Pulse Clan, when they're playing against Vera Momentum, the biggest thing that they were doing to benefit themselves is making sure that they weren't playing scared. And when you're playing against a team like this, you need to understand, yes, they can do a lot of damage. You got to make sure you at least put a hand up and then pull out a save like that. That's great for Michaela on the first one and the second as well. Look at the heroism in the back.
I was waiting for Michaela to actually get up there and try and get the save, and this might be dangerous as well. She has no boost left to work with. Jazz Kitty needs to get in the way. We'll be able to do so. Avenger Keeps it up high. Karma going in for the shot. Will be saved by Nessa.
It's going to be a little bit of a break as Tally actually takes a wider turn than I think even she intended to. So Jazz Kitty going to be able to finally clear the lines. And with Av almost missing that one, have to rely on Karma to eventually get that clear. McKalen getting up quickly for this one, but Tally even faster. That one waterfalling only down into a defender. So G2 certainly taking laps around the Torchics half at times, but it's not able to get that final touch off. McKalen, deflection over the bar. Tally trying to take her time. It's a deflection in, and somehow that's Karma's goal.
Had to go in as slow as possible. Just going in inch by inch. McKalen struggling to make this touch work, and unfortunately, will be credited to Karma. So G2 will be up 1-0 at the moment, just over a minute in. Torchics to lock in.
Nessa able to get the ceiling pinch. I really do like that as you see Tally, the last second adjustment to be able to get that clear out. Problem is that there's no immediate follow, so McKalen going to play that one off the backboard as Karma gives chase, gets a boost steal as well. This rotation from G2, it's probably their biggest strength outside of the individual skill, just the fact that they fully trust in every single touch. They're immediately on everything, so need to be even faster, kind of like Nessa on that last one. McKalen getting bumped. Jazz Kitty needs to get the clear, and indeed does for right now.
I just like how proactive you can see Avenger being, going in for those single touch bumps as well. For every single opening to disrupt that defensive rotation, get anyone out of the way. Tallyboard's just going to put this one on. McKalen able to get the save. Karma to put this one just in the corner, maybe looking for another opportunity. Avenger can't get there in time. As it looks like Torchic will take the possession, flick across, but easy save by Karma.
It's a really good flick by Nessa, getting all the power
Oh,
on that
another one.
And then even better on the pass back, and Nessa going for speed over placement there. Forgot that maybe needed to get a bit more over top of that one. So now here comes G2, not making a mistake on the accuracy, just about halftime. We've seen our second goal.
Yeah, so incredibly clean. But I mean, look at the positioning here. It's essentially a 3v1. Nessa tries to come in, adds the pump pressure to at least try and diffuse the danger. But it was too little, too late. G2 taking the lead. 2-0 here. Torchics struggling with the pace.
Karma over the top, and good speed again, but both teams struggling. Sometimes you have to get above the ball to beat out that defender, but it's that happy medium, actually putting it on a target. Not really going to make G2 frown too much. They understand they still have most of this momentum going into this game, but I would say there's moments where you can see Torchics escape their half, get some shots off, and I think right now, I think they would love to be able to spend less time on their half, take a vacation on that blue side, which seems like it's really coming at a premium. Tally, love that play from Mikhail, who can't get the ball, so just get the player instead.
And even now, Avenger maybe looking for another. Decent 50. McKalen just pushed up too far, able to get another one. Tallybird puts it too high, but it doesn't matter. It still goes in and is credited to Karma as well.
Love this goal steal here from Karma. Flies in on the wave dash, pre-jumps it, and it just falls down directly in. You know, I'm just going to say after that career playing pro in Rival Series, in lower levels, RLCS and all that, that's just like pure prediction. Just knowing, yeah, that might not go in. I'm just going to be on the goal line just in case.
Why not? Just be there. Yeah. I still remember. I mean, like, I think you and I were both around during the grid days when I believe she was still a Charlotte Phoenix at the time. My memory is not chalked. I believe that's what it was. And, you know, she was still a great player. She really did help that team to stand out, specifically in particular instances of the grid. But Tallybird, it's on her now, finally getting on the board here for G2 Stride Luna.
And really just pounding on those statistics. That shot, we still have 90 seconds to go. It is 14 shots on target from G2 Stride Luna. So obviously, they're not messing around. We said they came in as probably the favorites here within this tournament, but anything can happen this weekend, and maybe this is just group stage at #1 coming in with a lot of confidence, but certainly a team that is going to get their advantage and press it as much as possible. That's another one, a fourth for Karma.
This is rough to watch, too. Again, the touch from Nessa needs to be perfect, and even though the positioning, she tries to make it there, even though the squishy save came through, again, just by inches, the slimmest of margins, too little and too late. This will go 5-0. G2 look comfortable and unchallenged.
So we'll see Tally to get a reset into now a new play. like high, but McKalen actually been, I would say, the player for Torchics to be able to get into a lot of these touches early on, getting deflections, a lot of goal line saves actually in the beginning to keep it a close margin, but ultimately things slowly fell apart. But it's something that I really do applaud them for, just the solid positional play. It's a harder thing than it really does appear. Sometimes it's like, well, you just jump near the ball and hope you get lucky, but it's really more than that. They're getting to the point of contact on a lot of shots from G2. Granted, they're still giving up a decent number of goals, but
Oh,
G2's actually be able to hang on with them in this regard as Karma. Not able to get lucky number 5, but yeah, at the very least. Yeah, Avenger able to get something.
You know, it's nice to be Canadian. It's nice. Nice to have some of the best women's players in the world, some of the best players in Rocket League. Just makes me really happy, you know? Anyway, back to this game. 6-0. 32 seconds remaining, maybe making it 7-0. Karma gonna put it to the side, passing it back and forth. Nessa sends it downfield, and Tallybird will be able to get the save. Torchics struggling for any sort of presence on the pitch right now.
Yeah, but I do like that passing attempt, showing that they are staying present in a lot of these plays, even if they are really just trying to fight for anything going into game number 2. G2 doesn't want to go down just with 6. They like to be able to really pad their lead, get those stats heavy. And honestly, at this point, they're just fighting beneath themselves for that MVP spot as they continue on with that 1-0 after game 1. And this was quite the showing from them to be able to start off their tournament debut.
You know, I think at the moment, Torchic just needs to change their decal at the moment. I think it's you're rocking the French decals. I don't know if that's providing you any luck at the moment.
Yeah, well, we do have French world champions, so I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's maybe trying to channel that, but I don't see any BDS stuff. I see some Gentlemate stuff occasionally.
Yeah, and they didn't do great. You know, they didn't do particularly great.
Yeah, that's probably it. Honestly, I'm a huge proponent of saying if you look good, you play good, and I don't know, maybe these decals do need a little bit of a change. I mean, I do think that's like probably the #1 go-to copium for most players, where they're like, hold on, I'll be right back. They exit lobby, go through their, completely unnamed presets, because it's all just preset 1, preset 2, preset 3.
Yeah.
Find the one they want, and then they get back in. And it does feel like you are changing something, even if it's not gameplay.
Yeah, it's a mental thing, right? Like my go-to decal outside of the OG decal, obviously, is the Fury decal. I don't know, like the fact that it's like black and white and just looks cool. I like it. But in this case, so much of what Torchics needs to do, it's just there's times where I see them out of position, and it's really just G2 kind of playing with their food.
It can be so difficult to be able to play against this team because you do have a former RLCS and Rival Series pro. You have a rank X bordering even higher pro, as well as Avenger, who is a player that's been around so long in these top teams. So yeah, it can be difficult to go against that team and say, all right, well, we're just going to play up to their level. Well, few teams really can do that, but we'll have to see whether or not things get any better here as we go to Utopia for game 2. And right now it seems like G2 is still playing just as confident with a fake to start things off with Tally, handing it off to Karma, but passed a little bit too slow on the pre-jump.
Nessa able to get there in time after indeed having her ankles broken. Tallybird, Avenger, kill it, needs to play it off the wall. That will be a whiff, but it will come through. Nessa in the challenge on Tallybird, though Karma will be able to steal the boost. It's going to make things so difficult for Torchics to get any sort of presence. Tallybird pre-flip shot and in.
It's a nice find as well, as you see Avengers taking time, letting Karma get that boost, and then realizing there's no real pressure to move on forward. And that's the biggest thing I think you got to notice about this G2 team is, yes, they're high-flying, they're mechanical, they're confident with each other, but they're not trying to over-press. They know that the easiest way to get scored on in games like this is just getting too cocky, trying to fly on forward, saying, we're fast, we'll be fine. And then everybody commits forward, ball just rolls into an open net. So I really just have to notice how often you'll see Torchics just clear a ball because they're just desperately trying to get out of their half, and G2 will just back off. They're not even trying to press the ball because they know it'll just come back to them.
I think it's also because they are generally just pretty confident in like their challenge game in the midfield. Like they're not losing a single challenge right now. And even then, you see Karma kind of like following up a little haphazardly, but it's still just they have so much confidence. They know it's going to work out. Even then, you can start to see Torchics. They're getting a read on how G2 want to aggress. Musty going through. Michaela in the first touch. Tally keeps it in. Jazz Kitty needs to get the save. Can't get there in time. It'll be 2-0 for G2.
Really solid contact here coming through from Tally, coming up for this one, and honestly noticing, I think halfway through, that you go through your reads, your progressions as a higher level player. You say, okay, can I catch this for an air dribble? Maybe there's a double tap open, but sometimes you just glance up and say, hey, that goalie's a little too far off their line, and just like a player who wants to wing it from midfield in soccer, sometimes you just got to take your shot and find that the defender indeed does not have that recovery on the back pedal.
Actually, it's football. Thank you very much.
This is a North American broadcast.
Oh no! One, great feed too, and fantastic placement with the shot from Tallybird, but this is just one that Nessa a little too speedy for, and that's typically why a lot of the times at RLCS you will see teams playing on that back wall, have one man down, one man up, and then with it, easy to make saves like that, especially when it does really endanger that crossbar for the bounce and in. Tallybird almost getting another one in. Can you feed that through? No. She will be able to get the save, and Karma will get the shot for the cleanup.
And again, one of the most frustrating things about playing a team like this is getting the first save is one thing, but getting the follow-up is so difficult. Karma comes in basically at a 90-degree angle to that, and still it's at perfectly straight top corner. And that's just another instance of saying, well, it looked like everything was fine, but it is anything but. Tally with a hat trick. Karma now getting on the board with a goal here. So definitely everyone trying to get involved here, but Karma and Tally, it's that deadly 1-2 punch that I think everyone was terrified of facing earlier on the series. Again, showing their head.
And again, remember, this is the team that just won the Ducks Memorial Weekly from Stride. With it, they continue to carry that momentum. Nessa putting a shot on. Tallybird perfectly read. Pre-jumps for the save.
You see Karma trying to go off the ceiling as Av and Tally are both up for it. As I think at this point, their fourth goal is that barrier where they say, okay, now let's just go for something kind of goofy, get on that end of series replay reel. And now I don't think we're too surprised by seeing that. I mean, I really do applaud Torchics getting in the way of a lot of these reads. The difficulty is just, it's not just defending once and then you go back to your halves and everyone tries again like it's half-court basketball. It's really just dealing with one touch and then immediately throwing it back, and then immediately another one throws in your face, and then immediately it's on top of the backboard. And then you realize, like, wait, how do we have any boost anymore? Like, we can't keep contesting every single one of these reads. You get the first one, kind of like that, but now here comes the second, or so I thought. Tally actually going to fake that one and just allow it to roll back down.
I will give credit to G2 is like their boost efficiency has been actually very much on point. Like, yes, you can see the Torchics, they're trying to be aggressive as possible in terms of their challenges, but G2, like, they're kind of just taking it, you know, calmly, and then relying on their boost to be able to save them from particular scenarios, but not expending too much where they will be put in even worse situations down the line. That is the efficiency G2 is playing with. Tallybird can't get this one on. Nessa maybe getting the read. It does need to happen as Jazz Kitty will give Torchics their first goal.
And these are the types of clears that I really do like. Oftentimes when you just throw it all the way back down, it doesn't really have too much of a strategy, but in moments like that, it's great because G2 is in that rare moment where they're looking for a 50, they're looking for a ball going forward, and then it just kind of trickles forward. Everyone's kind of stuck in this weird in-between, says, I don't really know where to be here, and that's when you launch it forward. So you know the defense is going to have to really struggle to get that half flip off, get to that reverse aerial, and get that save off. So at least something on the board here for Torchics, and maybe more. They can engineer something, probably through some aerial defense. That's a beautiful flip reset, but saved away.
Yeah, good coverage from Nessa as well, playing off as that second man to Jazz Kitty. Kalen trying to rotate back as quickly as possible. Karma can't get another touch. Tallybird plays it slow. No boost from Michaela in his next playing the second man. Will have to get the save. There's so little boost here. Michaela has nothing to play with for a few seconds now, but it might not matter. She gets the clear all the way across, steals G2's boost. Now it is on Torchics. Can you do anything with this opportunity?
Guys keep trying to throw it down, but said Karma cuts on in. High lob now, Av. Gonna leave that one for nobody, as Tally is doing exactly what I mentioned before. G2 doesn't ever want to press up if they know they can't really get to that read with a good angle to work with. And again, Av will do the same with Jazz Kitty, who rushes that last touch into the air. Nessa with the cutout, Michaela thinking about it, now trying to act on it, but Av, cheeky little touch to again just secure this one back into the corner and able to close this game out. Another stellar game from Tally and company. That's going to be 2 to the good, and now one closer to a sweep.
Yep. On their way to a 3-0, though it was a a little bit closer this time around, especially with a goal from Torchix. With it, look at Nessa clearing the board at the moment for the Torchix side. 5 saves to her name. Despite getting no goals, it's still just such a pivotal effort on the defensive end. Unfortunately for Torchix, the G2 side, they're so strong. They're just coming at them with every single piece of mechanics that I just don't think Torchix is quite used to.
No, and that's the biggest difficulty is that when you're playing against this team, it's why I mentioned you have to talk about pace. You have to be ready for how fast this team plays. And it's not just with aerials, it's the rotations. And I keep bringing it up because it's something that many teams, even at the top level, will struggle with, is getting a first touch off, cutting rotation, getting another touch, getting another touch, getting another touch. And it feels like the way that other G2 roster plays. Sathu has it dialed in with on the boys' side where they're just never leave your half because they don't really have to. And then they do, you clear it away, and they send it right on back. It's really oppressive, but it takes a lot of discipline, and G2 has it in spades. It's why they've consistently finished at the top and why Torchix, a team that's a bit newer to this level of play in these tournament runs, they are going to be struggling. And going into game 3, it's just going to be more of the same unless they can find a way to somehow disrupt everything, maybe just trying to lean into that physical play.
And so we will be going to game 3 to see if Torchix can prevent the sweep and make that road to playoffs just a little bit more difficult here for G2 Stride Luna. It's game 3.
See Jazz Kitty coming across. Nice takeoff with the ceiling pinch. Double commit actually will be forced out. Problem is Nessa went all the way back, so Tally has to try and circumvent that first read. We'll be able to get that delay thick pass technically too, as Mikhail's going to get bumped off of the ball. And even in those situations where it feels like G2 is susceptible, it still takes Torchix being aggressive enough to actually go upfield and maybe get the flicks off. Nessa, that's a nice one past one, but well off target. Tally, you're going to have no problem handling that.
No, this is completely irrelevant, but I do kind of love Avengers preset. I don't know if you see it. It's the Octane. It's pretty clean. Karma. Maybe getting the second touch. Pass over to Tallybird will be saved by Jazz Kitty. Shutting me up real quick.
Well, as we said, if you look good, you play good. Sometimes you have to change your preset when you lose. Sometimes you just have a great preset. So, shout out to Avenger, bringing back the fashion in our all fashion. Always nice to see. As Karma trying to make things look good, at least on the playstyle side. Going for the double tap from an angle. What a brilliant save by Nessa. That was flawlessly timed on the in and out. Jazz Kitty immediately lasers one to the back post, but maybe too much placement on that one. Potentially could have been open on that near.
What change of form we're seeing from Torchix, though. I mean, so much decisiveness coming through. Decision-making, so much quicker at the moment. Playing off the ball much more reactively, and then they're going for passing plays. They're taking their time. They're not rushing things, but they're doing so with effectiveness. At the moment, G2 struggling to just get any opportunities going themselves. It's going back and forth between these two.
Wow, he's so good at baiting in a lot of those challenges and then just kind of slowly escorting to the side. Definitely putting a lot of hours into the ones playlist in previous seasons and weeklies. We'll be able to show her face. Again, really couldn't be any of us. But again, if you're paid to play this game, then you're going to have to get on that personal improvement grind sometimes. Karma certainly been on that grind for a while. How about a ceiling pitch on target? Nessa again steps in the way. Avenger, another back post. This time it will find its mark.
First one coming through for Avenger in this game, and first one for G2. Finally breaking that deadlock. You can tell, I mean, they were getting a little bit worried, it was getting a bit close. Torchix getting more chances, especially just playing off the 50s really well even now. Now it's time for G2 to lock in and put this one away if they want that clean 3-0.
Not able to get this one, so instead Tally's going to be trying to headhunt McKellen, I think. Instead, Avenger will be able to find at least a touch to keep it relevant in the middle. I do agree, Torchix doing a little better of spacing and understanding that maybe they don't have to be on everything. Maybe they need to preserve their boost a little bit better to wait for those individual 50s or reads. I like this one from Jazz Kitty. That will force Tally to try to slow things up. Double commit, though, means Karma could be able to beat absolutely everybody, but beats the post as well. It is off target, and Tallybird has to try to make something of it.
Someone check if the post has a controller locked in. Avenger can't put it through. Karma, can you get one in? No! The Nets just refuses to concede to G2. As shot after shot comes through, none of them find their mark. Avenger, can you get this one through? It'll go high. Talibird looking to steal some boost to keep the pressure going. Talibird over to Avenger. Maybe one more, but no. Somehow Torchic still hanging on.
And this is the most terrifying part about playing with low boost, is that you have to just jump and hope for half these reads. And you can see how few boost canisters are around on this orange half. Eventually, something's got to give, but it is impressive that it is still one goal, but maybe not for long. McKaylin, want to save it first, but the post gonna betray them.
I have no idea how the physics worked for this when it came to the post. I saw it was bouncing outwards. How? Actually,
I disagree.
how?
I disagree on that. You know what? She saves us on land. That's just pure server, I'm sure.
All right, yeah. Let's just blame the server. Press start, go down, report server, Dunzo. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yeah. All right. Moving on from server shenanigans. This is still incredibly close, though. But Torchic find themselves behind, and with it, not much space on the pitch to work with. If they can take advantage of this 50, it might lead to something nice. Nessa needs to get a good 50 themselves. And you can see Adventure bullying Nessa. Maybe another shot from McKaylin. A fake will come through. Talibird gets the save.
And almost getting that pre-flip as well from McKaylin. If nothing else, Jazz Kitty going to steal that corner, which means Avenger is on obviously nothing, but actually still makes it work. McKaylin understanding a bit of time. High flick means Karma is not going to actually get that one. Avenger luckily stepping in. It's almost those moments where G2 is just as surprised as anyone that they don't get these reads off. Karma on target. Straight into Jazz Kitty. 30 seconds remaining, and it's going to be tough for Torchic to be able to pull this off. As Tally, earlier on Twitter this week, actually hitting a crazy psycho skim all the way across. That one almost off the sidewall to add to the reel.
Yeah, there's a reason why G2, they're competing as one of the best, if not the best, women's rosters in Rocket League. And it is some courage to go for shots like that in a tournament like this. With it, this will be a clean 3-0 here for G2 Stride Luna, taking their first win in this group. At the moment, 3-0, a clean sweep across the board.
And it's exactly what you would expect out of this team. Say nothing about Torchic doing very well, actually, in that game 3 as well, to be able to move on forward. Only one shot recorded, but ultimately a lot of pressure on that G2 goal, forcing out some double commits as well. So something that they can maybe carry on and say, hey, if we can do that to G2, even if it is a sweep, if we can actually stay relevant, get some saves off, it's a great way to, again, warm up into the rest of their group stages. Still 2 in this single round robin. But for G2, I mean, yeah, this is exactly what you'd want. You don't want to struggle and drop games against teams early on, because that just harms your confidence, even if it is a win. So being able to get the sweep against team you probably should be sweeping, gotta feel good for the ladies.
Yeah, well, especially because if things go down the line where, say, for example, you end up in a situation where it has to go to game differential or any sort of tiebreaker scenario, the last thing that you want to do is lose one of the matches that you're heavily favored to win, especially in seeding. Like, yes, at the end of the day, it is still like a 4-team group stage between each group. Shenanigans can happen, and the whole point that you're rewarded with is whoever is the most consistent. In this case, G2, they were the most consistent. They continue to be the most consistent, and we'll see how well they do going forward.
And so they will. And so as we really watch this one come to a close here and be able to watch the rest of these ladies continue to play over here in Group B, trying to figure out who's going to be able to come out on top. Again, 8 teams total, only 4 progress on to Sunday. We've seen G2 Stride Luna be able to get that victory, and in a commanding fashion. I don't think anyone's be surprised by that one, but I'm cheering for Torchic, I'm cheering for G2 Stride Luna, and I'm cheering for the rest of NA as we will head to a brief break to be able to break things down a little bit later on the desk, maybe get an interview, and continue on with the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown number 3 after this.
Played your hand that showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your turn, a time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Show your hand. Do you even want to play was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to want to stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 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 I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later. I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time.
Star Chasers Showdown in NA continues with a second 3-0 sweep of the day. G2 Stride Luna proving exactly why they are looking to defend their title, their position. Making every single final so far, making quick work of the last game. If I counted correctly, 35 total shots throughout 3 games there. That's more than 10 per game. just an absolutely stunning performance across the board, and it shows that G2 Stride, they never really let their foot off the gas. This is a team who came to perform, who came to play, and respected their opponents while they were doing it, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a team that you don't want to mess around with, and Torchic, I think, was discovering how hard it is to keep the team out in games 1 and 2, but to their credit, they were doing better over time, but ultimately, there's only so much you can do against this team. This team is among the best in the world, especially in NA for a reason. They just will not let you rest for 1 second. And as you watch this highlight reel, half of these goals are just from these weird angles, or just constantly throwing it on target in these awkward situations. So definitely difficult for any team to deal with.
It's a task that shouldn't be underestimated, and it does show. We were saying that before we even started the series, that it almost felt unfair that Karma, Talibird, and Avenger are all on the same roster. Like, this is the deepest pool of talent that you can find within the women's scene in North America. However, there's one star that is shining brighter than the rest in our previous game, and it'll be Talibird, our ally match MVP, for a stellar performance. An average of 522 in the score is absolutely insane to think about, Seb.
Yeah, of course. Even then, it just really showcases how much of a evened out toolkit I think that G2 have here. Of course, Talibird coming in, we know that she's been really kind of peaking lately, and despite the fact that she has Karma on her team along with Avenger, she's still able to stand out. But I mean, I'm sure that the actual MVP picks was just decided by very slim margins, just because so much of the scores were across the board for all three of these women, and it really showcased on the pitch. Everyone got involved. Just so happens Talibird, like, she really was able to just break down Torchic bit by bit by solo plays.
This really does feel like a G2 that is so team-oriented. There's not one that really can shine that much brighter than the rest. Like, of course, Talibird, maybe some statistical differences, likely the reasoning for MVP, but Karma and Avenger were like right alongside her, really enabling the performance that G2 Stride Luna had today. And Taco, it's really making me think here, is this a team that we're expected to make that full run, that reappearance in the finals, since they're yet to miss one out on one yet?
I mean, it's difficult to deny that they're going to get there, mainly just because they've shown no evidence of it. My biggest thing that I mentioned right at the end of our match before we threw to break was really just the fact that when you have top teams play in these matchups, I only get worried if it feels like they're actually struggling to score, or if they're actually giving up goals. It's a little bit back-to-back, because every team is, to a certain extent, going to have to match up differently, and it might be a strange adjustment. But if I'm looking at my favorite, I want them to be able to come into the series, and game number 1 is 6 goals to the good, 7 goals to the good, and you're thinking, okay, it seems like they're on the right track. They don't play down to anyone. They always treat it like this is tournament day. Absolutely have to bring your A game, and I think they definitely are doing that. So I think G2, if you're looking to be the favorites, that's exactly what you bring, and I think everyone else watching that is kind of just leaning back in their chairs, kind of just exhaling real quick and be like, oh, so it's that G2 we're going to have to deal with today. That is not exactly what I want to see as we face off with them in our group.
Yeah, if you're also in this Group B here, you're a little afraid if you still have to play G2 heading on forwards, but there's only one match left for them, which we'll see later on in the day. We do want to talk about why this tournament is possible in the first place. A lot of that has to do with the partnership with Ally. Ally is a very proud sponsor of the Star Chasers Showdown and the Rocket League Championship Series. Ally is actually giving you guys a chance to earn an exclusive code that you can redeem in-game for a Rocket League item throughout the entirety of 2024. To go ahead and learn more about Ally's sponsorship with Rocket League and the RLCS, you can go ahead and visit ally.com/RLCS for more information there. Ally is really dedicated to reaching a 50-50 media spread across men's and women's sports, and they're sticking true with that for esports, for Rocket League, and that's why we're able to have this wonderful platform to showcase the female talent within both North America and Europe. If you've enjoyed what you've seen so far, well, I have a treat for you. We're only halfway through our North American group stages. We got 2 more matches for coming right up. Next one, 12 Bricks will be taking on their Momentum, returning to the stream. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll catch you again after the break.
You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard, yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Still you try so hard. Cover up your games. Got you thinking, don't nobody see. All this time, ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this up of line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is walk. Your move, now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now I'm sure that you get this all the time. But your eyes make diamonds look like just alright, alright. Adidas shoes and freckles, just my type. Yeah, and you got the credentials, making me go mental. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is walk. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. You got something special. You take it to another level. You got something special. You take it to another level. I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. It's up on you, on you, on you. If you want it with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you want me with me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move.
We've had some major games to be played so far today in the NA group stage. While they both may have been sweeps so far, Step and Taco, I have a very big feeling that that is about to change, given which two teams are about to take the stage next. Before we get there, though, we want to get an overall scope of where the groups are currently standing, who needs to win what, because at this point, we're reaching round 3. Honestly, teams will typically get nervous at the start. It's your first game of the day. That's cool. But if it was me, I'd get more nervous here. You know what you have to do in order to qualify for that top range. And right now, it's 12 Bricks and Vera Momentum, both guaranteed that spot. This is just a fight for the seeding.
Yeah, at the moment, this is very much to see who will end up on top of Group A between these two. I mean, it's safe to say that 12 Bricks and Vera Momentum have both solidified that they're going to be able to make it out. It's just fighting over who will have the favorable matchup coming out. Will you face either A, G2, or will you face Gen G? And in this case, I mean, talking about 12 Bricks, this is the team that has more recent matchup, wins in terms from Star Chasers 2 and 3. Though, again, Paco, this isn't exactly the same roster, and Vera Momentum look incredible.
Yeah, Vera Momentum coming in as a consistent roster, but 12 Bricks likes to, throw things around. I would say Nacho and Snub, long time duo, playing back on Luminosity back when they were in the women's scene, but then adding in Lilo as a third, and so far, doing well. Lilo's always in those top teams, so just being able to tag them in is nice as well, because Lilo and Alems were actually queuing a lot recently, getting that chemistry, and so they're picking up some tricks of trade, because Alems was the third for 12 Bricks when they did win previous Star Chaser Showdown, so being able to see the roster mostly stay the same and then adding another competent player from the NA scene certainly does not mean that they're taking a step down in too much of a regard.
Not at all. And 12 Bricks, nonetheless, they are still your defending champions from the Star Chasers Showdown number 2. A very strong squad to be reckoned with, and they want to make that returning run. It's Vera Momentum, though, that they're going to have to face off against. And honestly, they got a little beef with each other. Vera Momentum and 12 Bricks met in the semifinals of Showdown 2, and it was 12 Bricks who knocked Vera Momentum out of the tournament on their path towards getting that championship. So you gotta wonder if this is more of a personal grudge that Vera Momentum are holding here, Taco.
Yeah, it can be difficult to be able to understate just how difficult it is to knock Courtney off of all their perch from how well they're playing, but also I think Vera Momentum has also a lot to prove, because coming into these events, we say, well, these teams are both guaranteed into day 2, so people are like, well, how does this game matter? Seeding is huge. It's the difference between playing the team that you're terrified of on the far side, potentially finishing 3rd, 4th, or getting a little bit more of a favorable matchup going into day 2 and being able to at least give yourself the best possible case for getting into the Grands.
And it's a serious difference, too, not only in just placement, but also prize money as well. So this match still holds a lot of stake in how that game will turn out once we head into our playoffs starting tomorrow. We're going to focus a little bit more on the present, because this very well could just be the first of many times that these two teams will be meeting in the playoffs. And Seb, you look at these two rosters, you kind of have to favor 12 Bricks just given the past history here. But Vera Momentum, as we got to see earlier, Courtney is on fire today.
Yeah, again, Courtney being that game changer for Vera Momentum. And again, with 12 Bricks, yeah, they have looked great in the past. They don't have a Lems in this current roster, but they were able to get not a better sub, but a roster change in Lilo. But will it be enough to take on a surging Courtney looking to carry Vera Momentum across the finish line? It's game 1 here in this best of 5.
Being able to see a matchup that we've really all been anticipating when you look at these rosters and you look at these groups and saying, oh, this is going to be the matchup. So only naturally, it is the way to conclude their group stage, see who moves on as the first seed, and it's definitely going to be a test for both sides to be able to warm on up, because if the other two teams that they've been able to dispatch, get that 2-0 record, are going to be your kind of warm-ups, this is what you're really trying to ramp up into. What a pass into Lilo.
Yeah, I think so much of this came down to just a lot of just awkward rotation. I mean, Sunoki just taking the wide rotate there. And unfortunately, Vera Momentum not ready for the challenge, which led into a pass and shot. So a clean 1-0 for 12 Bricks early. Again, this will be our first proper competitive matches that has ramifications for the rest of the bracket this evening. This isn't one to miss out on. Lilo getting the touch in the midfield, and with it, another shot for Nacho, but it will be saved away.
Angie, nice touch to be able to stay with that one, and as well gets the 50. Not really a situation you can escape from. You just have to kind of play for your read. Nacho somehow reading that one, as that one almost got by Snowkey, but instead, it's going to be Angie cleaning things up again. Courtney going to have to wrangle this one, or rather, just throws it back to the backboard. Nacho trying to catch Courtney off guard, but doesn't happen that often. However, Angie is downfield. Snub can do nothing, but watch as that one goes in.
Again, Patient as ever. Verum Momentum. They were caught in their corner, but one easy transition allowed for an opening. And sure, maybe not the best touch from Snub, but it doesn't matter because the scoreline is tied.
It's a more difficult angle for Angie than it might appear. That's getting up onto it, getting away from the ball, and then traveling back into it to make sure that that redirect had enough pace to outspeed that last defender. So well done by everybody involved on that one, as Angie actually gets a surprisingly open touch. Don't think they anticipated that being unguarded off that backboard, but either way, down we come again. Nacho gets a flip reset, fakes out that defender, but no one there for the follow.
I think a lot of members from both teams got bamboozled by that sequence of events and challenges. Double commit though from Verum Momentum. Angie deleted for her efforts. Courtney has to make this touch, and she does.
Lilo trying to throw that one in middle. Good beat out by Courtney. Angie, not a lot of boost, but just tries to put that one on target. Near post slot again, going to be saved by Lilo. Moves Courtney and go to work with the minimal boost. Drop down to Snooki, passing to Angie. That's a high bounce, almost makes it worse. Snooki, even with nothing in the tank, gonna go still for it. Courtney, the high lob, might not be able to break down the defense, but it does produce a little bit of an awkward clear, which allows the boost regain, and now back to work goes Snooki with another touch.
Okay, maybe a chance. Does it herself all the way across. Completely dismantles 12 bricks, and with it, takes the lead.
That is why it's one of my favorite plays, to drive the ball as hard as possible into the ceiling. Don't just clear it down line. Yes, it's a difficult read, but oftentimes the defense is already going to be converging on the goal. But love that play from Snooki, hitting it high into the ceiling. It's kind of that in-between in that no woman's land for their opponents. And then suddenly it's a ball that's just going to be a foot race, and the defender has a much harder angle to be able to deal with than anyone else. Angie trying to produce another awkward angle on that one, but not able to actually win that 50 out. However, Courtney certainly will. If not for Nacho, that could have been another one.
We'll see if Verum Momentum can maintain this lead. These two teams go back and forth all the time. With it, 12 bricks comes out normally on top, or at least in the last Star Chasers. But again, different rosters, different time. Landscape completely changed. We'll see how Lilo can fill in the shoes. That's a pass over to Courtney. Shot and in for Verum Momentum.
Really liking Sunoki's court vision on a lot of these plays. This is something you can just ram as hard as possible on target. The near post is there, but you also know Courtney is in a better angle. It's a lot easier just to throw it into the middle. Hope Nacho is not fast enough, and poor Nacho, they knew halfway through, I think, that they were not going to reach that, but you got to try your best, and the best is certainly what Verum Momentum is bringing out here. 2 goals now into the lead, and with a 2-minute warning starting to approach past halftime, we are going, and this is where 12 Bricks really needs to start to buckle down, make these chances really count. Even a double commit isn't going to work. How about a demo? That's going to hurt even more if Sunoki can put it on target. He goes for the pass instead.
Oh, where's the ESPN music? No, okay, no. In this case, at least, they are still winning. We'll see Courtney double flip reset, maybe looking for another, but Lilo does get the save. That would have been disgusting if it turned out to be true. Nacho leaves it for Lilo. Bit of an awkwardness here in the defensive rotation of 12 bricks, as even bumps are coming through from their own teammates. Lilo playing this very patient, very aggressive as well. Bit of a shaky affair. Snub finally able to get one for 12 bricks as we approach the last minute.
Lilo, good early flick to take out the first defender, and I think Sunoki was actually waiting for Lilo to get another touch. You can see him go challenge a little high, and that whiff isn't necessarily due to a lack of a read. I think they're just trying to bank off of the other player getting there first. Doesn't work out, so an early slot in means that there's still plenty of time for this one to potentially go into a tie scenario and then into OT, or there could be plenty more goals still remaining. Maybe on Nacho on the back post, high lob, but Angie was ready and waiting for it.
Yeah, it was good on Angie to actually play that patient, not really over-aggressing and allowing just a shot to come through, not get baited. Snub puts it up high. Gonna be able to take it. Double commit though. Snub still takes it, will be saved by Courtney. 50 seconds remaining. Not impossible for 12 bricks. They can just get one good setup, maybe off the wall. They're in prime position for it, especially with the boost amounts on both sides. Nacho going a bit up. Needs to get a good 50 on Courtney. Can't get so. Again, possession goes back to Verum. Looking for that nail for this game.
Angie going to take that one. Early flick over snub means that one will at least get out of the first ring of defense.
Dang.
Lilo going to be denied by Sanoki. Angie trying to get up to it, but Nacho so incredibly fast. He's really been the one to try and set the trend for this offense and really be able to beat the drum that really just says this is how we're going to play. And it's working out super well in the beginning, but not so much down the stretch. It's going to have to go all the way across the field for this 12 brick squad, and it is not starting off well. It is just bumbling all the way around this attacking third for Vera Momentum, and naturally that will result in one more just for the good. 4-2 is how game number 1 is going to conclude.
Now the 12 bricks has been challenged. They have to figure out what to do here. They can't rest on their laurels. They can't give the space to Courtney as they have, because they will be punished, especially when it comes to the individual mechanics. Courtney solidifying herself as one of the best right now within women's carball for 12 bricks. I mean, I don't know about you, Taco. I was just seeing them fumble over each other just time after time. Double commits, team bumps all the way through. There's just the game plan just wasn't there.
And it's frustrating as well because on offense, it works out really well. They have good passes. They're finding each other in space, and they're forcing Vera Momentum into a lot of last-second challenges, which is great. The issue is that there's two sides in a more general sense. Obviously, you play offense, play defense. But what the cool thing about Rocket League is that those two bleed together so much that really it's just all one kind of cohesive rotation. Moving forward from defense to offense, I think 12 Bricks does well. It's almost like in the reverse is where they really struggle, where they're trying to figure out how to position themselves to be able to get those initial saves and be able to convert from all these wide rotations into that more converged defense. And if they don't figure that out, I do feel like Vera Momentum does feel like they have the solution to a lot of what 12 Bricks are throwing at them.
And even if it is kind of relying a little bit on just more aggressive challenges, just waiting for 12 bricks to toss them the ball or, you know, be a bit more selective in their challenges, it's working out for them. They're getting Courtney the ball. They're allowing her to pop off mechanically. They're giving her the space that she needs, all just based off their momentum kind of chilling back and just playing like you would any other sort of game where a team is over-aggressing, but not taking in that initiative, not being selective with their shots. So game 2, 12 bricks from behind now. First time they've been this, what feels like properly gapped in a hot minute. Lilo, will be able to put a shot on, but it will be saved. Courtney takes it all the way across for an attempt.
Angie trying to grab some pads in the midfield. That's really all she has. Nacho chasing this one down from Snub, but not really an angle to be had. And yet, I was going to say that's going to be cleared out, but instead, it simply was not. Nacho trying to make it work with a top corner finish, and that is only going to hit the crossbar and go out. So nice early challenges from 12 bricks, just like how we started the last game, and yet that is a highly unusual lack of a clear.
Yeah, this is one, Sanoki, good aggressiveness and being able to cut early in time and addressing just a lack of clear from Lilo. This is one that 10 times out of 10, even if the clear isn't there, you need to have a teammate there waiting for the pass. In this case, 12 bricks just couldn't manage. They will be down early once again in game 2.
And I do also want to pay attention to Sanoki on that one. It's not just an open shot, it's really the way that she approaches on that one, because if Lilo gets a bad touch, you know the player is going to be stumbling over themselves trying to get that save. And so you just have to watch them kind of fumble in front of the ball. And then once they kind of fly right past, then you get the simple tap in. So it's a little bit more of a chess match than it might appear at first. But either way, it's going to sting all the same, because all goals, no matter how clunky, are all going to count the same. Courtney trying to generate another one. No boost, trying to flick it middle, but not able to get underneath it enough with that long dominance body.
Nacho. Double commit from Verum side, but they're managing. Snub stuffs it. Sit in a safe position to the side walls, not allowing too many passing lanes to open up. Sanoki. It's a whiff, but Snub not in a position to receive. Courtney, a bit awkward as C12 bricks. They're slowing it down, just trying to play leisurely, play at their own pace.
Snub trying to hold that down and actually does well, but problem is Andy's still coming with a double tap. In fact, a pass in the back post is making Nacho freak out a bit. Courtney's going to play it delayed. Flick middle for Sanoki. Will still ultimately find its way to her, but with only so much boost. Courtney just jumping at it. Snub calls that bluff early. Is able to get yet another clear on down. Foot race to the ball is going to be beaten out just this time by Lilo, as Courtney always lurking downfield to get those redirects.
Courtney even going down field as well, stealing the boost and not cutting and just looking to maintain this midfield pressure at the moment. Hold things down, not give too much space over to the 12 brick side, and that's kind of just what's been the result. I mean, every single attempt has been stuffed. Everything has been challenged, just not give 12 bricks that space to work with. The thing is that they're not reacting as well to it. Angie maybe going in for the bump, but no, we'll just go to the side.
I think Angie was almost between ideas there. It looked like almost a double tap based on the setup, but then realized didn't have the boost to be able to hit that one and then stay aloft enough. So changed to a shot, and then halfway through, because you're going too slow, because you're going for the double, you know, it's one of those things you just trip over yourself. Maybe better just to commit to one, but either way, not really going to harm them too much. That one goal is what they're mostly clinging to when it comes to Verum, and I think also at the same time with 12 bricks, it's something you shake off. You know, we have time, but with every second that ticks down, and the more that Verum momentum continues to kind of cyclone their way through this half, get these cuts like right there from Courtney, I think the nerves are going to continue to settle on in, particularly with those double commits that we have seen continue on from game one that you had mentioned, Seb.
But then Courtney refusing to leave that midfield and just collecting as much boost as possible, stuffing as many opportunities. There's a point of frustration I can imagine from Verum Momentum as they continue to try and try and try, but every single attempt is just cut short. Now Sonoki will send it downfield, just giving possession away. Demo will come through for Nacho. This could be dangerous. Sonoki, that's actually a great pass, but Courtney, not enough resources left to work with as he'll be taken out of the equation. This is a potential 2v1. Sonoki needs to be calm with this, and she does. Able to keep it in that corner, reduce the lanes, make things a little bit more difficult as this will go across.
I like that communication right there. You had Sonoki get that 50 and then immediately go to the backboard. Angie covered a little bit farther out, and then Courtney was just right in the middle of the box, understanding that there's only so many different ways that that ball can travel. So therefore, Verum Momentum playing the good defense. They get rewarded with an easy bout of offense. Pass middle, 50 into the open shot.
I mean, so much of this was off the flick from Courtney, though, that completely broke the legs of 12 bricks, allowing for an easy setup with the rest of Verum Momentum. This is a game I don't think we were expecting how it was going to go. This is a very stuffy match where you can see Verum Momentum. I mean, again, no pun intended, but they are taking all the momentum out of the sails of 12 bricks, preventing them any possession at all.
Yeah, the most jarring thing right now is that 12 bricks has 3 shots. It's all Lilo. Everybody else has kind of just been watching in the midfield. It's one of those frustrating games where it feels like you're just running kind of back and forth laps in the gym where you're just going upfield and saying, nope, that's not working, and then rotate back, and then you go up, and then you go down, and at a certain point you're saying, man, there's nothing dynamic. We can't cut in front because ultimately everything is mostly smothered when it comes to Verum Momentum. Even that one, Courtney didn't blink because that one was a blazing shot, but well wide.
And a bit more dangerous, but at this point it doesn't matter as the last few seconds will wind down for this game. Verum Momentum, what will be a single goal here for Lilo at 1 second, but unless the kickoff goes crazy, it will be a 2-0 victory thus far for Verum Momentum, leaving themselves only one more to solidify a win against the top seed within Group A. And
that kickoff is not going to be easy for Snow. That's the worst possible bounce. And Courtney going to get another one. Honestly, this has been a crazy time for Verum Momentum. I think that is their 3rd goal at 0 seconds that I've counted.
It is actually
so far
kind of nuts. Yeah, this is, when we look at Verum Momentum, it is a clutch factor in the sense. I think Courtney's also gotten like all the 0-second goals, if I remember correctly.
I think Sonoki grabbed 2.
Oh, okay.
Right. But Courtney definitely has had a few. Actually, no, that's 4, I think, because there's 2 off kickoffs. And then we had some Courtney shenanigans as well at the end of the day. Either way, it's ridiculous how many times this has happened. But it's also just showing that they have the clutch factor, not only getting the saves that they need, but also just getting some stat padding as well. And this one really not really padding in any particular direction. We had Courtney pretty definitively the MVP last time, but this one spread out. Only 1 shot each and 1 goal each. Look at that peak efficiency from Verum.
Yeah, I think even though it was just 1 goal each, it's clear like this wasn't a game that was won off the goals themselves. This is a game that was clearly won just off positioning and off how they handled like the pace of play. I mean, they really did. And frankly, it's a game that I would get frustrated with if I was in the server, where it's just every single chance that you had just continuously gets stuffed time after time after time. You get maybe 2-3 shots that look somewhat threatening, and then it's just immediately diffused. I think that was probably the most clinical, like operational table kind of game we've seen from Verum Momentum thus far, and we will see if they will be able to wrap things up here in a clean 3-0 sweep in this third game, or will 12 Bricks show signs of life as the #1 seed in this group and take it to Vera Momentum?
Yeah, it's a tough situation for sure whenever you deal with a lot of games like this, because I agree that one of the most frustrating games is not necessarily the ones where you're getting pelted with shots, because sometimes you're just like, it's a bad game. It's stuff where it just feels like everything you try to generate just doesn't quite formulate the way that you want it to, because it gets intercepted, or you have a player chasing, or they're stealing your boost, and just not really getting shots on target, like this one from Lilo. Almost getting that one all the way through, but fortunately the bar had other plans.
Now we can see they're going for these more wide rotates rather than playing too close, just allowing the space to happen. Your momentum, leaving it to Courtney. See what she can do. Nacho will switch off. Nacho putting it on, trying to do herself, but we'll leave it. Lilo just in a bit of an awkward spot. We'll keep it. Demo comes through. Finally, this is where we start to see 12 Bricks start to cook. A shot will come on, but Angie gets the save.
Not that, but Angie, look at the speed, beating past everyone. That might bounce a little, unfortunately, and Courtney had to slow down. Not sure if that was going to roll or not. Now Lilo on the counterattack has to test Sanoki's read as Snub chasing after it. Nacho, potentially an open shot back post. Courtney there to cover it, and still, Vera Momentum doing well to be able to keep their goal line clear.
Snub it up high, maybe getting the second touch. Nacho's going to go in. I don't like it just because she is the third man. Therefore, could leave an opening, especially which how crazy we've seen Vera Momentum be in terms of transitioning offense in game 1. They could just revert to that style. Once again, a shot's going to go up, but Lilo gets the save. Courtney with the second, and it will be saved as well by Lilo.
Really good job to not pre-jump that one from the side of 12 Bricks. Courtney deliberately shoots that as low as possible so that it can tuck underneath that first challenge, but also 12 Bricks knowing that that is most likely going to be happening, so staying put in their positions to be able to get that save, keeping them in this game, but not putting them ahead. The shots coming in slow but steady, 3 apiece here before halftime, but I think for 12 Bricks, this is kind of an improvement. It feels like they're the ones pressing and asking questions of the VM defense, more like I think what they were accustomed to, at least at the beginning of game 1 before it kind of went off the rails.
I really do wonder kind of how frustrated 12 Bricks is getting, because, yeah, they're making decent plays for themselves, but at this point, it's also in shot accuracy. I mean, there's a decent amount of opportunities they're getting, but the placement just isn't there, and they're only going to have so many chances against a team like Vera Momentum to be able to get those opportunities, and at the end of the day, if it comes down to just errors that occur, there's only so much you can do. Snub, keep it in the midfield. Angie carries it through. Maybe looking for another chance. Lilo needs to get a decent save, and she does. Excuse me. Courtney sends it all the way down. Lilo, that's going to be a shot and in! Finally, 12 Bricks earning themselves a lead.
And that is the danger of dragging it inside. Lilo with the hard read on that one. Notices Courtney goes to the outside, slows down, and realizes if I full send this, it's either going to be a pass I intercept or like that, just going to be a straight up dunk. That is the goal to put them ahead. Maybe the goal to propel them to their first win in this series. But ultimately, we will have to wait and see, because plenty of Rocket League still to play here
nice
on
pinch.
Utopia. And anything could happen, particularly with kind of these light touches coming out of the midfield. Courtney trying to change it up, but Lilo more than back enough.
Yeah, Lilo, did a great job at staying calm. You can tell, like, she really is just the backbone for the team at the moment, anchoring 12 Bricks in place. Those 12 Bricks being the foundation for a wall for this team.
Woo.
That was such good stuff.
Courtney getting the 2-for-1. It's a long
no.
start, sometimes those 50s.
No.
However, it's going to require the save of her life from Nacho, keeping this one at 1-0. Nacho still has to do some more. Snub buying her a little time with a demo, but ultimately, no more boost to be found. Courtney trying to take advantage of that one. Skips past one, not past Snub. Another clear down to be able to secure a defensive position.
Vera Momentum, they're starting to feel the heat from the lack of time at the moment. You can tell they're starting to rush plays just a bit, and Lilo will be there to punish as she puts 12 Bricks 2-0.
Always a lot of pain when it comes through on days like this, where you feel like you have the series. Okay, the other team's starting to fight back, and then you have a double commit of a forced read in the corner. Happens to the best of them, and Vera Momentum is going to be a victim of it. As it looks like 12 Bricks seemingly having discovered what they need to do, how aggressive they need to be, and now it's about how defensive they can be able to produce, as really it's going to come down to whether or not they can keep this offense going, or if they can just continue to get these miracle saves. Courtney trying to get up into work with a pass down into Sunoki, which could be a double, but doesn't have the boost. Snub, hard read, but makes it look so easy.
Oh, no way. What a cross pitch play from 12 Bricks. This is the 12 Bricks that we are waiting for, the one that we are waiting to see. And now they finally have arrived.
And that is almost pixel perfect coming in from Nacho on the counter attack. Not for the post, making it look a little slower, a little less accurate than possible, is going to be a flawless top corner finish. And this one is going to be more or less a flawless performance coming in from 12 Bricks. 7 shots, finishing 3 of them, looking a lot better. Anytime you're over that 33% mark, you're doing more than enough. That one, not really going to count for much as that whiff comes in on the hard read off the waterfall. But Nacho, I think at this point, they're just playing for just morale at this point, really put the boot on top of VM, trying to go into the rest of this series, holding their heads high because this series is not done yet. We're done with the sweeps on broadcast. We're here for at least a game 4.
Yep. We will be moving on to a game 4, a well-earned game 4 too. This is a complete night and day between 12 Bricks in the first half of this series to now. They've played much more aggressive generally, and I think in terms of the wider rotates, it's really worked out for them. They're playing more patient. They're taking these wider rotates so that they can allow Vera Momentum to take that first touch off the ball, react to it, and not just rush themselves. And I think that was kind of what they saw as, we originally saw them. They were kind of dragging themselves, really forcing these situations to occur against Vera Momentum. But the thing is, they were just, Vera Momentum generally reacting very well to them, playing off the wall incredibly well. Courtney, of course, playing off her 50s very well. 12 Bricks just didn't know how to respond. In this case, they're playing more time. They took a deep breath. They're much more patient.
Yeah, and being able to get those patient plays is one thing, but being able to actually condense it into shot accuracy. I think you mentioned that halfway through, just because in the beginning of the game, yeah, there's some shots, but that first one that Lilo shot off the bar, it's a good effort, but that has to be on target. You got to make sure that is something that is forced into an actual save. And so it's a tough thing to be able to witness all these different plays and not always work out, but it's another thing if you can still not tilt yourself off the face of the planet and get your dub. Going on here into Manfield, seeing how game 4 is going to transpire. I really don't know. I felt like Vera Momentum, I figured they'd mostly figure things out. They'd be able to just conquer this team, get that sweep, but I've been proven wrong. There's a reason why 12 Bricks is a consistent top flight team, even amongst kind of this renaissance of orgs entering in, signing all these talented ladies.
Now we are firmly underway. 12 Bricks looking to push to a game 5. Vera Momentum wanting to end things here and now just so they can take the top seed of Group A. That is a great 50 from Nacho, but unfortunately for her, will not result in much. Courtney, she sees Sunoki. Sunoki puts it on, and it won't be able to go through. Courtney rushes back to keep the possession going.
We'll see Sunoki be able to tap that one forward. Angie sending that one a little bit deeper as Sunoki will be able to gather again. And that's an awkward one because you have to play for 50. Nacho knows it, but luckily both of them were staring down each other with about 15% of their boost tank actually filled. So now it's time for someone with a bit more. Courtney not beating out Nacho. That's a brilliant pre-jump. And that's the confidence I like to see from 12 Bricks. Just get right in the way of VM and hopefully it will make them crumble.
Lilo. Demo for herself. Nacho trying to play awkwardly in front of Sunoki. Just going to force these challenges or at least take away space from Vera Momentum. Simple flick across from 12 Bricks. Looking to open it up. Angie. Haven't seen as much from her, at least in the past couple. And now Snub playing this patient, just looking to bait out a defender.
Nacho. That's a rough touch. Gonna have to kind of hold this one up. Honestly, at this point, you might have to just call in Snub, and it will deliver a lob to the back post. Lilo going to police that one. That missed by Sunoki could be dangerous. In fact, Lilo was sniffing that opportunity out the whole way.
Yeah, again, shadowing, following, looking for that opportunity. Again, in most cases, this would be completely cleared. You wouldn't even have to worry about it. You'd already be on the rotate back, but it's the awareness of recognizing these girls are not playing on top of their game at the moment, just from that game 3. Now there's a chance to take advantage. Courtney, though, plays the flip reset. Another opener, but no, Sunoki can't get the shot, and unfortunately, looks like Vera Momentum, they had the opportunity, but they're going to have to try again.
That's why attack angles are so important. It's one thing to have an open shot, but open shots mean nothing if you have to cut all the way across the field to be able to get the power. Half of the way through, you realize, okay, this is going to travel at 5 miles an hour because there's no actual path to the ball. Can't say the same about how Lilo's internal GPS is directing her, because she has been flawless at being able to find these pockets of space.
Really, and even just in game 3 as well, Lilo being such an important part defensively too. Becoming pretty clear she is the solution for 12 bricks. Whatever she said to her team must have started to have an effect, as Angie will take possession. Half a game remaining, and already 12 bricks. A complete momentum change across the board.
Like that cut from Angie, particularly when it might actually land right for Sunoki. That's a full boost shot off post. Courtney, the immediate follow, showing that she will also be able to find any of these deflections whenever they might pop up.
Yeah, remember, Courtney is the carry for this team and continues to showcase why. Finding those pockets, finding that placement for Vera Momentum. Not wanting to say die just yet, not wanting to even open the possibility of a reverse sweep scenario. Sunoki can't put the shot on. Courtney will collect, force the 50, keep 12 bricks uncomfortable.
Snub, nice carry into the midfield, buying a lot of time, especially after that demo came in on Lilo. Now Nacho trying to play it slow, and maybe too slow. That double going to be beaten out by Courtney, who will travel the length of the pitch, get that boost steal and the pinch across. Only going to go so far, though. Demo game starting to step up from 12 bricks. I think that's a huge element of their facilitation of their play. They've been getting a lot of these players in VM off the field, because if you're going to be waiting around the midfield, then you're going to have to be waiting on your own corner soon enough.
Courtney, that could be decisive. Sunoki can get there early enough, so she does. Possession, or at least forces an awkward spot for 12 bricks. Angie can't get the cut back. Sunoki on the rotate back. Low going to be able to collect the boost. That could be huge if you take a look at the boost totals from 12 bricks. Excuse me, Vera Momentum. Angie forcing it off the back wall, needing to get as much of a clear as possible. Approaching the last minute. Vera Momentum need to find an opportunity, need to sort of break out and find these opportunities, or else it could all be over. So we might go to a game 5.
Sunoki going all the way back for boost. I love that from Nacho, trailing it all the way down. However, everybody creeped up, and there's nobody minding the shop. Courtney, all the way from downtown, gets an equalizer.
This is one, honestly, that 12 bricks, realistically, I mean, you got to lock in. You're still on your last game. You can't afford to let these opportunities go through. You got to be able to see these angles. You go to 1 minute, tie game. We're either going to game 5 or it's all over.
Nacho going to slap that one way harder, I think, than Angie was ready for. In fact, she doesn't have the read.
No way!
Neither Sunoki. It's going to be Lilo. Wide open hat trick heroine. Able to get another one on the board for 12 bricks late in this game.
A collapse on the defensive rotation from Vera Momentum. Completely unfazed is Lilo as she carries the torch for 12 bricks. 3-0. 5 shots on the board herself, but it's not done yet. We still have just under a minute remaining. Sunoki needs to get a flick over Snub, but can't. So now everyone will be scrambling to try and force the issue. Lilo looking for that insurance goal. Vera Momentum looking to end it all, or at least force the tie.
Angie with full boost gets that mid boost, and that 50 will generate some pressure, but ultimately Courtney has been struggling for boost at times in this field. I think they're trying to just play that midfield general, trying to make sure that they cut in, try to prevent 12 bricks from doing much. The problem is that means that most of the plays feels like Courtney's generated has been on like 40-something boosts. So now they have to find a way to maybe get some boost in her tank, because certainly need a dose of Courtney heroics coming in late here, because this has to go all the way across field.
Maybe.
That's a first good touch. That's over Nacho, but it's going to be the last second touch. Courtney again at 0 seconds. What a play!
I swear I thought it was done. I thought it was done so. As soon as the ball touches the ground here, I thought there's no way, but somehow the clock stays alive. Courtney, the hero, but it's not over yet.
That's got to be such a tilter, but there's no mid-game timeouts in Rocket League at any level. You got to play through and hope that you can get one more. No more for Lilo for a game winner, so instead, it's on to Nacho. Gets a decent deflection, snubbed into the back pedal. Courtney going to beat it over the top, and that means Lilo will have to play some defense, maintaining it against two players. Not only gets the first flick, but gets the deflection as well on the second. Missed by Snub. Lilo and Snub combining to make sure that wasn't a disaster.
I think both these teams, they're playing a little bit squirrely. They're not sure how to play. I think the pressure is starting to get to them as playing a little passive on their positioning, especially as overtime kicks in. Snub looking for the demo. Angie, great touch. Courtney able to get around Snub. No boost to speak of, though, and Nacho was able to take the mid boost. Somehow gets it over Nacho, which is trying to force it through, keep the possession as alive as possible.
Snooki really the only one with boost and might actually be able to use it right here because that should be a giveaway from Lilo. Nacho going for it on the sidewall, and I have to say that was as close as possible before being a straight up whiff. As Courtney lobbing that one forward. Should be an easy enough clear from Lilo, but that's actually right to Sunoki. Angie wants to go in a foot race to Nacho. Gets more of the player than the ball. Still in the half. Lilo gonna watch as Courtney rises to the skies and yet still gets more than enough on that ball. And these last second saves are sending me into a tailspin, or at least maybe into cardiac arrest.
A little bit. Cardiologist on speed dial. Courtney electing the boost, looking for the solo play. Sunoki needs to cut, and she does. Courtney maybe looking for a bump on Nacho, but no, it'll be sent down. Snub, can you be the hero? It just goes wide.
That's a tough one. You're not going to have too many wide open chances like that. Sometimes it's better just put it on target rather than trying to pick out your exact spot. Sometimes it's just not really going to translate that well. Snub missed clear. Lilo able to still react in time. Sunoki with a cut, but not much else than that. You can see all of VM not wanting to push up. The longer OT goes, the less you want to make a mistake. You don't want to dive in on something you don't have to, and you don't want to clear a ball directly into the opponent. Luckily, Sunoki not get on that one.
Not able to get the second touch, but a whiff. Lilo, though, calm. Angie waiting for the touch, and you can see both these teams not trying to overgress. Lilo, Courtney needs to get the 50, and she does. Great 50. Patient as ever. Snub, keep it in play. Angie chasing down the demo, can't get there in time.
Still able to be there for a 50. Courtney going to think about it, but decides against it, which might be a mistake as Nacho might have a reset. In fact, going to use it very late, which is why Sunoki says, I'll get in there just in case. Now Courtney with a lot of boost. That's a 1v1. That's over Snub. It's over Lilo. It's not past the bar, though. That's going to be a save and deflection by Nacho. And this game will continue to go on by. Seb, we are passing insane statistics right now. 13 shots from 12 bricks and 12 on the side of Verum.
You can see both Lilo and Courtney, the heroes at the moment. That's a great demo from Lilo, though. No one will be there to respond. Nacho playing the passive approach. Smart. Especially, again, with how quickly you could see Vera Momentum continue to transition. They transition so quick, and especially when Courtney has that room to operate, she can come out from nowhere.
And again, remember, winner of this series is going to be the #1 seed for their group going into tomorrow, which means they face the #2 of the other group. And right now, one more goal from VM is going to deliver that title to them. But right now, it still takes some doing because 12 bricks, they're putting up a brick wall, or at least their best attempt at one in the backfield. Nacho, K-turn, not able to get there in time, and yet still gets that 50. Now with a lead blocker, Courtney left alone. It's Lilo for her 4th. None more important than that.
A game 5 in the works, all thanks to Lilo, but give credit to Nacho being a menace, forcing Courtney out of position, giving a chance to 12 bricks as we will go to game 5.
So well done by 12 bricks, and that's exactly why you have to make sure you stay locked in. You give up a 0-second goal. I see plenty of teams lose in OT because they're just so tilted, but no, they stay locked in. They focus on what they have to do, and not only that, but they take their chances and take them well. Huge fan of Nacho, even with limited boost, understanding, all right, Sunoki and Angie, they cheated up a little bit too far on that one. Let's just make sure we go up forward. I'll try to block Courtney, but I'm not going to full send it. I'm just going to stay in front, wait for Courtney to hard bite, and then bump him out of the way. And really, that's exactly what happened in the end. It's a tough way to lose from Vera Momentum, but this is what we expect from 12 bricks. It's not so easy to sweep one of the best teams in NA.
No, and I think even though I myself was saying that this was looking like a 12 bricks that had lost everything, really. It didn't really look like they were playing to the standard. I eat my words, okay? I apologize. I will mail a letter of apology, and I will even do so more if 12 Bricks is able to get the win. What a turn for this team to be able to collect themselves and force this game 5, especially after the losses in games 1 and 2. Though, now I'm just excited because I have no way to know how this game 5 is going to go. Vera Momentum, while yes, they did lose that game 4, it was so incredibly close for both these teams.
Yeah, it's a spooky time whenever you watch these two teams play, because you do realize just how insane things can get when you do have teams like this that are playing at the peak of their powers. I think in the beginning, both teams were kind of like, I'm not really seeing exactly this championship pedigree that we know that they're capable of. But now it feels like this is the series that deserves the game 5. It's something that the fans were calling for. Maybe not all of them. I think some of these Vera Momentum fans, and I'm sure these 12 Bricks fans, are saying, I wish this was just a cleaner win, because differential doesn't really matter at this point, but you don't really want to stress your way out. But of course, it's game 5. It's going to be stress all the way through for at least one of these squads, and we'll just have to see who's better on the day.
It's game 5. The sweeps are out of the closet. Reverse sweeps in this case. And we'll see if they'll be used to mop up Vera Momentum out of the server, as defensive rotation starting to fall apart for 12 Bricks. Vera Momentum just trying to put a shot on.
And that one's going to be awkward for Snooki. A little bit in no woman's land there. That's a tough read, and the last second deflection means that is not going to be an open shot. That's a deflection, or even a pinch that almost went all the way down. Still somehow finding its way to Snub. I just don't understand how you're still active in this play.
This happened so quick. Okay, a pass up Lilo, and again, Snub not backing out. I mean, this only happens when you have all 3 players so aggressively positioned. If this goes over Nacho's head, that's a goal for Vera Momentum.
That's absurd. Just straight up. Like, it's actually absurd how it felt like Via was completely free to just move on forward, get out of defense, then suddenly it's just a pre-flip deflection directly into their net. So it's a tough one to swallow, but ultimately if you just really buckle down and realize, okay, game's not over yet, then I think everything should be fine. But my goodness, 12 Bricks, how much confidence more do you need to be able to get the lead and have to defend it right at the start?
Courtney, though, again, trying to be the carry for her team, trying to do everything she can to will her team across the finish line through everything possible, but no! A collapse from the player I'm speaking of. Courtney not able to get the save.
I almost felt like Courtney was going out to the boost, then bailed halfway, and I think honestly might have thought, as I did, that was going to be post out, or maybe even just like backboard out, but instead it's actually just inside enough to be able to get one more to the good for 12 Bricks. And now this is where not necessarily alarm bells need to be firing, but you need to step up the speed a little bit. You need to step up the urgency, because 2 goals is going to be difficult enough, but be able to get just one would be so beneficial off both posts and still out.
Almost being able to thread the needle there. Force it through. Courtney, she's not going to be able to put on a shot, but she will be able to carry it across. Snub will take the possession back. Lilo. Still. Vera Momentum struggling to find their presence thus far in this so pivotal game 5, one they've worked so hard for.
Lilo trying to get one more spike down. That's a brilliant pass. Snub is there from bad to worse, and the passes keep on coming.
Collapse is the only word I can legitimately think of, but again, a change of form for 12 Bricks. This isn't a Lilo carried squad right now. This is Snub finding her spots right now.
And yet no goals from Lilo, but more than enough to be able to force the game 5, and now it's all assists, playing the point guard role in a way. And right now, we'll have to see whether or not Vera Momentum can be able to turn the back half of this game number 5 in their favor. If the other team can score 3 in half a game, then certainly you can as well. Snub quickly up to that. In fact, dusts Courtney to the ball. That's the reason we're back into the mid.
It's a half game remaining. And thus far, this will be a 3-0 scoreline. A very close affair for Courtney, but she's able to make it back in time. Going to just force this clear. Sunoki collecting the boost. Angie almost gets the pass. What a play developing from 12 Bricks.
Courtney going to slow it down, and Nacho just waits. And I really do like that from 12 Bricks. They're saying, hey, if you want to slow play it, I'll let you, because you're the one that has to rush. And now they have to rush back to defense. That's a shot by Courtney, and that's why you don't lose her from your field of vision. You always have to know where she's at.
It's the first step of a mountain to climb, and in this case, it's off the back of Courtney, willing her team to showcase themselves in the best light possible. Vera Momentum able to open things up, get themselves their first goal in this game.
So we will be seeing Courtney potentially get that clear out, but no, it's Snub getting that. Oop. So instead, it's going to be a roller out. Lilo and Nacho, a little bit of confusion. You can't afford to do that. You might still have 2 goals to play with, but 97 seconds. A lot to deal with. Snooki, though, wrong position. That's a demo on Angie. Deflection.
What a save!
Angie trying to get back into it as Snooki will get the first touch. Lilo over the top. Should be handled by Courtney. And indeed it is. Again, this is so much of a mental hurdle for VM. As we mentioned, this is not a sweep on the day, but this would be a reverse sweep coming in from 12 Bricks if they're able to actually rescue this game out.
Even though 12 Bricks, they do have a 2-goal lead, doesn't mean you can just let simple mistakes go. And some mispositioning you can sort of just rely on. Now Angie carrying it all the way across, looking for an opening for a teammate to be coming, but Sanoki just every single challenge, she cannot find her mark.
Angie can cut on the first one. Problem is, no real follow-up. Coordination from VM somewhat lacking in a lot of these plays. That's a lot of boost to work with, and that's a lot of space for Courtney to come into. A demo through a defender. But that power, way too much for that scenario. Lilo really flick. Sanoki was trying to fake chow that, and honestly, I don't really know if they can afford to do that right now. Final 30 seconds. It's Angie with some time and space. Can't do it alone, but we'll try to fake that one low. Flick middle, Snub to deal with. And now Courtney has to back up again. That's more seconds off the clock.
Yeah, again, so much time wasted just based off of the clear. Now Courtney, if you want any chance, you're going to have to score now. That's going to be a shot on. Snub will be able to get the save, and with that, that may do it. Angie looking for another, but no. The sweeps are out. The reverse sweep is done. 12 Bricks takes down Vera Momentum 3-2.
We're saying 12 Bricks coming in. I mean, it's a good team, but just how good? After all, this is the squad coming in and looking at the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown number 2. They won that, and it's a different roster. Okay, let's sub in Lilo. Let's see how they do. Reverse sweep against the other undefeated team in their group, solidifying first seed for tomorrow. That's how you close out group stage.
And even then, we talked about the roster change. Lilo did not look out of place by any means. She was really holding things down, both offensively and defensively, and was helping to facilitate her team in so many different ways. I think Snub is a perfect example who was really turned on by the fact that Lilo was able to feed her shots, be able to activate her in the offensive end, especially in Game 5.
And not to mention Lilo stepping up, being really just the hard carry within a lot of those games. Yes, a lot of them are assisted, but 4 goals, including the game winner in OT, to be able to force that Game 5. That's nothing short of impressive from 12 Bricks. Certainly not missing a step, even with the roster change. And Vera Momentum, I mean, that's a tough lesson, but all competitors have to deal with it at some point. You lose a series that you felt like it was right there in front of you. And unfortunately, they're going to have to wait until tomorrow to be able to avenge themselves. They're still the number 2 seed. They're still very much in this tournament. Top 4 finish yet again for them. But that one definitely going to sting, and certainly a lot of game tape to look over before tomorrow.
Yeah, what a treat, though, of a series to get in group stage. We're not even in playoffs yet, Taco. I mean, what a way to do it. I really did. When Vera Momentum went up those 2 games, it looked like 12 Bricks was flat. They didn't know what to do. But the moment they were able to just play a bit more calm, patient, wider rotation, and rely on just themselves a little bit more, they locked in, and it really showcased. And it also, I think, came in tandem with a bit of a collapse from the Vera Momentum side, realizing, okay, we can't get away with very simple shenanigans that we would get to get away with. Courtney having a lot of space to do solo plays. It was a complete transition in momentum from one team to the other. But we're not done yet. We have another game left to play, and that'll be coming shortly after the break. This is Star Chasers number 3 for North America. We'll be right back.
2 seeds within the North American group stage. And right now, what we just saw, their momentum looked good. They had it 2-0. We're looking confident. We're taking every challenge and we're winning most of them. But then some switch had to have flipped for 12 bricks, and that switch was Lilo. This was an incredible series to watch, but it was Lilo who came back, was the backbone in terms of goals. Game 3, Game 4, all dominated by her and her performance from this team today. But it all started from game number 1, where Vera Momentum really set the place. When we talked to Courtney in that interview a little bit earlier, Seb, she was talking that there was a specific plan in place for when they played 12 bricks, and it worked throughout games 1 and 2.
It worked until it didn't. And really, it was just more like they had a game plan of they're going to just play as aggressively as possible. They're going to really just play advanced positions. And even though they did get punished for it maybe once or twice, it generally worked out for them until 12 Bricks was, decided, okay, we have to play a little bit more passive. We have to take our time a little bit more with our attempts. And it really kind of worked out in their favor. And the moment that the clamps started coming down, that's when 12 Bricks was getting shot after shot after shot, with especially Lilo kind of being that stalwart, that spearhead for 12 Bricks.
You know what's interesting about that too is 12 Bricks, with the exception of game number 5, ironically, were leading in shots every single game. It's not like that they were being fully denied defensive opportunities. Vera Momentum really stepped it up. We had some nail-biter moments with Courtney scoring 2 0-second goals, and they really made that fight count. You can tell that grudge from losing to 12 Bricks in that previous semifinals, it was there, but 12 Bricks once again proved why they stood on top and why they are the defending champions. Lilo, of course, leading the charge for this team. The numbers absolutely insane for how long and dragged out of a series this was. 12 Bricks have to be happy with this result, Taco.
I mean, averaging over 5 shots, 4 saves, getting assists and goals. The goal participation goes crazy from Lilo. Even if half those goals came in one game, it was a crucial game. 500 score as well, nothing to sneeze at. It's clearly showing the pure involvement from Lilo is something that you love to see, because coming into this game, I usually look at players like Nacho. I look at a player like Snub, who's been around the scene for a while on a org like Luminosity in the past that have made a name, and Lilo comes in and is like, okay, let's see how you fit in. You're not just fitting in, you're excelling in that role. So well-deserved match MVP.
If you're watching for the first time, you would not think that this is Lilo's first time competing with their roster. 12 Bricks looked just as strong, and all the support that was behind her, Nacho, Snub, the whole team really stepped it up to pull off one of the most exciting reverse sweeps that we've seen in a hot minute. We do get the opportunity to go ahead and hear from Nacho, though, who I hear is joining us for an interview in just a moment here. Nacho, oh my goodness, you're the heart, it's gotta be pounded. That's gotta have some serious adrenaline rush coming out of a game 5, a reverse sweep nonetheless. How are you feeling after that amazing series of events?
Yeah, we're feeling really good. After that game 4, we definitely had to take a moment. We had to calm down, kind of through that game 4 a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But the girls kept the mental up, and we had a long overtime, but Leslie really stepped in. Lilo really stepped in and helped clean everything up. I think the big thing is with her on the team, we're trying to figure out what our roles are again, and we sat down after game 2 and we were like, we don't want to go out in a sweep, and she really stepped up and took charge those last few games. So so that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling very proud of Lilo right now.
Hey, as it should. She put up some insane numbers, but that's not to say that you as well as Snub weren't major parts of that as well. Lilo, of course, was the one in the spotlight getting all of the goals, but defense is what ended up winning a lot of these games in no sense, and that's where we really got to see you sort of shine. You mentioned that since Lilo has joined, you've had to refigure out what those roles really look like on your roster so far. Has that been one of those adjustments where you have started to lean more into the defensive side of things?
I've always been a more defensive player, for sure. I do have that more of a fill role, so I'm able to play offense. So I think the big thing that we kind of adjusted was just having me be more of like a poke, poke at the ball on offense, and then make sure that we're safe on the back end. So I'm there to be annoying, and I'm there to make saves, and then the other two are there to put the ball in the net, So
I'm there to be annoying. I actually love that.
I'm there to be annoying.
That's great.
So I hope I did my job.
Hey, I mean, hey, you'll have to check in with Very Momentum. They might have some specific thoughts on that. So this match, though, was very important for 12 Bricks as a whole, because this does guarantee you the #1 seed, which can mean the difference in how far you go in terms of your overall, moving forwards in that playoff bracket, right? You're the defending champions. You have a big title on your backs, of course. Lilo, a bit new to the team. It doesn't seem like that adjustment, at least towards the tail end there, was ever really a concern to begin with. So now as you look ahead into tomorrow, what are you really is there a team that you're really looking to face? Do you think there's someone that's going to give you a challenge out of the rosters competing here today?
Yeah, well, I mean, top 4 is always a really close battle, so I think we're scheduled to play Gen G and G2 if we make it through Gen G, so both teams are very talented teams, and so it's going to be a fight no matter what, but I think we got it. So especially if we have the resolve we had today, I think we did a really good job. Even after like I said, I almost tossed that 4th game, we were able to keep our cool and make sure we finished it up strong. So I think as long as we go in with the same energy as we did today, that we're gonna put up a really good fight. So,
hey, that's what we like to hear. Positive vibes, positive energy heading into the rest that you got. You do get a little bit of downtime as you're kind of getting ready for tomorrow. Is there anything specifically that your team is going to do to kind of prepare, make sure you're going in with the right mindset?
I think we're just gonna look at VODs, be like, what changed between the first half of that series and the second half, and how can we really take that in and take those roles that we were figuring out mid-tournament into tomorrow, so that we come out strong and we don't have to scramble to make things work. So do a little bit of planning.
Hey, as exciting as reverse sweeps are, I can imagine you don't want to have to do that every time. So it's good.
I mean, it's probably great for the fans. Yeah, it
is.
It's not great for my heart. I'm getting old, I can't do too many more of those.
Don't say that now, Nacho. Oh my goodness. Well, you turned out an incredible performance today alongside the rest of 12 Bricks, and I know myself, Seb, and Taco are very excited to see what 12 Bricks can do and how you defend your title as we prepare to head into our playoff matches on Sunday. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Confident as ever, 12 Bricks, despite a bit of a shaky start, will solidify themselves as that #1 seed. We're gonna have to find out who are they going to be playing in that upper bracket come tomorrow. We got one more match left in the tank, a true classic. G2 Stride Luna will be taking on Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black. Their fights for that #1 seed. We're going to go ahead, send to a break. This is going to be one of those matches you're not going to want to miss. The Game 5 bangers just keep a-coming here with the Stars Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. Delivered was Rare Momentum and 12 Bricks series. Reverse sweep, nonetheless, 12 Bricks will move on in that number 1 seed, and pretty much all of our games have wrapped up as well. The only one that is left to be played is a very classic matchup, one that we get to see between two organizations quite a bit. It'll be G2 Luna Stride and Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black, fighting it out for that number 1 seed in Group B, the winner of which will be playing against Rare Momentum first. The loser, of course, will be going to the other side. We'll have to face off against 12 Bricks, who look to be in some of their top form. Seb, you're very well familiar with these teams. It's not the first time that they have fought each other in either a group stage or really just a Star Chasers event in total. What do we have to look forward to for this game?
I mean, it's just, it's very much like in RLCS, right? Like, these are two organizations who have that rivalry built into them from the RLCS days, and it comes over into the women's side as well. Of course, the last time that these two had played in, Star Chasers 2, I believe, in North America in the bracket side, G2 actually came out with the win on that one, but it was the close series of 4-2. I know Taco, you mentioned with Courtney, of course, coming out of this roster, Gen G, they're trying to regain that spot of being one of the best teams within women's carball, but of course, G2 is in the way. It is a tough opponent to deal with, especially with how G2 are playing. Taco, they are looking like they could be the best team within women's carball.
And that's why I think coming into this matchup, they're probably the favorites, I would say, for most people. However, Gen G always just has a way of staying relevant. And that's really all you have to do as a team. You don't have to be the hands-down favorite. You don't even have to have the highest profile players. You just need to be able to play well together. And I will say, Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black, throughout the entire time this org has supported a roster, these ladies play together a lot. Not just scrims, but like they'll queue together in ranked. They'll constantly be trying to be working on all these kind of tiny things about their game. So I don't really think you have to worry about the chemistry. I think oftentimes you look at teams and look at all these double commits that are coming in. It's a little rough around the edges. I don't think that's ever really been a problem for Gen G.
And you're not really expecting it to be one. When you hear the name Gen G, you put that with Rocket League, and you're like, oh, cool. This is going to be a really good game. But we're talking about G2 here. We've seen Karma, Talibird, and Avenger just run away with series. Their team coordination and really their ability to kind of just shut down teams with their levels of confidence when they're taking these 50s has been unmatched. They've been flawless throughout their days so far, but this is by far their toughest game within that group stage. And I think Gen G facing off against them now, Taco, is going to be a good testament to how dominant this team truly is.
Yeah, I think when you really come in against this, if you're getting those wins, like we mentioned, that you're supposed to, because G2 gets a win against Torchix earlier in broadcast, then you're doing great. These are the victories where I don't even care how close it is, but you expect to come out on top here. And I think G2, if they are getting warmed up, this is where it can get a little awkward because you're playing against teams that are pretty good, and now you're playing against really the best of the best within your group, like Bella, Kate, and Emmy.
Yeah, Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black here. As you said, they've been around for a minute. They've always managed to stay relevant throughout a couple of roster changes. Kate and Bella have been on the team for 1 and 2 years respectively. It's Emmy, the player that we want to look out for. It doesn't sound like that she's very new to the scene. As of this year, just joined the Gen G Mobile 1 Racing team, and now we have to see how she can go up. She's filling the shoes of Courtney, which if you've been watching any of our NA games today, has been going absolutely nuts. It's a massive expectation for Gen G to be able to work together with Emmy. If team synergy necessarily isn't a concern at all, I want to see how these individual mechanics and performances really come out, because it's all going to be different once we're on the pitch. It can look one way on paper, but the gameplay can completely change, Seb.
The gameplay can change, and again, with both these teams having a rivalry that goes back to some of the very beginnings of women's carball, it'll be another iteration of it here this evening. It is a best of 5 to see who will come out on top of Group B.
It's a tough thing as well, is you always want to make sure your games are a little bit easier in the bracket for the semifinal, but I would say between Rare Momentum and 12 Bricks, there's not really an easy answer on who you might prefer. 12 Bricks is a defending champion, so maybe that's the obvious answer, so maybe you want to play instead against Verum Momentum. All I know is that a win on this side is going to do a lot for your confidence, as this is definitely one of the more classic rivalries within the Rocket League esports space.
So they will be fighting to see who will face off against who. It really is kind of, especially when we look at, oh, this will be a pass and go for Emmy to give Gen G Mobile One the first goal here this evening in the best of 5.
That's crazy from Karma. Has 100 boost, waiting for the clear from Av. Av doesn't quite have it, but that's fine because the ball's going to probably ricochet to the corner. Nope, Kate gets 1 pixel on it to knock it back in the middle. It allows Bella to have a wide open read. Really good 3-person passing play coming in from Gen G. And now Emmy trying to make Tally's life hard. That pre-flip in front, almost getting that block, but Tally shows the confidence and composure in front of the ball to not give up an early second.
Well, this could be a nice deflection if Fatima was there. Avenger just a touch late to the ball. Emmy puts us up high. Emmy, the only one currently on the Gen G roster without a Wikipedia page, by the way. That fresh to the scene, that fresh to the top level within women's carball. That is a great bump as well. But I'm very excited to see how she fares. I mean, she's had some experience. She's been playing with his teammates for a little bit in other series thus far. But this is, I think, her first real test to see if she's going to be able to manage at the very highest level.
And I think that's the thing that a lot of players are also recognizing, where they recognize game. They are familiar with their game. I DM'd a couple players within this tournament, kind of just picking their brain, catching up, and I mentioned, hey, Gen G, I mean, they're playing with Emmy, like, how do you think that's going to work? They're like, listen, Emmy's pretty new, but she can play. She's insane, so she will be fine. It's a good addition. It's a great find from Gen G, and that's what orgs need to do. You need to find a kind of diamond in the rough, a new player newer to the scene, and certainly right now, they are still defending 2 minutes in their lead up against G2. In fact, they might even throw it. That's going to be a miss, and look who gets number 2.
Oh, Avenger, this is, you gotta be able to read those. Unfortunately, it was a good touch by Emmy and a good follow-up as well. Could have rotated it out, left it for a teammate, but she chose to stick it, and with it, earning the 2-0 for Gen G.
Another difficult one from Avenger, as that one you can see she was grabbing some pads in the back end, grabbed a pad, but then the thing is it turned upfield. I think Emmy actually noticed that one. That's why you want to send it forward. If a defender is lingering back and they're kind of driving side to side, that's one thing you can deal with, but ultimately it's going to have to be dealt with. And right there, I thought that was dealt with, but think again when Karma's on the ball.
I really do think that Emmy thought in this case that teammate had it, but Karma being able to just feed Tallybird 1 to go. It will be 2-1 for G2 Stride Luna as they will look to enter this game proper.
Tally, decent amount of space. Will somewhat knock that one forward, but immediately dealt back by Bella. This time, Avenger has just enough to be able to get that read, which means Emmy, from an angle near post, Kate will be able to crash. Emmy, 100 boost. Avenger needs that touch and does get it, but Bella with the immediate follow through. Karma and Tally doing well to knock out options for their opponents, but it doesn't mean their job is anywhere close to done. Bella quickly on it again, and Avenger not able to find the angle.
Again, this is just a sorry mistake from Avenger, which really puts her team at a detriment. Just one of those reads you have to be able to get, because Gen G, it's not like they're going to give that respect and just give you all the space to work with to be able to make those whiffs. You have to make them first and foremost, and that will be another goal for Gen G. Here is Emmy. We'll be able to make it 4-1.
Not only a hat trick, but 100% goal participation on 3 shots, Seb. Like, this is actually next level productivity, especially since I was saying G2 isn't necessarily even just the leader or the favorite for a lot of people in terms of winning this whole thing for NA, but they're very much the favorites within this series, and to see them kind of just get schmacked here in game number 1, granted it's off some awkward reads, but it's still situations that it's not Avenger just straight up whiffing much, it's just putting put in really difficult situations, and that's exactly what you want out of your offense, constantly making the defense second guess.
Oh, Kate. Over to the side, Bella. Bit of an awkward touch. Emmy trying to get the read. Good responsiveness from Kate to be able to cover for her teammate. Kate just going to send it downfield. Emmy, this could work. Avenger will be able to get the clang back, but good coverage from Bella in the midfield. Now it might all be in her hands. Can she get a nice pinch, but a good challenge from Karma.
Kate up and over, going to lob that one for Avenger to deal with. Emmy, I really just love, and I mean this in the most loving way, how psychotic Emmy is playing right now. Just all over the ball.
Best compliment.
Well, even when the ball's on the backboard, it doesn't have to be chased, but Emmy says, I'm going to make sure you know that you are under pressure. And even if it doesn't really produce any 50, it's forcing G2 to not take any time. They just really have to throw it away immediately.
She's having just a proper look at the ball and just forcing the issue, you know, properly in their faces. Like, you know, just
yeah, very much so. Yeah. Sniffing the
that's
heels.
going to be all the way across. Talibird able to keep it out. Kate puts another one on. This is a little dangerous. Karma able to reach for it.
And to talk about just the sheer amount of force being applied by Gen G, only one shot from G2. And keep in mind, last time we saw them on broadcast, they were averaging about 11 or 12 per game. So the fact that they have just been pretty much held in the midfield, it's like we're playing half-court Rocket League where the ball just gets cleared out and then thrown right back into their mids. So getting that one goal is nice, but clearly a lot to talk about. And honestly, in the final 30 seconds, they might have to just start talking about things and say, hey, we cannot allow Gen G to keep marching down, get these easy enough flicks as Cade almost circumvents two players with one flick.
Can you imagine if there was half-court Rocket League? Anyway, last 10 seconds will go on by. This is done and dusted for Gen G Mobile 1 as they continue to showcase themselves in this group, taking down game 1 of G2 Stride Luna. But it's still a long road to go with a best of 5 ahead of them. They want to net themselves that first seed. This is a good start.
And being able to continue on with that momentum is really nice. Because I like the first goal. That's one thing we're saying, okay, that's a freebie. Like, G2 is just a little awkward. You know, Av couldn't get that read. And then also Karma expected that read. That's not going to happen again. And it didn't. It was all different. They were all different build-ups. There was a lot of, I would say, abilities that were combined in. And even though G2 Stride Luna was able to get that one goal early on, get that equalizer, they were not able to maintain that. And I think, again, it goes back to Gen G. The one compliment I can always pay their rosters is that they're always on the same page. They were all exactly where they needed to be, challenging when they needed to be, and they're making the shots count.
I think what I'm struggling though from G2 is I think we only got a glimpse of it thus far is the moment that they get the midfield control and they're able to just get these passing plays really set up. We're just not seeing as much of that thus far. We know that they have the capability. They are incredibly clean, especially when it comes to Karma and Talibird. The amount of times I've seen either off the ceiling or off wall infield passing plays, it really has worked out for them. But I think in this case, you're not going to be given as much room against Gen G, and they will take away that room. So you have to be a bit more aggressive. Send Avenger in there to net themselves maybe some demos, or at least play that first man a little bit more aggressively and try and open things up.
And being able to open things up is the #1 difficulty that most of these players deal with when you're playing against a team so organized. But if there's any team to be able to break this a game and series down wide open, it would be G2, and it'd be players like Karma, Tally, and Avenger. So going on that vengeance path here into DFH, I don't really know in what form it's going to take, but certainly it's getting the ball out of your corner. That could have been a wide open shot to start things off.
Avenger being able to cover, trying to make up for her previous mistakes in game 1, which really did cost G2 a decent amount, though this could be nice, but a great 50 from Kate will keep it out. Now you can even see Karma, they're playing a lot more patient now, just waiting for the giveaway from Gen G, but you have to be able to cover the holes that are occurring in your defensive rotation, or else Gen G will be all over you in a matter of seconds.
Deflection in the middle. That actually could have gone straight into Emmy, but Avenger doing well, taking them out of the picture. Kate with a continuation. Karma up and over. Bella with a dunk of her life. Somehow going to be denied not only by the crossbar, but the post as well.
By the skin of their teeth, G2 able to stay alive. We'll see if Karma, no boost to work with. Avenger, Emmy gets it over. Buys them a little bit of time. That's just a giveaway from Talibird. Now Karma has to rush back, use a decent amount of boost, actually almost all of it, just to keep it out. That will hurt, especially once Gen G turns on the Jets a little bit offensively.
Av has to get onto this one. Bella, even with almost nothing left in the boost after the end of that one, able to get a decent 50. Now it's Tally's turn. Deflection in the middle. Having to chase that one down. Karma only one with boost. In fact, only one on offense until Tally turns around and joins thing. Preserving the boost. Something Tally does so well, and that's exactly why. She's just waiting for Bella to give that one away, but Can't do much about Emmy immediately getting that back up, and Bella will go to that midfield and turn right back around.
Talibird for Bella. Lobs it. Karma half flip just to keep it out. I'm a little surprised that Gen G, they've sort of pumped the brakes a little bit in terms of their positioning. Willing and completely happy to just hold things down in the midfield, let one solo till the second man can come through. Kate diving all the way in, sees her chance, but it will be saved away.
One thing I love about how Gen G plays as well is that every touch they take is a serious contender for a shot. There are very few times where they will just let a ball drift, and at times that can feel a little reckless, like why are you diving on in? But it forces G2 to take everything seriously. A ball is just kind of innocently lobbed up above goal. Most teams would be like, that's fine, but instead G2's like, I have to get on this. Just like Gen G has to get on this one. I was waiting for a save, but instead it's a perfect pass down to Tally.
Finally, an opening for G2, able to kick things off themselves. Again, the Karma Talibird combo. This is a combo, 2 shots now where we've seen Karma doesn't get that last shot, but Talibird sticks with it and is able to get the rebound and clean up for that goal.
Me able to deflect that one to Bella, which will actually come all the way across, but instead it'll be Kate now. Trying to lob that one up and over into Emmy. I like that half-cut rotation, but Avenger, they sniffed it out real early in that play. So now G2 is in a position that they found themselves staring down in last game, having this one goal, and now they have to focus just as much on maintaining offense to preserve their defensive rotation, but also making sure that they're not allowing Gen G much time to build up. Karma on the first challenge will get something, but Tally gets a lot more on the second.
G2 starting to speed things up to the challenges as well now, too. Gen G just can't flex the raw speed at the moment. We're starting to see it a little bit more as G2 finally able to secure themselves, extended pressure, and just keep things held down in the midfield. Especially stealing some boost now. Talibird puts a shot on, but will be stuffed away. Gen G scrambling, try and get this clear out. Karma gets it around 1. Will there be a rebound? No.
Tally, heavy touch, but Avenger actually just gets on the boost. That's going to be a slot right up and over. And that's super well done. I really want to pay attention to just how much patience came into this finish.
A lot of it, too. Avenger goes up, lobs Bella, tries to speed for it, but I mean, you can see the 1 and 2 from Gen G. They're just over-aggressed, trying to force a bit more of a clear in the midfield and just fight as much as they can. Now, Emmy, it's the flick, doesn't have enough sauce. Fortunately, that will be out, but G2 still maintaining that lead.
Heavy deflection, Karma going to roll that one in. Emmy and Kate unfortunately tried to say almost like, oh no, after you for that boost, but someone's got to take it. Because someone has to be able to move on forward, which Kate will gladly send up to Bella. Flip reset on the catch. Uses it early. Emmy, I think, almost wanted to take that off just in case that reset wasn't in, but it's a rare kind of miscommunication coming in from Gen G. Maybe this 2-goal lead starting to take its toll.
I mean, the clock is winding down. It is becoming your enemy as it goes on, but now look at that. Karma just straight up beating Gen G to the ball. Bella needing to go for a flip reset. Clear will be taken care of from Avenger. Looking for 1, but will be saved away. 30 seconds remaining. Gen G, you are on the clock.
Okay, that's a really nice aerial. It gets over Tally, but Av is left alone. Emmy fails, doesn't have the boost, and Adventure does really well to carry that one all the way up and over Bella. It might be a win back, but it's not nearly as far forward as she probably had wanted. At this point, it's just a matter of wasting time, and Tally's so good at that one. Plays a lot of ones, takes a decent enough 50, and that's going to now have to be Emmy playing as fast as possible. It has to go in before 0. Bella on the pre-jump, not going to get there. And we have an effective best of 3 to be able to determine who's taken first in this group as everything is tied up in the series.
A tie series for G2. They look so much better. They looked so much more reactive and determined to not let Gen G dictate the pace of this game. And it really shows in this case. G2 were just straight up beating Gen G to the ball in the 50s, in the midfield, and we're playing it with so much control. Now, we go to the game 3. I'm very curious to see what sort of adjustments Gen G is going to have to make. A lot of it came down to where just they didn't really have that much presence. I mean, there wasn't much room to work with, especially with how G2 was cutting.
No, and that's the biggest thing that you need to note about G2, I think, is that they understand if they make a mistake, they're not going to make it twice. And in this game, it felt like they were taking their chances a bit more deliberately. They were finding their key moments to strike, and sometimes that's why when you look at the shot differential, you're saying, it's only 5 shots. Isn't this a team that really is constantly on offense? Well, you don't need to be, as long as you're not just wasting the touches throwing it on target. It's one thing to test the defense, but it's a whole other thing to just kind of throw a ball at a good seasoned SSL level goalies and just assume that they're always going to bobble it. So huge fan of them kind of waiting it out, kind of boost starving their opponents and getting that win back, but doesn't mean anything about guaranteeing a second. So we'll have to see if Gen G is not going to take that one on the chin. They're going to be able to fight back and take a lead back in this series.
We will go to game 3 this far in Utopia. And now, again, we talk about adjustments, figuring out what they need to do. G2, the game plan has worked thus far, but Gen G need to be able to break through with the aggressiveness, with almost just the straight ego that they have. They know that they can be better players. It's on them to do it now. Emmy's just going to lob it downfield. Avenger will be able to get the save. Kate, good positioning. Emmy tries to get the bump, but Karma, too much experience on her side.
Really love that from Karma, just staring down the demo like, oh, I bet you're going to try to get that. But the thing is, they know from timing, they have to pre-flip. They have to get in the way early, and it's exactly why they just stare that opportunity down. It's exactly why Bella also, they had time. That slow air dribble means Emmy gets a quality 50, and now another great pass into Kate. That's going to be wide open for Bella. They go for power, not the placement. Pass back to Emmy, maybe a pass across to Bella again. I saw it in the works, and so did G2. Heads up play to bump him out of the way.
Yeah, good bump from Avenger to be able to keep things smooth, not allow too much damage to be done in terms of positioning. Emmy, that's it. Just straight on, but Avenger will be able to relieve Talibird for the save. Now Talibird over to Karma, shot on, will be stuffed away. Gen G switching back into... No one's there, but Talibird will be able to make it clear. Now with Gen G, I mean, honestly, they gotta be careful they don't just get outpaced at the moment. G2, to be incredibly careful. Bella having to turn back for it, and thus far, it's just been back and forth between these two. Just as I say it, Karma shuts me up.
And it's going to be a rough one as well, because that is the worst possible bounce. It's a ball that typically is going to hit that lip and roll straight up against the backboard, but instead it bounces out really, really well. Karma is not going to miss those ever, especially when it's uncontested, on target, top shelf, and that's going to be another time where Gen G is going to have to stare down a lead from their opponents and hope it doesn't grow much more, but I think it's possible to tally underneath the ball. Karma now coming up second to be able to wait for that next 50 for then Avenger to come in and eventually take their shot, diving into the corner. Emmy has it more than handled.
Karma being able to collect the mid boost might prove to be important, especially as Gen G tries for this offensive attempt. And again, that was a case where Emmy had nothing to work with in the tank. G2 just, oh, well, IDC. Yeah, my bad. But in this case,
yeeted out of the lobby.
Yeah, I'll join a sec. You know, we got to back up. This is going to be a stuff that will go through for G2 as they're able to just take control, be nice, calm, not let the aggressiveness from Gen G and just the speed at which they're playing at disrupt them too hard.
However, it could be tough if a second goes in. Luckily, Kate, even with zero boost, has the positioning, and now 100 in their tank, be able to get back forward. Karma, the handoff to Tally, ground pinch, or rather ceiling pinch to the ground. It's going to be covered up by all of Gen G's defense. But the one thing from Gen G I'm not seeing is the angles to approach the ball. A lot of times, even if they have boost, it's behind them. And the players going forward, they don't have enough to maintain offense. They really just need to grab those pads if these corners aren't appearing. G2 doing so well of taking challenges at the right time and pumping out the players when it doesn't work.
I think in turn, also I'm back in this game, UP. I think in turn, Gen G, I mean, I feel like offensively, they're almost getting ahead of themselves right now. You can see that they have an idea of where they want these infield passes to play, how they're going to transition up, but it almost feels like the comms aren't there to be able to communicate exactly where they're going to be at, or at least figure out where they're going to be at. The timing isn't there, but Bella will be able to put this one through. Fakes galore across the board.
Really like this from Emmy to immediately go onto the backboard, trying to get that pass down. Karma reads the pass, and then poor Av actually exactly where she needs to be, except the ball is bounced up and over. That's a tough one, making you feel so small on the goal line.
It will be a tie game now. Finally, Gen G bringing themselves back and contesting against G2. Bella puts a shot on, but it will be stuffed away by Avenger. Great attempt, though. Kate, can you get there in time? Talibird trying to do the best she can to stuff it away. 90 seconds remaining. Tie game.
Bella trying to keep that one low. It's a weird one for Tally, just why. Actually, she has to time that one just right to be able to not only clear it out, but clear it forward and off the line. Doesn't mean it's all out of their half yet. Emmy, close touch, no boost, but a dunk into Kate. Trying to catch that one, doesn't overcomplicate it. I like that idea, however, does not
boost.
get that corner boost steal. So Emmy has to then move it over to Bella. That's too heavy of a touch, Ab, as they covered all day long.
Yeah, Bella had to use a lot of boost for that one, so it's going to have to force Gen G to back off a little bit as they regain some boost, and even the boost now in complete favor of G2. Kate going to receive, maybe looking for the second touch. Emmy needs to put this on, but no, too wide, and it will still be tied as G2 takes the possession.
And those are so tough. It's also the ultimate skill check when you have zero boost going for a backboard read because you have no ability to redirect your car or be able to adjust. You have to jump perfectly, and that time Emmy unfortunately just could not do it. So that one is going to go by the wayside, but nothing to really weigh in the back of your mind. You know, it doesn't really impact this game in the ultimate sense as it's still
Avenger.
1-1 up until Tally goes to work off the seal, and what a find.
Oh, beautiful. And the fact that we could see this play developing from the midfield. Avenger was already in position. The comms were there. The vision was there. G2, 25 seconds, need to hold the lead.
It's a tough one as well because you can see it develop, as you mentioned, but that also just adds the dread involved, especially if there's another one as Avenger goes for the musty and almost fakes it underneath that last defender.
I mean, what a way to be able to just solidify this game. Oh, yeah, I think that was actually a fake. I'm going to give it a fake. The mark of approval. Now Avenger giving G2 essentially the game here if they're able to hold on for another 20 seconds, which I imagine they will do. G2 completely changing the look of this series as Gen G now, they went into the lab, they're trying to figure things out, and just as it looks like they might make a comeback, might assert themselves in this series once again, it's ripped out of their hands.
And it's why it shows with G2, even on that last play after kickoff, Bella jumps up for that read, goes for the immediate solo play, but Karma's already on the ceiling, and that's why it pays to be confident in your skill and confident in your reads. There's no middle ground where you want to say, can I get that? No, you just go immediately and trust that your rotation's clean enough, and it certainly was. G2 outshot and yet still going to be able to outscore their opponents.
So we will go to a game 4, right? Can I count? Yes, game 4.
Yeah.
As this point, I mean, G2 have swung this firmly into their own favor. They looked like the top seed that they are. Gen G, they started off well, but honestly, a lot of it comes down to just how they're playing the offense. It just feels like there's opportunities that are developing, but they are kind of throwing it away.
It can be tough because a lot of times when you get up onto offense, especially when you start to lose control of the series, it feels a little bit less about like, okay, we're just going to play our reads and we're just going to try to get these shots on target. And then it turns into, I absolutely have to shoot this. And it's almost like why the open net is the most terrifying type of shot in Rocket League, because psychologically you have to focus in. It's not about just relying on individual mechanics. It's not about just trusting your muscle memory. It's about really trying to be deliberate. And I feel like as the series has gone on, it feels like more and more Gen Gs in these scenarios where they're like, this needs to be flawless. I just want them to get back to getting good, solid shots on target, or at the very least, just maintain this boost so they don't feel like they're running around too much against G2, who seems to be slowly cooking up their game plan and coming a bit more into fruition, especially with whiffs like that.
Yeah, you can't afford to make those whiffs, especially now when all your chances are gone. Emmy whiffs, and unfortunately, it's a double whiff from the Gen G side. Gen G down already within 11 seconds on their last game to try and make some sort of impact against G2 thus far. And like you mentioned, I mean, you just need to see a bit more cleanliness, a bit more creativity from the Gen G side. I mean, you look at G2, shots going on from all different angles, team plays developing across the pitch. We're also giving Gen G too much credit, potentially. That's going to be Karma with a save.
It's going to be another heavy deflection. Kate, I like the half turn. Honestly, could have beaten Tally over the top if that was on target, but you can't always get what you want, especially when you're trying to cut quickly and be able to circumvent a lot of the defense. Tough read from Emmy, and that's even going to be tougher when it doesn't bounce on out. Karma gets the first and the second beat out.
Again, look how quickly she's on for the rotate. She's not following through. She's not over-aggressing, continuing her positioning. Just simple rotate, take the mid boost, hold the line.
Now See Karma getting to work as well, just trying to slow the play down, but the problem is Av is not far enough forward, so we'll see Gen G clear and hope the Karma has a too light of a touch, which kind of does work as Emmy goes around 1 and Tally gonna be waiting back. Pass off to Bella, not a huge fan of the longer shot, but at the very least does produce an awkward read up until Avenger still gets to it again, and then produces Karma into a clear. Tally looking for the ceiling most likely,
great.
does find it. Karma doesn't want to aggress on that one. Again, G2, they don't want to overpress. They know the counter is so deadly.
Yep, and it will pay off here. Beautiful poke from Emmy. And again, just as you say it, they know where the counter is coming. They try and position themselves for it, but this was a rare moment where they were caught out of position, where the touch didn't come through in a way that benefited their midfield positioning, and Gen G took full advantage.
It's a rough moment. Karma's a bit too far back, but it was also one of those moments where as soon as Tally jumps off the wall, it's more or less you only have one option. You can maybe just kind of don't flip into it and play for the 50 and hope that you reach with your angle, but most of the time it's just going to be kind of telegraphed. Good job on Gen G for being able to see that, and again, be confident on their read. Just immediately get on top of that one and punish that miscommunication on your opponent's side. Back to 1-1, exactly what Gen G likes, especially if they want to be able to force the series one game further.
Alibird, good pass, but Karma plays it patient, waits for the defender. Emmy, clear. Avenger cuts it off in the midfield. Bella will take things. Karma actually going to take control, maybe looking for the second touch off the wall, leaves it down for Avenger. As again, just see G2 circling around their prey, waiting for their opportunity.
That's a fantastic touch. Tally is a bit cleaner of an angle, so we'll go instead. However, that's as far as that attack goes. However, this is where Gen G's begins. That's a miscommunication, and that's going to be the lead.
That is going to be the lead again, just off a missed calm. G2, they're trying to play this more calm. Karma goes ahead. AV tries to make the save, but that was one you just gotta leave it to Talibird. And it is very easy to make those mistakes, especially with how fast-paced Rocket League can be. But you have to make sure that the communication is dialed in to make up for those kind of positional errors.
It's also why it can be so important as an offensive player. When we say put the ball on target, it's not just the obvious of like you can't score unless it's underneath the bar between the posts. It's more so because of plays like that. Sometimes it will just come down to the defense not being able to speak to each other quick enough to get out of each other's ways. You get awkward saves like that, and I wouldn't really necessarily say it's Avenger screwing up. It's just really you can't react to that in time, and from her perspective, she is first the ball. She has to get on top of that. So good job on Gen G again. Just making sure you have a powerful enough shot to trip up G2 and potentially make them give away another one. Hopefully Karma was there to be able to hit into open space.
Yeah, good on Karma to be able to defuse that situation. Karma for the offensive rotate. Talibird keeps it in play. Aggressive attacks from Gen G right now. They see the blood in the water. They know exactly where this could be headed. That's a bad touch from Kate, though, and she will be able to get the clear out despite the double commit from Gen G. Gen G looking to hold on.
Like that one from Emmy. Heavy deflection means Tally has her work cut out for her, but of course, a flawless touch and catch and carry. But as I say that, actually a little bit farther than I thought. Ella, again, getting right on top of it. Emmy, as usual, going to be immediately on top of these reads, along with Kate. And now with a fully boosted Bella, potentially Gen G attack, but they just can't quite get past that final round of defense.
Oh, man. Are we going to go to back-to-back game fives? Is this what
Why would you say that with 45 seconds to go?
I don't know. Listen, Caster Curse is a dangerous weapon, Taco. We know it.
Well, I hope for entertainment, but I don't wish for any team to befall a tragic circumstance. So, of course, it's still in the hands of either team to make it happen.
Wait.
Kate is going to be left alone and yet still has enough to get that save. Karma, high lob, double commit, but Bella could call off Emmy as well as getting a double. In fact, not going to be out quite yet. Kate has to get that clear, calling off Emmy, and Gen G holding firm, getting these challenges, making sure they do not allow G2 any path forward. And that's another one sent all the way back down.
Clock will wind down. G2's last possession. Decent amount of boost on for Talibird. Karma as well. Talibird needs to get underneath the last second. You can see Gen G zooming to the ball, trying to make an attempt to work. Bella will be able to get a good 50. Avenger needs to keep this up. Talibird does. It's still all in G2's hands. It's going to go over to the side. Avenger, it will touch the ground. Back to back game fives here.
And we're not seeing any reverse sweep, anything too crazy, but I don't know, maybe potentially a BM celebration there at the end by Emmy, just dropping the boost, going right into the camera. Who really knows? But either way, it's certainly some good fun being had here in the booth, and I'm sure in the chat as well, unless you're one of those hardcore fans, one of the ultras for Gen G and G2 storied orgs. And of course, it has to go to a Game 5 for our last series of the day.
Yeah, for the last series, and with so many stakes, I mean, again, this isn't even the actual playoff bracket. This is still groups to determine seeding, in which both these teams are fighting for, both vying for that title, the best women's Rocket League team. And in this case, they're both making a case for it.
Yeah, and being able to then take the distance is great. But of course, it's coming from also unexpected ways. Emmy getting a hat trick earlier on, but also now 2 goals, 3 shots. So clearly when Gen G needs someone to step up, they are there for it, especially because this is also a way to make up for earlier mistakes. That first goal of the game, number 4, which we thought might have potentially been the lead into the, okay, that's going to be the game. It's a miss from Emmy off the sidewall. Karma slotted that one, but then be able to make up for it. That's lovely. It's a great storyline, but everyone likes a story with a happy ending for Gen G. Is that going to befall them here on Champions Field here for game number 5, final series of the day to determine who's the number 1 seed coming out of our second group?
Number 2 seed versus number 1 seed wants to see who will be the spearhead of Group B. And in this case, G2 want it to be themselves along with Gen G. Both have fought incredibly hard for it. It just shows just how much parity we have right now in Women's Rocket League, that we have all top 4 teams coming out of the groups go to a Game 5 amongst each other. That one will slip through. Karma gives G2 the lead.
And I really do like this one from Tally. Baits in Bella, waits for her to challenge, and then as soon as she goes, presses that last bit of a boost to be able to tap it on over. Good job on Karma, ready for that follow. And if you're looking for a good start from G2, I don't think you can ask for much better than that.
Still have a full game left to play. An early lead means nothing, especially when the likes of Gen G is on the pitch. They can shoot from anywhere. They can essentially position themselves so aggressively and snatch away a lead just like that. Bella unable to get the touch. Emmy goes underneath. It's just some shenanigans, you know. They're nervous, okay? They're outpacing themselves. They got to calm down a little bit.
It's always nice when then you can use the pre-flips to your advantage. Kate able to keep this tack somewhat alive as Karma playing for another 50. Bella will use all her boosts to be able to get that one out, but now who has the rest of it to be able to stop Tally? Turns out it's Emmy. Karma will steal the boost in the corner, maybe trying to produce another pass into a teammate, but this time it's going to be deflected by Gen G, doing better to not crumble under the pressure of being down in a Game 5. In fact, they might even thrive beyond that tough read from Karma after getting chased, and yet she makes it look so easy.
I like the idea, but I think this was very much on Emmy. If you're able to put it through, Avenger is there for the save. Tallybird might have an open. She won't have the boost to really make it work. You'll be able to put a shot on target that will go back to G2's possession. Emmy tries to force the issue, sends it downfield. Karma able to cut off at the midfield, get a decent 50. Tallybird goes up high, maybe a second touch, but Emmy will be there, of course.
Not only that, but Emmy gets the extension as well. Thing is, Avenger did her job, gets in the way, gets a bump on that team play, and so now it's still G2 probing about in this Gen G half, looking for number 2, giving themselves a little bit of security, because clearly, if Game 4 has taught them anything, it's that one goal is certainly not a secure lead.
Nope. Especially in a series like this, when, again, just the skill level of both these rosters are at such a high level. Both of them vying for the title, and both of them wanting that number 1 seed. Karma with the 50, Emmy still willing to challenge it in that midfield. Bella able to send it across. Avenger, that's a bad whiff, but Tallybird needs to be there to cover, and she does.
That's awkward because Bella does not have that read. Emmy going to be a bit late to it, so now Avenger going to send that one high. Tallybird technically still off the backboard. Didn't have any boost, but tried to get out of the goal and get
drove up the post.
I mean, it's one way or another. There is a mechanic that does allow you to do that, but it's very hard to pull off for a reason. So we'll see Tally continuing on, maybe avenging her own foible earlier on with an assist over to Karma. Weird bounce, but it'll work. Tally is able to get a second. No, it's denied off the post.
G2 So close to being able to net themselves an insurance goal. Avenger puts another one on, but it's saved by Emmy. Gen G holding on by the tightest rope, being able to do everything they can to keep this ball out of their nets just by a hair.
Karma reset off ceiling, top shelf, not gonna be in. Kate gonna slow play it, saw through Tally's fake chow. A lot of what G2 has been doing is just trying to force Gen G to give it away, and I think as Gen G wisens up to it, G2 needs to change things up, but for right now, they don't need to change much, at least on offense, seemingly working well, even if there's only one goal to the good for right now.
And approaching the last minute here in Game 5. With it, the margins so close. Champions Field, the pressure so high between these two. Tallybird will take the possession. Approaching that last minute. It's all on G2. Karma fakes it. Avenger puts one just high. Is there going to be a G2 member for the shot? Double commit as Gen G starts to panic. Bella looking to do everything she can to just keep it out. Pass over to Avenger. Shot on, whiffed, but still saved.
Not only that, but a long pinch. Karma has to go all the way back to get that boost. She only has one option to go to, and yet Gen G can't get over to the sidewall fast enough, so it's going to be a little bit of a double commit. This is where the panic starts to set in, as the Game 5 nerves. Not a lot of boost for Emmy. I don't think Karma realized it. That's a late challenge in the middle. Bella all the way downfield. You see Gen G almost trying to go all in on certain reads instead of just covering their options. You need someone in the middle.
Question is, will this be decided by one goal? Both these teams doing everything they can. Gen G has been stuck on the back burner in the back seat for what feels like an entire game at this point. And as the clock winds down, G2, have you done enough to secure the #1 seed in the group? It looks like you might have, but Bella looking for the second touch. Tallybird will put this to the ground. G2 is the winner and will walk away the #1 seed.
And that's a close one, all coming down to that final play. And respect to Tally, sometimes you want to get right onto the read. You want to be able to intercept things, but knowing that that's a ridiculously hard redirect to put down on target, or at the very least fast enough to beat out the defense, waits patiently and spikes it down. Gen G Mobile One Racing Black coming away second best in this matchup and in this group, but I think they have a lot to look forward to be able to hope for even a Grand Finals rematch coming in tomorrow.
Again, this is just the start. I mean, this is a best of 5 against one of your closest opponents. You're able to walk away just by a single goal. With it, you now have to prepare for a bracket where you will have best of 7s ahead of you and more on the line. So I imagine for G2 and Gen G alike, lots of studying to do.
I think that's one of the most difficult things when you come into these types of series, is being able to understand how you have to adjust game by game. Rocket League is such a fluid esport because you only have that 1 minute between everything. And I think this is a perfect series of why. You see the first game win, pretty dominant from Gen G. G2 strikes back with 2 wins. Then Gen G gets another solid victory in Game 4. And then Game 5 is just all-out chaos. There's so many close saves. There's so many awkward moments on the goal line and the close cuts that you have to make sure you make up for those lack of rotations. So it's a lot of drama, but that's really what high-level Rocket League is all about, whether it's RLCS or it is the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown here, number 3, presented by Ally. So I think this is, again, we call it a classic for a reason. It never disappoints. It just this time, G2 Stride Luna just a bit stronger in the latest iteration of this matchup.
Yeah, and now that the rivalry continues between these two, I do want to give a huge shout out to Emmy. I mean, again, she came into this not so much an unknown quantity, but I think in terms of her time with Gen G, more of an unknown quantity. But she's really shown up in spades, and I am very excited to see kind of where she goes with the rest of Gen G throughout the course of bracket. Of course, it will be reseeded, so we will know the matchups. But I'm very excited. I think she has left us with a very good impression.
Yes, and so therefore, plenty more to look forward to in her career, but also more to look forward to for Gen G. Not today, though. Their day is done, but they are still in that top 2. We'll be seeing them tomorrow for Championship Sunday, and we'll be seeing a little bit more of us here as we wrap up NA and all of the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown number 3 here, presented by Ally, right after this break.
own special vibe.
This is the closest the competition has ever been in a Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally, and you couldn't ask for a better time for it to be this way. All of our top 4 teams, which will be moving on to tomorrow, had to battle it out for their seedings in best of 5s. That went all the way to 5. If that tells you anything about the level of competition and how the playing field has leveled itself out, we'll let the replays do that for you here. Gen.G Mobile 1, a team that has always managed to stay very relevant, even with some changes coming in with their rosters. We questioned how well Emmy would do. She's fine. She's great, even. Really put on a performance from Gen.G at the start, granting all 3 goals, but G2 Stride Luna are never a squad that you want to count out. Their consistency, and especially Talibird, really came alive in the back half of this series, Taco.
Yeah, and being able to really activate all your star players is exactly what all teams want when you sign these types of players. They're playmakers. You want to get them the ball. You want to make them involved, because even though you're not really waiting for the carry, a lot of people are just saying, well, isn't it problematic if you have like a top-heavy team? No, it's what happens because they cause chaos. It forces the other defense to adjust to them, and I think everyone on G2 Stride Luna, and really everyone on Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing Black, had their moments in the spotlight. So really talented teams going at it. Eventually, the top players, the brightest stars, really are going to be able to shine the brightest.
That's been true with all of our teams throughout the day today, and even if we questioned before this series, like, how dominant is G2 Stride Luna truly? Well, if we learned anything, even the goddesses themselves can bleed a little bit, but they're still going to be on top and holding that #1 seed, along with Karma being the Ally match MVP, and for very good reason. It's very difficult to, once again, with GT Luna Stride, we had this issue the last time we had them on stream, Seb, where it was so consistent between these 3 players that it's almost impossible to pick one that just stood out above the rest.
You know, especially, again, when you look at how G2 is and just how their team operates, it really is they all get involved. Like, I can think of notable times where also Avenger was able to really get on the board and change the course of G2's path. But I don't think that they would win this match without how Karma was able to facilitate like a lot of her team. Whether it was just simple solo plays that set up Talibird or Avenger, or even just solo plays herself, Karma is wearing that crown and everyone is coming for it.
Karma, the queen of NA Overwatch, has been around for such a long time, and that experience came out to front today, but well behind her are Talibird and Avenger, and it'll be Talibird who has decided to come over and join us on the desk for the post-game interview. And Talibird, I just have so many questions to ask you, because this is like, especially for a player that has been around for as long as she has, you look and you see, I see Talibird on this team, I see G2 Luna Stride, and you're expecting to be that #1 seed, but that match against Gen.G, it didn't look nearly as easy as it might have looked on paper, Talibird. I kind of want to get your thoughts on where you really stand after completing that match for your first seeding.
Well, I'd say we stand at the top. I mean, I still think that we're the strongest team, so there's not really nothing much to say about it, to be honest.
Hey, and that's all it takes. If you're that confident in your performance, it is very well backed up. At the end of the day, when all the dust settled, G2 Stride did end up winning, and that's all that we care about. It can be a 5-mapper or not. That's just how it is. And Talibird, I think that is your experience too, speaking for you, that it's a win. A win is a win, regardless of how we got there. And that's something that I'm interested to hear your thoughts on too. When we head into tomorrow, you will have to face off against, I believe, Vera Momentum first for that game. You haven't played them in a little bit, so when you see Vera Momentum really push 12 Bricks, the defending champions, to those limits, what is that really, like, is that something that you're a little bit like nervous about heading into? Is it just kind of the calm, cool, collected, where G2 deal with it sort of style?
I'm not nervous. I don't think the team is very nervous. If we do, then we're pretty good at, like, you know, recollecting and calming each other down. That's like one of the things that we are striving to do all the time.
Well, and you know, calm, cool, collected, that is the mentality of a champion, really. And G2 has been that team who's continued to rise up, that they've been on this growth chart, and especially in a lot of these weekly tournaments that you've been playing in recently. And it doesn't show any different. But I am curious, because eventually, if the bracket turns out this way, and I remember this correctly, it was you guys got first in the Showdown 1, you got second in Showdown 2, and it was a loss to 12 Bricks, who currently is on that other side of the bracket. So if you are to make it to those finals, there's a decent likelihood that you end up facing off against them again. Is that really like a worry at all going ahead, or is it kind of just that same sort of mentality as you were talking about earlier?
I mean, we just beat 12 Bricks, so I'm pretty confident we can do it again. I mean, we first have to beat Vera Momentum. I'm confident in that one too. There's not really a match I'm not confident in, to be honest.
There you go. We've heard that same sentiment from a lot of different players today, and that is a mentality you need to head into really any sort of competition with too. And before I go ahead and start to let you go here, because I'm sure you have a lot left to do for the rest of your day, before you head into Sunday, I kind of want to hear from you what playing in the Star Chasers events, having this opportunity to compete in a Women's and Marginalized Gender League for Rocket League, what that really means to you.
It means everything. I mean, it's not a whole lot of people that can look introspectively and really discover themselves and be who they are. And for those who can, and for those who are just marginalized in the first place, regardless, it's really nice that we have a safe space to play. Very happy about that. I'm hoping for more tournaments in the future, to be honest.
Well, we're all hoping the same thing, especially if that means that we get to watch G2 Stride Luna continue to dominate in the fashion that you have so far. Thank you so much, Sally Bird, for joining me here for a brief interview. We'll let you go for now, and looking forward to seeing what your team does heading into that playoff bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course. G2 just oozes confidence. I mean, that is a team that is a hard competitor. They know what they need to do, and they're gonna do it. Very few words to be spoken, and I think that is just a true testament to just how G2 they think, how they operate as a whole, Seb.
I don't think they have a doubt in their mind that they are, like, if not the favorite to win this, one of the favorites to win this. And I think they look at, you know, every single matchup they have gone. They have beaten 12 Bricks more recently with through weeklies and stuff. They have just beaten Gen G. Now they have to deal with Vera Momentum tomorrow. And frankly, out of all those three teams, I mean, like, I think Vera Momentum, you know, could arguably be the weakest. I really just think that when they look up matchup by matchup by matchup, they're like, we have beaten or have a very good chance of beating all these teams. What do we have to worry?
Yeah, and really when you look at these groups too, Vera Momentum, you mentioned definitely on that weaker side, and I think that does say a little bit that you don't have the same sort of like punching power or just that level of synergy within that roster as you would somebody like a G2 Stride Luna or a 12 Bricks, for example. The seedings do seem very proper to the current placements and playstyles of these teams, but anything can really happen in a tournament bracket. It'll be Sunday, a new day, everyone will get some sleep and come back to Rocket League with a new and fresh perspective. I mean, Taco, when we look ahead towards tomorrow's matches, do you think there's anyone that can rise up and really play spoiler to a team like G2 who just oozes that confidence?
Well, that's why I like NA, because there's like 3 and then on their day 4 teams all tomorrow, so every single team that has that potential. And that's why I also like multi-day tournaments, because sometimes you just have a bad day. You know, you didn't get enough sleep, you didn't eat something well, and then maybe you're just like in a bad mood, whatever. But now you get to play your game, you qualify for next day, and then you get to reset, do some VOD review, kind of sit down and kind of take this whole focus. And I do really like Tally's answer at the end, where it's like you have to do kind of look inside and then be able to kind of find who you are as a team player, as a person, and be able to try to figure that one out. There's a lot of like mental struggles that come with playing in tournaments like this, but so long as you fix it on Championship Sunday, then anything can happen.
See, exactly. It doesn't matter how you did today. The true performance, the true testament is all going to come tomorrow when that bracket unfolds. And a big thing about that bracket to note as well is the games, the series, they get longer. We'll then be moving into that best of 7 format. If we decide to follow the same path that these teams did today, pushing all of our games to the maximum limit, Seb, we could be in for one, as Taco put it earlier, beefy day of Rocket League.
Yeah, you know, I definitely love best of 7s that go all the way. No, I do actually. They're quite great. But I mean, there is like legitimately a decent chance of that happening. With how the teams have played today, we've already gotten 2 best of 5s in a row. There's nothing that says that it can't go the full best of 7. Of course, we want this to be an incredible bracket from top to down to represent the best of women's carball in this bracket. And I think there's so many good things going for it right now that we legitimately have the best teams going in.
Well, what we do know is that it will be one heck of an awesome bracket to look forward to for tomorrow, but only one team will be able to cement themselves among the stars and claim that title of our Star Chasers 3 championship. That's going to go ahead and do it for us here on the desk today. Shout out to everybody at Radiant, our TOs, production, observers, replays, everyone behind the scenes that made it happen. Lemon Kiwi earlier alongside Bass, Seb, and Taco for our NA side. It's been a pleasure to be here with you all today, and we're going to go ahead and see you bright and early once again for our EU bracket. We'll see you again tomorrow.
So what if we lose? We could always be afraid of something new. 'Cause we mostly feel the same. Somehow, nothing's new. I don't know what's gonna kill me, but I mean to find out. We've been asking stupid questions. Let's just go away.
said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, the show's my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your turn, a time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even wanna play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to wanna stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, the show's my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the